I've been playing video games for 24 years. Throughout the years, I've experienced some incredible games, but I've never quite experienced a game like The Last of Us. 10 years on, and it is still the best game I've ever played, and the greatest video game story I have ever experienced. I've even backed up that statement by completing the game over 25 times over an 8-year span. I know the narrative and its complex characters fairly well by now. I've spent hours analysing every cutscene, I've studied every piece of dialogue, along with the gameplay and its levels. I've dedicated hours to making videos on this game and its characters, so I feel I can give a good enough take on this television series produced by HBO. I've been looking forward to the show's debut since its announcement almost 3 years ago now. When I saw Neil Druckmann was on board, along with Craig Mazin, the genius behind HBO's Chernobyl, I was feeling rather confident that this could be pulled off successfully. But despite these aforementioned directors and producers being on board, as a devoted gamer and a passionate fan of this franchise, a part of me was anxious. It is a tall order to get this adaptation done right. I will be carefully going through each episode of this first season to see what caused this show to have a sudden surge in popularity, with most cases the viewers not even being gamers. I will be critically looking at the changes made to adapt the much-loved story to television, to see if these changes were even warranted, as well as any inaccuracies. This story and its characters mean a lot to me, so I won't be holding back. Seriously, I will be nitpicking everything, from the costumes to the character positions in scenes, and even down to the dialogue exchanges. There are no excuses. Neil Druckmann is the lead writer and producer on this. In case you wasn't aware, he is the brainchild and the creative director of the video game, so he knows this story and its characters better than anyone. Anything I see that's different will be compared and or backed up by video game footage. I want to show viewers who haven't played the game to see the differences and similarities to the source material. Now, with all of that out of the way, let's begin this mammoth journey. The start of episode 1, titled When You're Lost in the Darkness, an introduction to the series, was brilliant and borderline genius. To actually start years before the outbreak and to hear more information on the fungal infection that caused the apocalypse. This scene doesn't even exist in the game. As some may not know, the cordyceps fungus does exist in our real world, so as far as I know, this makes The Last of Us one of the most grounded apocalypse shows ever made. It instantly makes the audience more engaged, to make them stew on a reality that this insect targeting fungal infection could cross to humans, because as we know, other illnesses, such as viruses, can cross from animals to humans. It immediately gets the audience immersed in this world that is to come. The opening credits pay a very respectful homage to the game, just with some added CGI polish. It makes the fungus almost look beautiful, taking away some of the danger that it poses. The music is ripped straight out of the game, with composer Gustavo Santaolalla returning with some new original music for the series also. I love the opening credits. It still felt strange seeing my favourite video game coming to life, especially when you see it there in writing. Now before I go any further, I knew there would be changes in this television show. It's obvious it can't follow the source material frame by frame, as a lot of The Last of Us story is told through a controller, in which most TV audiences don't possess. Some scenes in the game just won't translate well into a live action scene, so some scenes no doubt will be modified or expanded on, and the first example of this is a minor change. Apart from the opening scene, is the year when the outbreak started. The game's outbreak occurs in 2013. Then we see the devastation 20 years later, in 2033. The showrunners decided to change the outbreak year in the show to 2003, then to 20 years later in 2023, to match the year in which the show premiered. Again, to bring it closer to home for the viewer, to try to create a more personal experience. At least, I think this is the intention. Instead of the prologue, this is what this is known to as the players, opening with Joel arriving home late from work, it starts off with Sarah, portrayed by Nico Parker, waking up. Now, like I aforementioned, I've analysed every level in The Last of Us, including all the locations and its interiors. It was always going to be imperative that the producers got this right and as accurate as possible, as there are some iconic settings in the franchise, and one that had to be right to convince fans that this was going to work was Joel's house. And literally just after seeing a glimpse of Sarah's room, with posters of the Clash, the football tournament trophies, the old school CRT TV, I knew the locations from this point onwards were going to be pretty accurate, even down to the costumes, for the most part, but we'll get into that later. We get our first look at our Joel, portrayed by Pedro Pascal. Prologue Joel, again, his costume was on point. He even actually looked like a young Joel too. This was only my second time seeing Pedro on screen. I previously saw him as the main antagonist in Equalizer 2. Yes, really, I've never seen Game of Thrones, or anything Star Wars related, so I had high requirements of his portrayal of Joel, and I'll break down how I felt about his overall performance later. The show has a slightly different take on the prologue, and it works very well. It's just an extended version, filling in the gaps you don't see in the game, as well as answering questions as to why Joel ended up leaving Sarah at home in the early hours. There are a few nitpicky moments I will mention as we move through. At first I found it strange to see Joel and Sarah getting ready for the day, rather than how the game started at night. It adds a little more to the opening for a TV viewing audience. It also helps to develop the characters. To a gaming audience, The Last of Us prologue is perfectly paced, but for a TV audience, the source material doesn't have enough interaction between the characters. It was nice to see that we saw a bit more of Joel's normal life, to see Sarah doing all what she can to make sure her dad has a good birthday. We see more of Tommy too, portrayed by Gabriel Luna. His costume was also spot on too. I will try to discuss the performances delivered on these characters throughout this series. We also finally learn about what jobs they both did. Construction. I think we all guessed that anyway, given Joel talks about a contractor in the game, and in the remake we can see a work bag with construction gloves and a hard hat on top of it, so it's a bit of a giveaway. It was also nice to see Sarah actually go and get his watch fixed. In the game she buys him a new one. I guess the minor change was to make it more grounded. I mean, how would a 12-year-old afford a new Lumtech watch? I believe the Combat B2 was inspiration for Joel's watch in the games and the show, and according to my research, those aren't cheap. Okay, Sarah does use her own dad's money to repair the watch, but it's the thought that counts, right? I mean, he clearly misses the watch. Whilst at the repair shop, we see things within the world start to look peculiar. Whilst Sarah's looking away, we see 2 police cars, a fire engine, and a SWAT team fly by. It's unusual to see that many different emergency service vehicles together in convoy, obviously conveying to the viewer that something is starting. This tactic was used in the prologue in the game too, except Sarah witnessed that in the game, and she already knew something was wrong after the explosions she saw downtown. The shop owner's wife clearly knows what's going on and ushers Sarah out of the door. Rude. This is where the prologue starts to take a slight diversion. Before Sarah went to school, one of her neighbours was asking to see her as it's been a while. After school, Sarah drops in. Now I saw right through this diversion. It was a setup for the prologue's finale, and it was disappointingly predictable. But before Sarah visits, she and Joel are talking to one of the neighbours, as he cares for an elderly lady. His wife or mum perhaps? Regardless, the woman is motionless. Yes, perhaps she is unwell, a victim of a stroke in the past perhaps, or infected with cordyceps. And the turning process is beginning. And Sarah is going round there later. It seemed all too predictable to me. But then I thought maybe this was an extension of the Coopers from the game, now renamed the Adlers in the show, and we'll be seeing more as to how they became infected. But there is more to it than what meets the eye. Some have speculated that the man feeding her fed her something laced with cordyceps, or this is just straight up cordyceps. But we can't know for sure. She might have already been infected, but we will find out later. Just a side note here as well, it was interesting to see a tiny piece more of Tommy's past too. He smokes now. Not that interesting, but we do learn that he was ex-army, in which was never brought up in the game. Anyway, Sarah does visit her neighbours, as she said she would. As she enters, she says hello to their dog, and asks what's been going on with the news. She also saw a lot of police presence on the road, presumably on her return trip. Her neighbour just brushes it off, and given her age, I guess Sarah just takes her word for it and continues to study in the house. With age comes wisdom? Something like that. It is here the show starts to slowly ramp up the progression of the prologue. The old lady who is outside the house is now in the living room. Sarah walks past her and looks for a DVD to take home and borrow. If you don't know what a DVD is, ask your parents, because it makes me feel old every time I have to explain it to a youngster. Anyway, take a look at this scene.
Want to give me a hand?
Be right there. Hey, Mrs. Adler?
I just knew it. The old lady has cordyceps. This was a very unique and eerie reveal, showing it starting out of focus. We know the threat is coming without having to have a crisp close-up shot of the woman twitching. How it was executed was brilliant. This is what Neil Druckmann does best. Not a lot has to be said or done for you to know what is coming. Sometimes nothing has to be said at all, and there will be more instances of this as we go along. The reveal is also backed up by how the dog is behaving. Dogs can always sense when something is wrong, but this was nothing major so far, in terms of the changes made at this point. I was just still so mesmerised that I was seeing The Last of Us come to life, with some extensions to some main plot points from the game. As Sarah leaves the house to head home, the plot thickens again, with the military flying over, presumably heading towards the city of Austin, in which the show follows the source material's location. This is where technically the show catches up to where we start the game. Yes, TV viewers, all what you saw there wasn't even in the game. The show does a fantastic job of recreating the beginning of the prologue, with some minor, and I do mean minor changes. In the game, Joel arrives home to Sarah asleep. In the show, she wakes up for him. Oh, and they're sitting on the wrong sides of the couch. I said I'd be nitpicking. Sarah guilt trips Joel by reminding him it's 10 PM, rather than the 9 PM he said he'd be home by. She was also disappointed in him for forgetting to get his own birthday cake. Why is Joel buying his own birthday cake? The watch reveal might as well have been ripped straight out of the game, being the only difference that Sarah got it fixed for him, rather than replacing it. They then sit down to watch the DVD that Sarah borrowed from next door. It is here the show explains something that literally the whole player base had been wondering for over 10 years at this point. Where the hell did Joel go when he put Sarah to bed? Well, it's only taken 10 years, but we finally get the answers we deserve, but in a different layout. In the show, it turns out before Joel puts Sarah to bed, he gets a call from Tommy to go and rescue him from police custody after being in a bar fight. I'm guessing this is a common occurrence, as Joel isn't surprised in the slightest. In the game, it is Tommy who is trying to contact Joel, and ends up at the house, We still don't know actually where Joel was. Maybe he was checking in on the Coopers?
There you are.
Sarah, are you okay?
Yeah?
Has anyone come in here?
No, who would come in here?
Don't go near the doors. Just stand back there.
Dad, you're kind of freaking me out. What's going on?
It's the Coopers. Something ain't right with them. I think they're sick.
Then we see Sarah wake up sometime later to literally the end of the world. This segment is pretty much the same as the game, with Sarah searching the house for Joel, except there is no random explosion downtown that Sarah witnesses. And I'm actually glad that wasn't included here. It always seemed a bit over the top in the game. Yes, it was a good set piece, but I don't think it would have transitioned well onto TV. I think it was a good choice that they cut it. What was added was Sarah leaving the house to follow the neighbour's dog into their house, in which gives us our first look at the infected, or a runner, as is known by the players. Now at first when I saw the old lady infected munching on that body, I thought it was just a bloke's hair hanging out of her mouth. But when I realised in a later episode that it was actually the cordyceps, but more on that later. Once the infected realises Sarah is there, she chases her out of the house and is saved by Joel and Tommy in the nick of time. Perfect timing, boys. It was a bit too well timed. I like the swift response from Joel and Tommy, and the fact that Tommy has his favourite rifle from the start. Tommy has this rifle all the way up to part 2. It's a nice nod to the games. I'm also pleased the producers kept in the way Sarah reacts in shock from Joel killing a person close to them with little hesitation, much less hesitation than the game. Because remember, people who are infected are not dead. This is not a zombie show. They are technically unwell. And given that it seems our characters were pretty ignorant and or little naive to the infection that was spreading, it comes as more of a shock to them, especially Sarah, because she thinks that her dad literally just killed their neighbour over a new bout of flu. You get what I'm saying. I do like this change for a TV setting, but I do prefer the game's version of how we were introduced to the infected, as it was much more suspenseful, leaving Sarah in the house, and Joel felt more afraid and hesitant to take down his own neighbour, by even trying to warn him.
There you are.
Sarah, are you okay?
Yeah?
Has anyone come in here?
No, who would come in here?
Don't go near the doors. Just stand back there.
Dad, you're kind of freaking me out. What's going on?
It's the Coopers. Something ain't right with them. I think they're sick.
What kind of sick?
Jeez. Jimmy!
Dad?
Come here. Jimmy! Jimmy, stay back! Jimmy, I am warning you!
The show's approach, by making him take out that old lady right away, was making Joel adapt to the world too quickly and easily, at least in my opinion anyway. I've always liked that progression of Joel, going from that loving father to a ruthless survivor in the game, so this did all feel a little too quick to me. Moving on to the car journey, it pretty much has been ripped out of the game. It goes on for a little longer than the game, but that's okay. The production and cinematography is second to none. It really feels like we were in the car with Sarah. The chaos all around felt so grounded, apart from how the truck crash was executed. You'd think the most grounded way would be to follow the game and end up in a car accident, given that everyone is losing their minds. Literally in some cases. The car crash is teased, but it was a fake out. Remember, The Last of Us game always set itself on being incredibly grounded. So what do they do in the show? Make a Boeing 747 crash right on the road they were travelling on. Talk about overdramatic. Anyway, I thought when things like this break out, all flights are grounded indefinitely. Yes, some might still be in the air, returning, but come on, it crashes right on the same road. It was just too much. Being grounded is what makes The Last of Us so unique. So this is what caused the car to crash. This was the one thing I majorly disagreed with. I sighed out loud. Everything so far was very grounded and subtly done, but this was a bit too much. I much prefer the game's approach. Like I say, they got it right, with everyone panicking and fleeing in every direction, so there are bound to be car accidents. I think they still could have run with it and had the car come out of nowhere. It still would have been a shock to the audience, as it was to a gaming audience. They still would have got their reliance on drama, if that was what they were pushing for. But like I say, having a plane crash right on the same road was just too over-reliant on drama for me. But instantly, the show redeems itself, in how it approaches Joel's escape from the town with Sarah. This is a brave opinion, but I would say the show's approach, at least for me, was better than the game. It was a lot more grounded. The game's set piece is still incredible to this day, and for the time, we had seen nothing else like it. But like the plane crash, as the years have gone by, it does look a bit overdramatic. Random fires, random explosions, random Wilhelm screams. Whereas the show, it just has that one car crash. As Joel and Sarah crawl out of the truck, this was accurate as again, everyone is losing their minds. This then separates them from Tommy rather organically, as the fire caused from the accident blocks Tommy from reaching them. He must find another way around, whereas the game, he heroically holds back a dozen or so infected behind a door. With one arm, might I add. I get why this was ditched, it just couldn't work in a TV setting, and again looking back, it was borderline dramatic. But I must stress it works fine in a video game setting, and I don't have an immediate problem with it. I just get how it wouldn't work on TV. Even down to the final chase. Instead of 2 infected chasing the pair down, it is just 1, and I think this does work better. The audience can focus on just 1 infected to experience how dangerous they are. Same as back at the house, we were only shown 1 infected, and that one was pretty lame in terms of movement, as the body host was elderly. Whereas this infected, chasing Joel and Sarah, is much more determined. It makes me imagine if this is what a person would be like if infected with rabies, just a rabid animal. Of course it wouldn't be quite this bad in real life. I hope. Then of course, I know what is going through every Last of Us fan's head when watching this scene. We know what scene was coming, but we didn't know quite when. But then it does. Joel and Sarah are saved by a lone soldier, but not out of the goodness of his heart. He has orders to follow. We all know what happens, and I'm going to have to say it, as heartbreaking and horrific as the original scene was in the game, with Troy Baker and Hannah Hayes giving Oscar-grade performances, the show's rendition hit me harder than I thought it was going to. It was a horrific masterpiece. Tears built up in my eyes as soon as I heard Nico's guttural panicked cries. What didn't help was that her suffering was extended on the show, and I almost didn't want to see it as it hit me that hard. I'm not even a parent, but I couldn't imagine what was going through Joel's head at that moment. For any parent, this would feel like a failure. Parents do anything for their children. They protect them at all costs. The offspring are meant to outlive their parents. Now, even though Nico Parker's Sarah only had a small amount of screen time, her time with Pedro's Joel, to me, felt like a closer relationship than that of the closeness of Joel and Sarah in the game. This is why they had to show more of their relationship to make Sarah's inevitable demise more impactful to a television audience. At least with the show they had the time to do that. Of course we saw some of it in the game, and we still cried for them in the game, but we all have to agree the character development was short in the game, but still that scene crushed us all. And that's the genius of Neil Druckmann's writing. Sometimes nothing has to be said or shown. like I aforementioned. As for the pair's performance, first class. I can't say any more than that. It was important that this scene had to be done right, and I think it more than excelled. Television making at its finest, and it got the message across to the viewers of how dark the Last of Us universe is going to be. And that wraps up what would have been the prologue in the game. We now transition into summer 20 years later. It is now 2033 in the game, but as I aforementioned, it is now 2023 in the show. The show also throws in another change with this chapter too, a young boy finding the QZ in Boston. However, this change is warranted, and yet another extension of something we see a glimpse of in the game. The quarantine zone section is majorly different. Most of the elements that occur in the game take place here, or at least where Fedra still operate. But going back to the boy for a moment, he is used as a device to expand on an event we saw a glimpse of in the game. When Joel and Tess are leaving their housing, they witness Fedra dealing with residents that are freshly infected. They test and execute them right on the spot in front of all of the other residents, showing how grim it is to survive in one of these zones. It also serves as a warning not to leave the zone's boundaries, as this is what can happen and how it will end. In the show, it is more drawn out and done, dare I say, more humanely. The boy is infected. Fedra test him with the handheld testers, in which look just like the games, in which made me feel some sort of satisfaction that they got a detail that small correct. How the producers make it hard-hitting for the TV audience is what happens to his body after. He is thrown onto a burning pile, along with others who have come across the same fate. And who throws this body onto the pile? Joel. Yes, we get a glimpse of what Joel gets up to into the zone to earn his ration cards. It would appear his smuggling business is more of a sideline in the show, rather than his sole income for ration cards in the game. As Joel walks through the zone, I am again reminded of what an incredible attention to detail went into these sets and locations. HBO have always done a great job of combining physical sets with blue screens, making the locations bigger than they seem. If you compare it to the game, it's incredibly accurate, and it actually expands on what we're given in the game. The only inaccuracy I noticed so far in the zone is, and you're going to laugh, Joel is wearing the wrong shirt. We all know what shirt he should be wearing at this point in the story, but I'm willing to let it go for a moment, as he was on disposal duty. He might not have wanted to get it ruined. The producers actually show Joel doing what he does best, smuggling and dealing. Apart from smuggling Ellie, obviously. We never actually see Joel and Tess do their day jobs, in relative terms. And I'm actually glad they showed us this. In the game it is portrayed that Fedra play by the book, apart from holding back on food occasionally. I always thought when playing the game that some of the Fedra soldiers have to be corrupt. And lo and behold, we see that, by Joel dealing some narcotics to one of them. They seem to have a mutual understanding though. In turn, Joel receives some ration cards. Also, for some reason, Joel is inquiring into a vehicle, or at the very least, a battery, to provide power to one. I found this odd, but started to think about a potential plot change that might not even be warranted. Have they swapped Joel and Tess's guns for a battery? But that's meant for Billstown. After this scene, we jump straight to Robert, portrayed by Brendan Fletcher, grilling Tess. Immediately when I saw this scene I thought, wait, they've missed a bit. But this is what happens to Tess before she returns home in the game. Another different angle on the story. Oh, on a side note, Anna Torv's portrayal of Tess, I loved it straight away. This is an actress who understands her character. But again, like the rest of the main cast, I will talk about their performances towards the end. So the different twist goes like this. Tess does get jumped by two arseholes, and she is brought to Robert, and Robert confesses that he ripped her off. That's not how it worked in the game. It was more of a forced confession, shall we say. And like I literally just aforementioned about a plot change, I was correct. The guns from the game have been swapped out for a truck battery. In a way, I do see this change actually making sense. It looks like in the show, Joel and Tess only smuggle small things, such as pills. So I guess a truck or car battery would make sense over a whole arsenal of firearms. Another change is the Firefly attack. In the game it happens by the checkpoint. Here in the show it happens within the quarantine zone and allows Tess to escape, in which I thought was quite neat. However, I think Robert was about to let her go anyway, so I didn't feel like an over-reliance on this event happening to allow Tess to escape. What was done here I liked. It ties in the unseen events quite nicely and adds on to where the hell Tess was at the start of summer in the game. Now, was the explosion too much? Some might say yes, but it keeps in line with the game's narrative that the Fireflies are not a friendly nor helpful militia. They commit terrorist acts in the QZs. Are they aimed at Fedra? Most likely, but civilians will get caught in the crossfire, just like Tess was. And might I add, these attacks are not going in the Fireflies' favour, as we will find out. Tess is soon mistakenly arrested by Fedra, thinking she's a Firefly. I don't really understand why this was even added in. I don't think the Fireflies would stick around after that. We then cut to our first glimpse of Ellie, portrayed by Bella Ramsey. Unlike the game, where we see Ellie waiting in the room freely for Marlene to return, and actually shows concern and cares for her. In the show, she is chained up, as the Fireflies test her every day, and rightfully so, she's pissed off about it. Ellie is certainly fiery in these first moments. After Ellie's justified tantrum, Joel rudely skips a queue and bribes a man with the cigarettes he got from the Fedra soldier. This man, I'm assuming by the radio surrounding him, he is a way for people to contact loved ones in different QZs all over the United States. This implementation I really liked. I suppose in time these remaining QZs would have to keep in contact in order to survive, maybe sending supplies back and forth, and having a messaging line for residents is a neat idea, also showing that perhaps Fedra maybe isn't all that bad. It is here we meet another fairly major plot change. It would appear Joel and Tommy are still getting on and are in contact with each other in the show. In the game we don't hear anything about Tommy until we meet Marlene, and we hear about Joel and Tommy going their separate ways. Here though, we even find out where he is residing. In the game it is similar, but we only find Jackson because we pump into Tommy at the dam. I was surprised that this change was done, as in the game, Joel's and Tommy's relationship is actually pretty important for Joel's decision making halfway through the game. That paves the way to the finale. So I wondered what the producers were going to come up with to reach the same conclusion at the end. Already, even though we were only 40 odd minutes into the show, I was really thinking how these changes were going to affect the original overall narrative. I've spent years studying. It's stupid, I know, but I went into this hyper-assessing everything because I wanted it to be as faithful and as accurate as possible. The next scene cuts to Joel arriving home, where we get our first look at 1, his house, which looks very much like the game. To be honest, we never got a great look at his crib in the game. And 2, we get our first hint of the spores, in which the cordyceps releases to infect more victims. I know, as if a bite isn't bad enough. In all seriousness though, it's just dust in the atmosphere in the room. But I kid you not, the community lost their minds and actually thought there were spores in Joel's house. I mean, as we go on, they will soon see how stupid that made them look. Joel digs out a map and knocks down a few whiskies while he plans his route to Jackson to find Tommy. We also get a nice close-up of the watch, in which we hadn't seen yet, reminding viewers that even 20 years after the loss of Sarah, he is still struggling to comprehend the loss. And to be honest, I don't think anyone would. You just have to learn to live with it. And although Joel seemingly is, by still wearing the watch, shows he is still not ready to fully let go. Joel crashes out, and Tess arrives home shortly after, confirming what players in the community have been wondering for a decade. Joel and Tess are romantically involved, although maybe some worked it out by this one line of dialogue.
Ain't been out here in a while. It's like we're on a date.
Well, I am the romantic type.
You got your ways.
I always thought she was joking, as Tess did have some sarcasm on her side sometimes. Other than that, there was nothing else in the game that said otherwise. I always thought they were business partners, but I'm glad that the show finally confirms this, and I'm happy with that. It's good to see Joel has someone by his side. And then this rolls into where we start 20 years later in the game, and looking back at some of the changes that were made, it did have me raising my eyebrows, like Joel still being in contact with Tommy for example. However, there are parts of it that have a tremendous attention to detail and faithfully fill in the gaps that we wondered what happened before we watched the scenes played out in the game. For example, maybe all along Joel has been trying to contact Tommy to make amends or to simply find out how he is doing out in Wyoming. It was good how the show's adaptation showed as to how Joel knew about where Tommy resides, because as we know...
What happened between you two?
What do you mean?
You and Tommy. You're not together, so clearly something went down.
We just had a bit of a disagreement, that's all.
Ah, here we go. So what was it about?
Tommy saw the world one way, I saw it the other.
And that's why he joined the Fireflies.
Yeah, your friend Marlene promised him hope. That kept him busy for a while, but just like Tommy, he eventually quit that too.
How was it? Last time you saw him?
I believe his last words to me were, I don't ever want to see your goddamn face again.
Jeez. But he's gonna help us?
I suppose we're gonna find out.
Well, with or without his help, we'll get there.
Let's just keep going.
They didn't part on good terms, so there was no way Joel would have been able to know where he was if it wasn't for the radio communication in the QZ. We also know now why Joel refused Tess's offer for some more whiskey when she arrived home in the game.
Want one?
No, I don't want one.
He's been knocking a few back the night before, so it's these little additions that made me welcome it. It also now foreshadows some scenes and chapters that are to come in the game. But moving on, Tess and Joel follow in line with the game and go after Robert. Only slight change is that Tess tries to say her injuries were sustained by a couple of meddling kids rather than Robert's men, as she doesn't want Joel scaring Robert, otherwise they would not only lose the battery but their ration cards too. So I understand why she tried to play it carefully, and given that ration cards are clearly hard to come by in this world and the types of work that has to be done to obtain them, there's no wonder Joel and Tess got into smuggling for a chance of a better life within the zone. The show's adaptation goes further to show what a state the Firefly militia is in the next scene. We got our first look at Marlene too, portrayed by Merle Dandridge, who also portrayed the same character in the game, so this is the most accurate character in the whole series. Anyway, Marlene's peers are questioning if these random attacks on Fedra are even worth it, and she has a point. Look, I know Fedra are far from saints, we've seen enough evidence of that in the game, but after 20 years at this particular zone, they are still guarding it, and in a way still protecting its residents. Yes, there are probably some there for an easy life, no doubt, but they are still looking over the zone. I mean, they could have given up years ago and let the place run riot. Marlene, on the other hand, thinks the Fireflies should cleanse the zone with fire and fury. That doesn't really sound like returning the world to the way it was to me, Marlene. Blowing up vehicles when civilians could easily get caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, you want to get a girl halfway across the country to get a cure administered after all the chaos you've caused in Boston. What a hypocrite. Sorry, I went off on one there, but it really annoys me how clueless the Fireflies are. But more of them on towards the end of the season and the video. Anyway, her peers question about Ellie being tied up in a room. Marlene then states her plan to get her across the country, not just to the Capitol building like the game. A warranted change in my opinion. At least, that seems the case for now. Meanwhile, we cut back to Joel and Tess, bribing some of Robert's men in public to figure out where he is and where the battery is moving. Similar to in the game, where Tess bribes locals to get a pass through Robert's territory, it's another nice little nod to the game. I liked Joel's no-nonsense approach to the Firefly recruiter too.
Hey, friend. Don't worry, I don't want anything. But if you're feeling
You
lost...
tell me to look for the light and I'll break your jaw.
All QZ residents must get sick of it, Joel included. In this scene, we're reminded in the edges of the frame what dire conditions some residents have to live in within the zone. There are clearly hierarchies within the walls. We then see Ellie practicing her escape moves from what's to come in Billstown. About that. On a serious note, this is the first time we ever see Ellie and Marlene hold a proper conversation, and it wasn't what I was expecting. To give some context, looking back at the game, Marlene is asked to be Ellie's carer, a guardian. Marlene tells Joel this in one of the final scenes in the game. In the game, Ellie clearly knows Marlene is not her mother by having memoirs of her mum in her backpack. Also in the game, when Joel and Tess first meet Ellie, she rushes over to Marlene to see if she's okay, and actually gets defensive over her. Now looking at the show, what is going on here? It's like they barely know each other. Ellie even asks if she is her mum. Marlene is very direct but distant with Ellie. In fact, I'm getting the impression that Ellie hardly knows her at all, and at this point in the show, maybe Marlene doesn't. But given the fact that she's being held by the Fireflies, I would imagine that she does. She is just remaining distant. It's quite a contrast to how Marlene is in the game, because it's quite important for her character to care about Ellie. Also, in case we hadn't noticed, she's had Ellie chained up to a radiator for days. Yes, they probably thought she was going to turn, but by now she would have. Marlene in the game would have at least chained her next to a bed or something. So as I was saying, it's important that the audience actually gets an impression that Marlene cares for Ellie, especially in the final scenes of the game. Marlene is in an extremely difficult situation. She raised Ellie under oath to her mother. Now she's sending her off to a fatal surgery. And after caring for her for over 14 years, she has to have developed a relationship with Ellie. And the fact that she would be ultimately letting down Anna, who was her best friend. So in a nutshell, what I'm getting at, if Marlene is distant with Ellie now, how can we see Marlene at the end of the season have any care over the fate of Ellie, if the show takes on that approach like the game? Otherwise, it'll make Marlene's monologue at the hospital meaningless. I guess we'll have to see when we get there. I'm no television producer/director, but this was a very strange choice, to have these characters meet like this and be so distant. Ellie's got a switchblade though, so there is that. Off camera, Marlene explains to Ellie the importance of keeping her locked away, as she will be precious cargo once they start the journey to the State House, in what was referred to as the Capitol building in the game. Meanwhile, Joel and Tess are still on the hunt for Robert. On the way, they pass our first look at infected glued to a wall by cordyceps. So far we've only seen runners, and which have looked good, but I haven't seen anything stalker or clicker related yet. And I have to say, on first viewing, the practical effects looked very good, but I was actually surprised that practical effects were used. Everyone seems to be going CGI these days, but given that the show is technically based on CGI models, they could have easily made all the effects digital. I commend the effects artists on going practical. Of course, some effects as we move on will be aided by CGI. After all, it is a very useful tool when blended with practical effects. It can work really well. Now, as to how they found Robert and bumped into Marlene was as well done as the game's version was, and by that I mean not very well. At least when it comes to finding Marlene anyway. They literally walk into a corridor and find Robert there dead with the battery, so mission accomplished there, even though it's a dud according to Tess. So maybe we have to make that trip to Billstown after all. Anyway, getting to Robert in the game, as we know, we successfully track him down, and Tess does what needs to be done. Then Marlene out of nowhere enters the scene. The show's rendition decides to kill two birds with one stone and have Joel and Tess conveniently find them both at the same time. Although to be fair, they weren't after Marlene, but it's handy to have her there to advance the story. Before they find Marlene injured, Ellie attempts to ambush Joel, like in the game, although it's a little overdramatic. But get this, after Joel pushes her to the floor, Ellie suddenly realises Marlene is hurt and looks concerned. But literally 5 minutes earlier, it looked to me that Ellie hardly knew Marlene. Without repeating myself, she had no idea where she was, and the way she asked Marlene if she was her mum. There was also Marlene being wary to uncuff her after she gave her the switchblade, and also how she was speaking to her, like I aforementioned. So for Ellie now to suddenly be concerned over a woman she barely knows doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Now perhaps Marlene's off-camera conversation to Ellie about her plans to use her as a cure has made her worry about not being able to see that plan being fulfilled now that Marlene is injured, as Ellie is obviously thinking of avenging her friend Riley, in whom we will see later. Or going further, maybe Marlene finally revealed the truth to Ellie about who she is and what she's done for her. Either way, however you take it, it just didn't seem right to me. Unless I really did miss something. Perhaps they did know each other, but their relationship is strained. Who knows? Moving on with the scene though, we get some explanation as to what the hell happened here. It's not much different from the game really, which is fine. It plays out with more context, and I'm all for that. Marlene actually promises more than what she did in the game. She seems much more desperate in the show than she did in the game. As in the show, there is more screen time than the equivalent cutscene in the game, so for me, I feel this actually works out better. On a side note, Bella Ramsey is already starting to get a hold of Ellie's character, with some funny little moments just in this scene. Joel agrees to taking Ellie to the State House, by Tess's decision ultimately, which is spot on with the game. No complaints here. Even though the start of the scene was very convenient, it wraps up very well, so I'm letting that go. So the journey finally begins. The now trio head straight back to either what would be the North Tunnel flat to await Tess's return. We can't hear where she goes like the game, but I think she sets off to see if the route they are going to take is clear. While they are talking, Ellie does her usual and has a nose about, and finds some cryptic notes from Bill and Frank, showing us that Bill will make an appearance at some point in the show, and the fact that we saw him cast way before the show debuted. But to see Frank's name here was odd. In the game, Joel had no idea who Frank was, but maybe Tess did. We'll have to see. The scene in the flat plays out just like the game. There are some small changes and extensions to dialogue, like Ellie does say she hates bad dreams when Joel wakes up, and instead asks questions about when they last went over the wall, and Joel is the one who asks if she is some bigwig's daughter, instead of Tess on the way down to the tunnel. I think this dialogue was given to Joel to further establish communication between these two characters, because at this point in the game, they hardly say anything to each other, and it's better to build some rapport now, rather than giving the lines to Tess. She doesn't need to build any rapport with Ellie. It would quickly become redundant, as we all know what happens to Tess. But more importantly, the production team got that iconic "your watch is broken" nigh on perfect. It's still so weird to see these scenes come to life, and again, to please the gaming audience, it had to be right, even down to these small details, dialogue and even camera placement. What I did also like is Ellie decoding the radio with the cryptic message related to Bill and Frank. And this may or may not come to fruition, as we didn't get a chance to see Joel explain. Now here comes the biggest welcome change for me in this episode, the exit from the QZ. It plays out much quicker than the game, for obvious reasons, and instead of being captured, then having to escape the search party, it is tied up into one scene, which works much better in a show setting. So what the producers have changed is that the trio are caught just outside the walls by one lone Fedra soldier. the soldier that Joel was doing a deal with in the previous scene. They seem to have some sort of understanding. Now this could be seen as another coincidence. Out of all of the Fedra soldiers, it is this one who crosses paths with them. So us as viewers would be thinking, because these two characters know each other and help each other out by dealing in illegal contraband, you think as a viewer that this soldier would turn a blind eye and allow Joel, Tess and Ellie to leave. But Ellie does what she would do in the game and attacks him with her blade to stop her being tested for cordyceps. At this point in the game, Joel and Tess deal with the other soldiers, but not in this case. In a turn of events, the soldier, rightfully angry, demands Joel moves so he can get to Ellie, so he can most likely kill her. Joel gets a flashback to the night he was held by that soldier on Outbreak Day with Sarah. Even though he hardly knows Ellie yet, he will not let this event repeat itself. Joel snaps and lashes out and kills the Fedra soldier with his bare hands, shocking Ellie. Wasn't a good first impression for her now, was it? It completely shocked me as a viewer. I know Joel is this brutal survivor, but we've never seen him like this before. I think this is why the writers held off on Ellie mentioning bad dreams in the North Tunnel flat, because we didn't need a reminder that after 20 years Joel was still struggling to comprehend the loss of Sarah, as we get that reminder here, and I have to say that this was executed perfectly. I think this was better than the equivalent scenes in the game. I wish the game actually adapted this version. It was certainly a fitting end to this pilot episode and completed the various types of person Joel can be. Not that he likes to be a ruthless killer, but it shows he'll do anything to protect the one he cares about in this world, as he knows he should have been like that from the start, as he could have saved Sarah. The episode closes with Tess finding out Ellie's condition. In the game, Joel doesn't believe her in the slightest. In the show, he's more concerned of what the hell he's just done. He's just realised he's lost it without realising it. Some top acting from Pedro and Bella in this scene. The episode ends with the group entering the city, with a teaser of the leaning buildings in the centre, in which were prominent in the game. I love how the episode closed with an 80s song, going back to the radio code, hinting that they are heading into potential, if not certain, danger. The journey has now officially begun. Episode 2, titled Infected, like the pilot episode, it starts with another completely original scene for the show that expands the narrative in a way that couldn't be achieved in the game. We're set back to 2003, September 24th. Looks like the first case was seen out of Indonesia. The head of what I assume is the Ministry of Defence tracks down Ibu Ratna, portrayed by Christine Hakim. Ratna is a professor of mycology. She has been asked to follow the general back to a lab to examine a person who has been infected with cordyceps. When Ibu is briefed on the situation, she at first downplays it as impossible, that the fungus cannot cross to humans. The change in the general's face says it all. Again, that wonderful thing that only Druckmann can get right. Almost nothing has to be said to convey what someone is thinking or what is unfolding. Then literally the next scene cuts to Ibu inspecting a deceased infected victim. Upon her entrance to the examination room, she is still looking fairly calm, as again she is still pretty confident that cordyceps cannot survive nor cross into humans. It's not until she sees the victim's bite mark she becomes unnerved. Even more so when she asks the general if it was from another human, in which he rather nervously nods yes. I have to give credit to this actor. He generally portrays the helplessness on his character's face a bit too well, knowing that this might be an unstoppable situation. I think he becomes more unsettled when Ibu brushed it off, as he realises this might be a bigger problem than he thought. Thinking that it might be just an isolated incident and a magical cure can be developed. But if a top-ranking scientist says it's impossible for something like this to happen, you know you're in trouble, as no one will know how to stop it. This is where Ibu gets her confirmation too. She opens the victim's mouth and picks out the tentacles/vines out of their mouth and sees it move, confirming to her that this is real. She is now in the same mindset of the general, full of fear and helplessness, and clearly she is restless in the next scene, knowing that this is essentially a ticking time bomb. She asks some very important questions to find out how far along this outbreak is. Maybe she is thinking it could be restrained. Turns out 30 hours ago the victim got attacked in a flour and grain factory, in which can be a perfect breeding ground for the cordyceps. Now, diverting from this scene for a moment, so back in episode 1, some might have wondered, how on earth did Joel and Sarah not get infected? Apart from the obvious, not getting bitten, but how did they not turn like the elderly lady, for example? She had no signs of being bitten, or keen-eyed viewers might have already worked it out. I didn't get it until a second viewing. Joel and Sarah didn't go near any flour or grain-based food products, in which is how they avoided infection. Sarah couldn't buy any pancake mix, she refused the cookies at the neighbour's house, and Joel forgot to buy a cake. Talk about a narrow escape. But how did the cordyceps manage to infect flour in the United States? Don't the US have their own flour and grain processing? Or do they import it from Indonesia? I do wish this was explained in this new chapter to the story, but unfortunately it wasn't. Maybe the cordyceps has begun to breed in the US flour and grain too, but we will never know. I don't understand as to why all this time has been invested into how the cordyceps outbreak started and how it first spread to humans, but then don't show how it made its way overseas to countries with its own wheat and flour production. I mean, what a waste. I'm still not entirely won over by this approach, but it is what it is. Obviously the writers and producers thought it was groundwork for as to how Joel and Sarah avoided infection, but if there was some explanation as to how it reached the US, that would have backed it up and got me on board with it. But for me it fell flat. Yes, I know it may have got to the US by an infected aircraft passenger or something, but then that completely writes off this whole flour and grain origins narrative that they're going for. Anyway, going back to the outbreak origins scene, the general goes on to explain how the infected person behaved and who they attacked, and then what happened to the people they bit. But Ibu isn't concerned by that. What is bothering her is who actually bit the victim she inspected. The general very nervously states they have no idea. Again, cementing the realisation that this could be completely beyond an isolated incident. The show does an incredible job in this scene in setting the reality that this is completely out of their control, that their fate is almost in their hands, and there is nothing they can do about it. The camera slowly pans into Ibu as we see her coming to terms with the pending apocalypse. The cherry on top is when the general suggests what could be done. This was her response.
Saya telah menghabiskan waktu hidup saya untuk mempelajari hal ini. Jadi tolong dengarkan saya baik-baik. Tidak ada obat dan tidak ada vaksin.
Jadi apa yang harus kami lakukan?
Bom. Mulailah pengoboman. Bom seluruh kota. Dan seluruh orang yang ada di dalamnya.
Of course, her reaction is haunting. How Christine Hakim got her character to react like this was perfect. The sudden trembling, the heavy breathing, it all happened once she was told about there being another infected still out there. She knew it was over. No cure of any kind could stop this. When she suggests bombing her own city, it truly brings home how deadly this infection can be, and how it can rapidly spread, and is spreading. This to me actually hits harder than the game in how dangerous this world is now going to become, and that one word certainly set the tone. Now, like the first episode, I aforementioned this is a completely original scene for the show, but I've had myself thinking, was it even needed or warranted? I was on board with the approach till they failed to stick the landing with the flour and grain approach, as like I aforementioned, there was nothing presented to the audience anywhere in this mini prologue as to how it reached the United States, or even the rest of the world. Only thing it does do is show that it's not just the US overrun with this infection. The show confirms that it is indeed global. In the game, most speculate that it is just the US suffering this outbreak. Talking of the game, as most of us know, there is no explanation as to how all of this started. So again, this is why I found myself questioning this scene. I still think things would have worked out fine without showing how it started. Look at the Walking Dead television series and universe, as at the time of writing, we still don't know how that outbreak started, and it's still mostly a successful franchise, although that is subject to opinion these days. I do praise the show for having the guts to take this approach, and it worked well to a point, but they struggled to execute a deeper look into how it spreaded across the globe. But I also think viewers could have just been left wondering, like players, when they first played the game. Moving on from the 10-minute opener, the intro sequence rolls, and we're back in present day, with Ellie waking up to a very cautious Joel and Tess watching over her, presumably to make sure she isn't turning. There are some comical moments in this scene, as we will find out. Bella Ramsey really starts to find their feet with Ellie in this episode. Now this scene clears a lot of dialogue that is spread throughout the city in the game. Again, as I've stated before, it works well in a TV setting to keep the pacing up. It's certainly not inherently a bad thing. As long as the dialogue is correct, I'm fine with this. As in the game, the dialogue has to be spread over gameplay, and the bulk of it is in cutscenes, which only amount to an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours tops, over an 8 to 10 hour game. So the writers have to come up with ways to link in lines from cutscenes and gameplay that are normally spread out over hours into short cutscenes, as we're obviously seeing the characters converse more, as we're essentially watching one long cutscene. This works well, and they've worked well with what they have got from the source material. There's even lines added in that should have been in Billstown, like Ellie asking for a gun. There's some original lines too, like this, in where this was tagged onto Ellie asking for a gun.
Can I have a gun?
Absolutely not.
Okay, Jesus, fine. I'll just throw a fucking sandwich at them.
The only thing I will say that is truly different is how Joel responds to Ellie's condition. Like I said at the start of the scene, Joel and Tess were cautious, but as soon as she wakes up, Joel points his gun at her, and when she stands, he stands. It was quite a surprise for me when I saw this. In the game, Joel didn't believe her, and probably knew she might turn at some point, but he never acted like that.
Look. Jesus Christ. Marlene set us up? Why the hell are we smuggling an infected girl?
I'm not infected.
No? Just lying?
I can explain.
You better explain fast.
Look at this.
I don't care how you got infected.
It's 3 weeks old.
No, everyone turns within 2 days, so you stop bullshitting.
It's 3 weeks. I swear. Why would she set you up?
I ain't buying it.
It caught me off guard at first, but then I understood. Joel has more than likely seen many people get infected, so he would know how long it takes and obviously knows how dangerous infected can be. so of course he's going to be a bit twitchy to say the least. So upon re-watching, whilst keeping that in mind, I completely commend this choice that was taken. It empathises more than the game did in this instance at how much Joel distrusted and kept his emotional distance from Ellie. This was a good move. Side point here though, did you notice that Ellie's bite mark has healed? Now we know that from the game people take at least 2 days to turn. I assume this is the same in the show. A bite mark or even a minor cut to the body does not take under 48 hours to heal. So surely Joel or Tess would have noticed that her bite mark was gone, indicating that she has been infected for over 2 days, proving some truth to her story. But I guess it wouldn't be a TV show if they went down that route. What I did notice and appreciate when Joel and Tess are talking while Ellie does her business, Joel mentions his hand. He thinks he might have fractured it after caving in the Fedra soldier's face, reminding us that Joel isn't the complete tank we know from the game. Is he tough? Yes, but the show is reminding us that he is human. Don't get me wrong, the game did an incredible job in bringing the character to life, by obviously being backed by a performance of a lifetime by Troy Baker. I've mentioned it countless times in previous videos, but in gameplay, in mostly melee combat, Joel is a bit overpowered, and it did lead to some minor immersion breaking. The show just brings it home that he does take some damage. I also welcome this choice. I found Tess's optimism over Ellie's immunity came on too early. At this point in the game, she's on par with Joel. It's not until she gets bitten herself that she realises it's true. The show's adaptation was too soon for me, but it doesn't hurt the narrative all that much, as Tess has about half an hour of screen time left at this point. The finale of this scene is brilliant, I don't need to say any more. It comes with a mix of dialogue from Billstown, the city, and some new original lines, in which I wouldn't mind going as far as saying they felt improvised. As they leave the building, this is where the set design truly comes to life, and if you notice, we're experiencing it with Ellie. The camera remains fixed on her throughout this clip. This was done intentionally. Ellie hasn't seen the outside world up close, and nor have the viewers. We're meant to share this experience alongside Ellie. The show uses a great mix of a practical set mixed in with a blue screen for much of the larger backdrops, and it works very well, and it's hard to tell the two apart. Another show by HBO, Boardwalk Empire, used the exact same process on the boardwalk. No doubt other shows and films use it too, but HBO really seem to have it nailed down. When the trio are making their way through the ruins of Boston in the game, it is dark and hammering it down with rain. I think the show purposely decided to shoot this part during the day to show off the set design, and I can totally see why. This makes the QZ look like Poundland grade in comparison. I was totally fine with this change. It doesn't affect the narrative at all. It still gives off that empty vibe like the game did. It's a very quick journey through the city. Helps with the pacing massively. Ellie asks about the bomb craters, and Tess gives the reason why. A slightly different variation to the game, but I felt this worked better. In the game we had no evidence of it right away when Ellie asked, so it felt a bit out of place and random. Also, players of the game are probably wondering why the trio aren't being pursued by Fedra right now, after Joel took out that one soldier. Because if we remember in the game, after we take out the search party, half the QZ forces are sent out to hunt down Joel and Tess. The answer is simple as for why it didn't happen in the show. Obviously there was only one soldier on patrol, and there were no shots fired. An unintentional stealth kill was performed. The only reason they got chased in the game was because of shots being fired. Changes to their journey to get to the Capitol building / State House are made in the show. They end up on an overpass, in which just to add more conversation between the characters and to add some more development, we see Tess and Ellie start to converse in a more positive way, and Tess starts to admire her once Ellie explains how she got infected. I've always noticed how well Ellie and Tess connected in the short time they spent together in the game. When you think about it, their characters aren't too different from one another, and the show definitely doubles down on that. I do however love how Ellie begins to question the infected, and she says she heard stories about infected with split open heads that see in the dark like bats. I love the look Joel and Tess give each other, as if to say, yeah, we won't tell her about that. Let's just hope we don't see any. Coincidentally, right after she says that, we hear a clicker scream in the distance. They didn't have to add that in. We know there will be infected in the city, whether you're familiar with the game or not. This was just a cheap ploy, but it's not the end of the world. See what I did there? Now, one major change to the journey in their show is that they cut through a hotel, and it's eerily similar to the one used in the game. The set design and attention to detail is incredible. I won't ever be able to praise this show's set design highly enough. For those of you who don't know, this sequence should happen all the way out in Pittsburgh, in which is maybe a quarter of the way through the game, so it had me wondering, what is going to happen in that episode when we get there? The hotel in Pittsburgh is quite an important sequence in the game. It's where we have to escape the Hunters HQ, so this did have me wondering what was in store, and it's not like they're going to repeat it and go through another hotel later on, as all the scenes and dialogue from this part in the game is played out here. Within this scene in the hotel lobby, there are a few minor dialogue changes, but it's nothing to write home about. I did notice Ellie might be winning over Joel a little too soon. After the attempt at a jump scare, Joel helps her up, in which seemed too soon, considering minutes ago, or hours ago in the story, he was just pointing a rifle at her. This scene in the lobby is over as soon as it begun. As a player of the game, sometimes the pacing felt too fast for me, because I'm used to spending 5 to 10 minutes in some of these areas. But of course the show can't hang around in one area for too long. The characters have places to be and lines to say. The next scene jumps to the characters reaching the upper levels, with no setbacks from infected or any hunters to speak of. There is a funny moment in which Ellie states the flight of stairs weren't so bad, until Tess says try doing that with our knees. I actually like this moment, and again brought us to the fact that these characters are human. I've mentioned in my videos about the game how Neil Druckmann, as well as the developers and sound engineers, have an incredible attention to detail, just over the characters' movements and the sounds that go with that. Like for example, when Joel lifts a plank or ladder, or he has to crouch walk, he grunts, and sometimes sounds in discomfort, reminding us that this three-dimensional character is actually a middle-aged man living in a collapsed world, trying to sneak round with dodgy knees. I'm glad the producers in the show have still paid attention to that detail, but elaborated on it in dialogue. It's the small things for me. Imagine having to spend 20 years crawling through semi-collapsed buildings while sneaking by clickers and runners. It would have to take its toll. My legs feel like they're 50 after 5 minutes into an airsoft game. I always say to myself I'll never run, but after every game I never learn my lesson. Anyway, enough about middle-aged people's knees. Their pathway is blocked by rubble, so Tess decides to look for a way through. Joel is seemingly distant again as he drags Ellie out of the way, but ironically, with Tess out of the scene, this forces Joel and Ellie to have some small talk. But it's enough for the viewer to see that slowly these characters might end up warming up to one another. And strangely, it was Joel who started the conversation by complimenting Ellie's switchblade. So why is he making the conversation? Right now, Joel doesn't really care what happens to Ellie, as long as they get their payment. By then, he doesn't care about where she will be going after they drop her off and about her past. But he offered her a hand up, in which was a move to me that he was starting to care. But then he just dragged her out of the way. Now he's making conversation. Make your mind up, Joel. I mean, some might see this as him attempting to make a gradual change, but he is holding back, as he is being reminded about Sarah. And this did certainly cross my mind. Even if this may be the case, I'm not a huge fan of this approach. It's misleading. At least for me it was. I preferred the game's version in this instance, in the progression of these two characters' relationship. Anyhow, they go on to small talk, with some of this dialogue being from the game, but being brought up now instead of later on in certain areas, and there are some original lines for the show. Already I can see these two just working. Their chemistry is there. The way they bounce back and forth with Ellie's innocent questions is literally just like watching Ashley and Troy do a scene. I'm so glad Pedro and Bella were able to consult Troy Baker and Ashley Johnson on these characters and how they portrayed them. Troy and Ashley portrayed Joel and Ellie in the game, in case you weren't aware, but I would assume that 99% of you do. Now I'm not saying if Pedro and Bella didn't consult these actors that they wouldn't give a good performance, as after all Neil Druckmann is on board with this show and he knows these characters better than anyone, until he got to part 2. Either way, I think the advice that was given to Pedro and Bella definitely helped. They perfect their already brilliant performances. It's impressive that they got it nailed down this early into the season too. That helps massively for the viewer and die-hard fans of the game. Anyway, I said I'd talk about the main cast performances towards the end. I got carried away again there. Sorry. Moving on. Tess arrives back after clearing a path, just as literally Ellie was going to ask about the Fedra soldier that Joel turned into mush. Good timing, Tess. Now, did I say, more or less, that I'll be picking this show apart? And I've been pretty lenient so far. At least I think I have been. Here is where we get to a change I disliked the most so far, apart from the plane crash. This was the most pointless and ungrounded change to the world of The Last of Us, and that is how the infected behave and how the infection spreads. This is excluding being bitten. So let's dive in. So once Tess clears a path, she looks very unnerved. This is where we get our first look at a horde of infected, in which do exist within the game's universe, so no problem there. First change, they were all lying down. Normally infected, like clickers, runners and bloaters, normally walk around or stay in one spot unless they're alerted to your presence. Seeing them all lying down did have me wince at first, but then I remembered seconds earlier Ellie asked how long infected live for, so I thought that this horde were maybe starving out. There can't be much food left in an abandoned city. No humans, no animals, and I doubt infected can use a can opener. What we have to remember is that although these infected are well infected and behave like zombies, the difference being that they are not actually dead, and that did cause confusion in the game's infancy. But my analogy was all wrong. These infected were behaving like this because it is now a part of how the infection spreads in the show. The cordyceps runs through the ground, like fibre optic cables for example. It can run up to a mile away, according to Tess, and if you step on one of the exposed roots, you could alert a whole horde to your location almost immediately. After Tess's little science lesson, I literally rolled my eyes and immediately predicted how Tess's death was going to be played out, but more on that later. So in the game, the infection is spread through spores that normally sprouts from an infected that eventually dies from natural causes. That then grows and the spores get more dense. This works very closely to how the cordyceps works in the real world. That's how it takes over entire ant colonies. Now you tell me what's more in line with a fungus. Loads of underground roots, or spores in which do get released by multiple types of fungus and fungi all over the world. I just don't understand why Neil and his production team thought this would be a good change. To me it just seems like a cheap attempt to make the infection more shocking and dramatic. It also aids Tess's death, in which I'm starting to think that's all it was for. I mean, aren't spores scary enough? One sniff and you're straight to Clicker Town. That seems scary and haunting enough for me. But let me know what you think. Did you like or dislike this change? Or was you indifferent? Of course, the characters now realise they can't pass a horde of that size, so Joel suggests they cut through the museum. Oh yeah, we all know what's coming up now. And just look at it. If that doesn't look like The Last of Us, then I don't know what will. The set design really is outstanding, and it is a massive strong point in the series so far. Of course, typically, the entire place is laced with roots, but evidently, as Joel shows, if the root is dry, it more than likely means the inhabitants are long since gone. We obviously know different. It's about to be clicker o'clock in there soon. They decide to proceed, thinking the building could possibly be clear. Oh, but just before they go, the torches and guns come out. Ellie has her own torch in the show. She doesn't find it like in the game, but I think Marlene equipping her with one here in the show works better. Now I know Marlene and her fireflies are utterly useless, as I mentioned in my video, Did Joel Deserve Better? But I do think Marlene would have at least had the common sense to give Ellie a torch, and in the show she did, so that was a welcome change for me. Another welcome change is the expansion of Joel's humour and one-liners. Joel does have his moments in the games across part 1 and part 2.
Did everyone have boats back then?
I had a 60-foot yacht.
Really?
No.
Sarcasm. Making progress. Look how thick this one's skull is.
Kinda looks like Tommy.
I'm telling him you said that.
Please don't. Catch it in the right light. Boom. Tommy.
But his humour has definitely been expanded, and I love it, especially this one-liner here, literally moments before entering the museum, in which they might not even make out alive.
I have a spare hand.
Congratulations.
Upon entering, again without repeating myself, the set design is fantastic, and I have to say the museum is the most accurate so far. It was like I was actually there in game. I was smiling ear to ear, and when we got our first look at the clickers, I don't like using this phrase, but I was blown away by the attention to detail. Even the bloody movements were the same. If there was any infected class that they had to get right, it had to be the clickers. They're the most infamous infected class in the whole franchise. And again, I was pleased to see that the effects crew were using all practical effects. It was incredible to see them come to life. I was on the edge of my seat, and it made me realise how scary this infected class is. Because you control the characters in the game, you feel like you obviously have control over the character being able to survive a confrontation with one, by engaging head on or sneaking by. But in the show, you have no control over Joel, and I think this is why the clickers come across as more terrifying in the show. We're watching from a third person perspective. I know we do in the game too, but like I say, we have control there. The show handles the suspense very well, backed up by all 3 of the actors' performances. It's sort of like watching someone play the game on grounded mode. You're next to them gritting your teeth. Within this scene, we saw our only glimpse of Joel and Ellie sneaking. I'm glad we got something. That's a big part of the game. I understand they can't use stealth too much, as it would get samey, and apparently Pedro's knees weren't up to the task to be doing it frequently. And I completely understand. I don't think mine would either. This was enough for yet another nod to the game. Now I'm going to say it. As perfect as this scene was, there was one gripe I had, and that was the proof that Joel and Tess needed to see that Ellie is immune. She got bitten. Again. And conveniently on the same arm. What are the chances? Now inherently, as a viewer, you might think, oh damn, what happens now? Or you'll think this proves she's immune. But for me, as an avid player, this was forced for effect. This didn't have to be done. It could have been done like this in the game.
Following us!
Damn it.
There's a soldier over there.
Hold your position and wait for reinforcements. Copy that.
How the hell are you breathing in this stuff?
I wasn't lying to you.
Did you spot him? No.
We only see Ellie get bitten again in the final scenes of The Last of Us Part 2. Partly, I think this route was chosen because the original reveal to Joel in the game cannot be duplicated in the show due to the infection behaviour changes. This was a bit of a setback in my opinion. I really don't think the viewer or Joel and Tess needed proof that Ellie is immune by showing her become victim to another bite, as we'll soon see the difference in severity between Ellie's 3-week-old wound and Tess's merely hours-old one. Again, all that had to be done was to copy what was done in the game, and in a way, as you'll soon see, making this scene even more pointless. Luckily, whoever's idea that was, more than likely Druckmann's, he redeems himself by giving us that can't deny that view cutscene, but in live action, and is everything I thought it would be. Like we've seen so far, there's a few minor changes, but it's all relevant. What was the most captivating moment out of all these scenes is after Ellie's and Joel's conversation over the view. Noticed how in the show, the watch is in the frame. This wasn't the case until Joel glances at it when Ellie walks off in the game. Pedro nails that glance, and this is now where Joel is seeing the similarities between Sarah and Ellie. This is where he can now begin to open up to Ellie. The show's decision to have the watch subtly appear in the frame reminds the audience of who Joel was, that he is still comprehending the loss, hence why he's been so distant with Ellie, rather than being approachable. So I think it's in the scene to jog viewers' memory, a slight bit of hand-holding. It strengthens Joel's glance at the watch, so viewers can get behind what Joel is thinking. This worked very well. This is how I read the scene anyway, but what do you think? The next scene, just like the game, puts us at the entrance of the State House, or the Capitol building, as players know it. There is no waist-high water here though, and that makes sense, as we already know Ellie can't swim. We established that back in the hotel. It was also left out as it plays into Tess's demise here in the show. On their arrival, it is oddly quiet. Bear in mind this is the final destination, the drop-off. So you would imagine if you was delivering the fate of humankind here, you'd expect to find some guards, right? Well, nothing. Upon entering, we find out why. The whole crew have been slaughtered by infected. But where is the perpetrator? Tess becomes increasingly more hysterical as she sees more evidence of the whole crew being wiped out, with not a single piece of information as to where the lab location is. All Ellie knows is that it is out west. This scene is very reminiscent of what takes place in the game, but it is massively different. The clash between Joel and Tess is watered down quite significantly. Joel has much less aggression and exhaustion in his voice than Troy Baker's performance. Pedro's adaptation is in a stern but caring tone, as here in the show they are love interests, so he's hardly going to full on yell at her like Troy's Joel did. As like I aforementioned, I think in the game they were just business partners. So again, I think the show's rendition works well here for its version of these characters. Tess shows her bite to Joel, and pay attention to it. Look how bad it looks compared to Ellie's after the same amount of time. See what I mean here? There was no need for Ellie to get bitten again to prove this. The original bite from weeks back would have been enough proof. As we know, people turn in at least 2 days, and again, wounds of that scale do not heal that fast. Now instead of Tess demanding Joel finds Tommy to get Ellie to the Fireflies, like in the game, the show decides for Tess to demand that he goes to Bill and Frank's first. But ultimately, Joel goes to Bill for a car anyway in the game. I find this change in dialogue pointless, but it's minor nonetheless. I just wanted to mention it. Now here's the big dramatic change to Tess's demise. One of the Fireflies turns and starts to get up. Joel shoots him, in which alerts the Horde miles back. This is Tess's sacrifice to stop the advance of the infected, rather than the Fedra soldiers in the game. And I have to say, as dramatic as it all might seem, this feels more grounded than the game. There's no way Fedra would travel out all that way beyond the walls to catch or execute Joel and Tess over the deaths of one soldier or a couple like in the game. The city is too dangerous to venture into. They wouldn't want to risk more lives or resources. So to hold back the infected just makes more sense in my opinion, as there is nothing else out there. I have to also say that Ellie's reaction to them leaving her was very well done too. There's not much resistance from Ellie in the game, but the show, she sure makes it known she isn't pleased with Joel. Ellie in the game certainly isn't happy about it due to the situation that is about to unfold. Arguably, the biggest shock in this whole episode is what happens when the infected breach the building. Tess planned to set the place ablaze, but lighter issues, typically. At first, the infected seem to ignore her, showing that she is perhaps in the early signs of turning, or just because she's been bitten, they recognise her as one of their own now, until a stalker spots her, and this is our one and only look at a stalker. We don't see them again throughout the series, in which is a shame. Anyway, it looks right at her and does the unthinkable. Yep, that did just happen. But why did it happen? Or even had to happen? I think the stalker noticed Tess was freshly infected and just wanted to finish the job and finalise the transition. Or he just wanted a smooch. Either way, the producers got the reaction they wanted, for everyone to wince and cringe and look away. I certainly did. While Tess is getting a smooch, she manages to light her lighter and set the building to explode, allowing Joel and Ellie to flee. To be honest, I wasn't expecting the scene to go exactly like that. I thought once Joel and Ellie left, we would have the close-up of a helpless Tess, and I thought it would cut away to Joel and Ellie simply hearing the explosion. So this was a big surprise to me, because Tess's demise isn't physically seen in the game, we just see the aftermath. I have to say it was a very fitting ending. Tess had a brilliant send-off for a well-written character. Just like the game, her short presence in the franchise had a long-lasting effect on the viewer and player. The character was just that well developed. Overall, episode 2 is a very solid run. I had some issues, but I was overall very happy with the approach taken in this episode. I'm hoping that this will continue as we go on. Now before we begin, this episode might as well have been called Billstown, because that's who it mostly focuses on, but it is titled Long Long Time. Also, this episode is pretty much all original for the show. Bill and his town does exist in the game, but it's not how we're used to seeing it. So let's dive into the episode and see what has been changed, and even if said changes were warranted. I won't be comparing to the game as much for this episode, as like I aforementioned, this is 90% original for the show, so I'll be mostly breaking it down, but I'm bound to have the odd comparison. The episode opens with Joel and Ellie continuing their travels, presumably on their way to Billstown. It looks like they're way out of the city by now, but I don't think much time has passed, as Joel's hand wound still looks fairly fresh, and the fact they're only 10 miles out. Also, look how pretty Canada is. I've got to go there one day. I believe all of this show was filmed around Canada. Apparently it's cheaper to film there than the US. I was excited to see that this episode opens on Joel and Ellie travelling to Billstown. In the game, we just magically appear there after Tess's death. I like that we are at last going to see a little bit of travelling before we transition over to Bill. Now notice in this scene, when Joel arrives back to Ellie, that she still isn't wearing the right attire. I was meant to mention it right back to her character's reveal in episode 1. However, it is more prominent here. What Ellie is wearing is almost in line with what she wears in the winter. But look at her bag, it's spot on. Along with Joel's too, in case I didn't mention, even down to the placement of the duct tape. But going back to Ellie for the moment, notice she has Joel's coat over her. I didn't notice it at first. This could show that their relationship is stabilising. Perhaps off camera, Ellie has tried to build some rapport with Joel. But did Joel give it to her, or did Ellie just take it? Going by asking if he wants it back, I would assume he gave it to her. Joel still hasn't said a word yet. Still trying to process Tess's demise, no doubt. And he is still feeling guilty over leaving her, thinking it may be what he could have done instead. My guess would be that he regrets taking on the job in the first place, but he has to do it for her now, as that's what she wanted. Meanwhile, Ellie is trying to make small talk, to clear the air. She mentions she's never been in the woods before, just like the game. But the more I think about this sentence, the more it makes me laugh. Ellie states to Joel and Tess in the game and the show that she has never been outside the QZ's walls, so of course she's never been in the woods. What also dawned on me in this moment is that in the game, we actually soon forget about the impact Tess's death had on Joel, because in the game we leave her in the same way, but there's a lot more gameplay in the middle till we get to the next cutscene, where we see how it has affected Joel. In the game, it clearly has affected him, but he downplays it massively. In the show, it's much more fresh still, and we can see Joel's raw emotions. In the game, these emotions were missed due to segments of gameplay, taking our attention away from the death of someone who was close to Joel. There is somewhat a rendition of this scene here, but it plays out differently. Ellie accuses Joel of taking the whole situation out on her, in which she could be right, and like I just aforementioned, she states that he didn't have to take the job, but there is no mention on Ellie attempting to comfort Joel over Tess's death, like in the game. The scene is okay and done well, but I much preferred the game's original scene. Joel cut her off right away and suggests that they keep their histories to themselves. In the show's rendition, he's like, yeah, you're right. I'm getting a sense that the writers, as well as Mr. Druckmann, are going for a softer Joel in the show, but I'm setting aside any judgment on that for now. We get a few montage clips of their 5-hour hike to Bill's town. Again, it is great that the producers went to the effort to fill in the blanks and at least show a glimpse of the journey to Bill's town. It makes sense in a game to fast travel there, as no gamer has an attention span for more than 5 seconds these days, and no one seems to enjoy slower paced walking segments. I happen to like it, but then again, I am a person writing a multiple hour long critique here. Anyway, of course in a show they can't just magically teleport to Bill's town like they do in the game. They have to show some travelling. To see more of Joel and Ellie is always a plus in my books. On their travels, Ellie asks Joel some more personal questions, specifically about the scar on his forehead. Now I'm always asking you viewers to remember certain moments in my critiques, and I'm going to ask you that you please try and remember this going forward, as it relates to what I just aforementioned about the show's and Pedro's portrayal of Joel. Surprisingly, Joel gives a short and sweet answer to Ellie's question. Someone shot at him, but they missed. He shot back, and he missed. Given the way he brushed it off, it had me thinking there must have been more to it than that, so remember this as we move forward. Ellie tries to ask for a firearm, again, for the 3rd time now. Further down the road, they come across an old petrol station. Joel says he has to grab some stuff. Naturally, Ellie is inquisitive, and Joel says,
Hang back a minute, I gotta grab some stuff I stashed.
Stashed? Why do you have stuff stashed here?
You asked a lot of goddamn questions.
Yes, I do.
These are the classic conversations we expect from these characters, and even small moments like this, they are perfectly executed. The smallest moments that they get right just makes me smile. Inside the shop now, Ellie asks if he will answer her. She knew he was a smuggler and clearly has hidden supplies for the road, and it is clearly that. But before Joel can finish, Ellie is distracted by an arcade machine. Normally this scene happens inside Bill's town, but it is fine including it here. Only downside, Joel doesn't comment on it. He's more interested in supplies. And on that note, this is the first time we see the scavenging for supplies as such. Joel has no stashes in the game, but you could find them within the world left by other survivors from years gone by. Ellie takes a look around the back of the shop and finds a hatch that leads down to a cellar. Now we know Ellie is certainly an inquisitive character, but what Ellie does here is completely out of character when compared to her game's counterpart. Ellie always, well, for the most part, followed Joel's instructions and stayed close. There's no way Ellie would have done this in the game, as she knows fully well what happened the last time she went exploring. Some could argue that because she knows she's immune, she can take risks, But like Tess warned her, she's not immune to being ripped apart. Turns out she was looking for some feminine hygiene products, so I get why she wouldn't exactly want to inform Joel as to what she was looking for. She then gets the reminder of why she shouldn't be exploring places like this. She hears an infected, and naturally it startles her. But again, before she even went down there, she should have been thinking there could be a threat down there. I mean, yes, just earlier on, Joel said there isn't a lot of infected out this way, but they're still out there. You would always have to be careful in this world. It's only one very crushed stalker, but there still could have been more down there. Again, also, look at those practical effects. They're so good. Ellie finally puts her switchblade to use here, and takes out her first infected that we see, on screen anyway. Ellie makes it back up to the shop floor, and it actually doesn't hide what she found, so never mind. Joel decides to stash his rifle and go back to his trusty revolver, as the rifle is out of ammo. Again, Ellie announces her displeasure for the 4th time about not getting a firearm of her own. I'm glad Joel got rid of the rifle, for progression continuity. In the game, we don't actually obtain a rifle till the last chapters of the game. I know a show doesn't progress like a game in terms of difficulty, but it's nice to see the show try to follow when Joel obtains certain weapons in certain locations throughout the narrative. Joel and Ellie now head back out onto the road. Whilst out on their travels, they spot a crashed airliner up on a hill. As far as I know, I don't think we've ever seen a crashed commercial airplane before, and this triggers a conversation between Joel and Ellie about it.
You flying one of those?
A few times, sure.
So lucky.
Didn't feel like it at the time. Get shoved into a middle seat, pay $12 for a sandwich.
Dude, you got to go up in the sky.
Yeah, well, so did they.
Grim.
Now first of all, I'm outstanding that Ellie knows what a plane is, but then again she was raised in the QZ. She does have some education about the past world and the current one. The only conversation in the game we had about flying is when Ellie tells Joel she had a dream that she was on a plane.
I dreamt about flying the other night.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Go on, tell me about it.
So, I'm on this big plane full of people, and everyone is screaming and yelling because the plane's going down. So I walk to the cockpit, open the door, but there's no pilot. I try to use the controls, but I obviously have no clue how to fly a plane. And right before we crash, I wake up. I've never been on a plane. Isn't that weird?
Well, you know, dreams are weird.
Well, I'm going to say it. I love the game's version, but I like the show's version equally here. Joel tells it like it is when it comes to flying, again coming across as very blunt and cynical, in line with his character at this point. Joel doesn't put a damper on Ellie's dream, as at the point in the game, she is pretty much his surrogate daughter. As they continue their journey, Ellie is asking more and more questions, this time about how really did the world collapse all at once. Joel actually entertains Ellie's questions and begins to give her some answers, and he is also telling the viewer. Remember back in the flashback in Indonesia when I said there was no explanation as to how this contaminated flour ended up in the US? Well, Joel answers that question for us. Why it couldn't have been mentioned in the flashback is way beyond me. It was a strange choice, but nonetheless we move on. It's not a huge deal breaker. Just thought it would have been better to explain how the infection would sweep across the world back in the flashback segment. Surely it makes sense. Ellie thanks him for the answer, because this is the first time she's had a concise answer from him, and Joel says, sure. An abbreviated term for you're welcome. They're very slowly starting to chisel away at each other's barriers, and the bond that will no doubt develop with each day they spend together. Perfect proof of that is after that conversation. He attempts to stop Ellie from walking further up the road, as there is some stuff up there he'd rather her not see. Just like the game, he is taking on that fatherly instinct, and trying to protect her from the horrors of this world, and there is many instances of this in the game.
Oh, man.
Yeah, come on, you don't need to be looking at that.
I've seen worse.
All right, then.
Even though he can't actually stop her, it still shows by him at least trying to stop and warning her that he is slowly trying to care for her. He is reluctantly opening up. He realises that he can't be shut off all of the time. Ellie comes across what Joel was trying to shield her from, a mass grave. He goes on to explain what happened, very similar to what happened to the abandoned QZs they come across in the game.
About a week after Outbreak Day, soldiers went through the countryside, evacuated the small towns. Told you were going to a QZ, and you were. If there was room. If there wasn't,
These people weren't sick.
no, probably not.
I killed them. Why not just leave them be?
Dead people can't be infected.
It was a shame that we didn't get this line from Joel.
So they killed him?
And dead people don't get infected. You sacrifice the few to save the many.
It's kind of shitty.
Yeah.
It could have been the cherry on top. The show really excelled in this clip, showing the true dark reality of Outbreak Day. In the game we only see the one body, which in itself is bad, but to show a mass grave like this should definitely hit home to the viewer than just one set of remains. And just to drive it home some more, we are transitioned to a flashback again, all original for the show. This was brilliant in my opinion, as it shows the fate of the town's residents. Then it also flips and shows how it became Bill's town. We all knew Bill was the prepper type in the opening minutes of his chapter in the game. In the show, we see him hiding down in his cellar, watching the whole town get evacuated. Not only that, but this is the start of Bill's journey in this episode. Would you look at that? The mandatory evacuation notice board. It's been ripped straight out of the game. Again, I just love the attention to detail. As for Bill's town in the show, it's not completely accurate to the game, but I would imagine that it would have been a tough job. So the producers go with a smaller town, with a much more brighter looking architecture. However, they still keep true to the makeshift wall and Bill's infamous traps, as well as his stash of toys in the cellar. So it's a win-win for me personally. As for the character of Bill, portrayed by Nick Offerman, he looks absolutely spot on. This was a good casting choice. Even down to the gas mask and shotgun, you could see this was Bill. No machete, but I can live with that. This show again has the time to show how Bill set the town up. So that's what they do. They set up a montage of just that. Also, look at his truck. That looks familiar, doesn't it? It is a great montage seeing how Bill got to work on this as soon as the other residents left. All what we're seeing so far is just like the Bill we know. However, as we'll go on, we'll see that Nick's portrayal of Bill is a much softer, caring one. But I won't get into that just yet. After the montage, he goes to sit down and enjoy his efforts of some homegrown food, until his security system alerts him of a runner approaching his perimeter. Just typical. Right as he sits down. Let's hope his food doesn't get cold. Oh wait, he doesn't even have to move. We get our first taste of one of his traps. At last it provides some entertainment, as he spends the rest of his days in this town alone. Now 4 years later, in 2007, it looks like Bill was adjusted well for this life. After all, he was ready for it. Again, his security system alerts him to one of his traps, a hidden hole in the ground. Where have I seen that before? Anyway, Bill goes out to investigate. He hasn't caught any infected, but instead just one man. Bill rightfully so looks around in case he isn't alone. and asks the man some questions before letting him out. This is more than likely Bill's first encounter with a human in 4 years. Bill decides to let him out and let him carry on his way to Boston. The man is trying to reason with Bill that he hasn't eaten in 2 days. After so much resentment by Bill, he allows the man in, who is quite clearly Frank.
Who the hell's Frank?
Frank is portrayed by Murray Bartlett. So this episode will explore Bill's and Frank's relationship and will hopefully see what happened to him, as he and Bill weren't clearly on good terms in the game, and of course we accidentally come across Frank's body when trying to escape from infected. That's right, technically Frank isn't in the game at all, only as a deceased character. It will be interesting to see what the writers do with Frank here. Once Bill lets Frank into the premises, Bill is quite clearly not sure how to take guests. Of course, he more than likely hasn't seen anybody for 4 years, and he might not have even mixed with many people before the collapse. Frank is outstanded by how well Bill is living, and I doubt Frank even has it this good in the QZ, especially if the Boston one is anything to go by. And when Bill cracks open the wine, that's it. Frank is here to stay. However, he says that he will be going, and Bill agrees. But before Frank leaves, he wants to try out Bill's antique piano. Turns out he can play. Well, at least better than I can anyway. This small moment of the pair by the piano sparks their relationship, so I guess Frank really is here to stay. Now 3 years later in 2010, the town is really starting to take shape. Bill and Frank now seem to be over the honeymoon phase, as this time jump starts with the pair arguing. We see some similarities to Bill from the game here, and I love it. Notice how the town is starting to look more weathered now. I think this is what Frank was arguing with Bill about. Frank wants to tidy the place up, and Bill would rather leave it. Also, notice how Frank is wearing a shirt that looks extremely close to the shirt that Joel wears throughout summer in the game. Yeah, just remember that shirt going forward. Frank does have a point in this scene. It's a good idea to at least get the place back up to how it used to be, as they never know, they might have friends over at some point. Clearly Frank would like to get some sort of normality back, and reminisce over the old world, but Bill couldn't give two monkeys. Obviously their only friends, I would imagine, would be Joel and Tess, as Bill did know them in the game, but they didn't know Frank. But in the show, Joel and Tess do know him, because as it turns out, Frank had been talking to Tess via radio. Bill is displeased about that fact, but the next clip shows Tess and Joel round for dinner. It did make me chuckle. Also, notice how the grass has been cut now, showing Frank got his own way. He's a very optimistic character, and I'm already liking him. It did make me wonder, in this version of Bill's town, why Joel and Tess didn't live there instead of the QZ. They could have had their own place within the town, away from Bill and Frank, and lived independently. This was obviously their first meeting, and Bill is cautious, just as Joel would be, and Joel totally gets it. And Tess likes it there too, and they must have visited the town more than once. So why didn't they stay? It's much better than the QZ. Obviously this is just a trade deal and nothing more, but I still would have stayed there. Bill again from the game came out here, and is well done by Offerman. Bill was always untrusting of outsiders. Even in the game, after establishing an alliance with Joel, he was still very wary. I don't think he liked Joel's comment about his fence either. Joel reckons it will soon fail. I'm glad this scene exists. How Joel and Tess ended up meeting the pair, or the very least Bill, as it was subject to speculation in the game. Turns out this deal might be off the table. As Joel and Tess leave, Bill still assures Joel that they will be fine and are self-sufficient, and that's all we know from their deal, and the scene ends there. Now 3 years later, in 2013, the year the game released, and also the original year for the outbreak in the game, the town is looking really worse for wear now, with the makeshift walls coming to fruition. Joel's comments about Bill's original fence was right. The galvanised steel must have given way, forcing Bill and Frank to build walls out of anything by the looks of it, proving Joel was right, but Bill always knows best in his own eyes. What I have noticed with Bill on the show, that he is more mentally stable than in the game. There's no chatting with himself, and he is seemingly polite to Joel, but in the game he says it like it is. But going back to the town for the moment, not is all as bad as it might seem. Frank shows Bill a new strawberry patch he's planted by trading one of Bill's firearms for seeds with Joel and Tess. So they are still trading. Again, I still don't get why Joel and Tess didn't pitch up there. The town might have stayed in good condition if they were there contributing too. Another observation, and I could be wrong here, I'm not a musical composer, Gustavo Santaolalla returns here with his iconic music to this show, and if you listen carefully, you can definitely hear it. Now I could have sworn I saw somewhere about some original music coming to this series, but all I've heard so far is some of the soundtrack from the first game, or technically referred to now as Part 1. This scene here, where Bill and Frank try the strawberries, a track plays from Part 2, and I am utterly convinced of it, but I could be wrong. I know a soundtrack is a soundtrack, however, I feel Part 1's original score and soundtrack should be played throughout this season, as it is based on Part 1, then Part 2's soundtrack with the second season, as Part 2's soundtrack has a completely different ethos to Part 1's soundtrack. It just doesn't feel like it belongs here to me, and don't get me wrong, I still love Part 2's soundtrack. It is a masterpiece, but it just doesn't belong in this season. Moving on, Joel's piece of advice to Bill comes true again. Overnight, a group of hunters or bandits attempt to breach Bill's fences. His defences work for a period, but they eventually get in. The commotion wakes Bill and Frank. They soon realise that they are in danger. Bill does what he can to defend Frank and their land, but Bill succumbs to a gunshot wound, and Frank insists on dragging him inside. Apart from Robert and his men, and Marlene, this is the first large human threat we've seen on the show. I knew we'd have to see some hunters or bandits at some point. I thought they would keep them out of the show to at least Pittsburgh, as Bill's town is normally surrounded by infected. If anything, he mostly used clickers as a form of defence. I wish we saw some of this here in this episode, but I don't think we're going to. In the house now, Frank is trying to treat Bill's wound. Bill is obviously concerned that he won't make it, and goes on to tell Frank how to carry on without him, and also asks him to contact Joel to help him, finally showing that Bill eventually learned to trust Joel, and I would assume Tess too. Otherwise there's no way he would have said for Joel to look after his partner. We're sort of left on a cliffhanger as to whether Bill survives or not. The scene just closes, but the next scene opens 10 years later, present day in the narrative, as the two characters have aged quite significantly. Yes, Bill survived, but it would appear that Frank's health is deteriorating, now being bound to a wheelchair, and bear in mind Bill is actually older. Looks like Frank has taken up or retaken up painting, but he is now struggling due to his illness, in which Bill, Frank, and the viewer is guessing is terminal. A side note again, the effects and makeup department did a fantastic job making these two actors look aged. I still don't know how they managed to achieve these looks. We continue to see Frank struggle with his illness. He can't even get into bed anymore. It was quite sad to see these characters age seemingly so quickly, but then in a way, they were lucky enough to grow old in the first place, and I don't think they've taken that for granted. The next day, the time has come. Frank knows it's his last day. He can feel it. He has decided it. Frank and Bill share one last heart-to-heart. He also lays out his plans for how it will happen, and it is very well written and performed by both actors. A cinematic montage of clips show around Bill's town, compensated with some new original music, then showing Bill and Frank marrying. Then they both settle down for one last dinner, coming back full circle to where it all started, at the dining table. Bill then puts tablets into the wine, as requested. In a turn of events, Bill drinks his glass too, and Frank works out that Bill actually tainted the bottle. Bill states in a roundabout way that he's already old and is happy with what he has achieved, and there'll be no point in carrying on without Frank. Bill carries Frank to the bedroom, and shortly after, they both pass away. I have to say this was incredibly brave for the writers to take this approach, but I think they pulled it off this time. The setup work was actually done this time, unlike The Last of Us Part 2. But we won't get into that here. It actually made sense here for Bill to go along with Frank. He would have nothing to live for without Frank. Clearly he was lonely before he arrived, and what would be the point in carrying on after all those years together? What if another bandit attack happens, and Bill is brutally murdered? And who's to say in the game, after he found out about Frank's demise, after Joel and Ellie leaves, who's to say he didn't take his own life then? Obviously we'll never know, but I honestly have to say his character arc closed out well in my opinion, in terms of its original form, and not from comparing it to the source material from the game. An unspecified amount of time later, Joel and Ellie arrive, and given the fact that the plants have wilted, it looks like they were a few months too late. They remain cautious, as they don't know what they are going to find, but I tell you what Ellie does find, a note from Bill. Also notice the dust on the table, great attention to detail again, and Joel straight away knew they'd be dead. And again, the good old Bill we know comes to fruition again, and he states that he liked and disliked Joel at the same time. Bill leaves all his equipment to Joel, as well as the iconic truck. At least they didn't have to find a battery for it.
So we take that battery and we put it in another car.
Bingo! I wanted to get it, but it seemed too dangerous with all the infected on that part of town. But fuck it. Joel needs a car.
Oh wait, he does. Love it. At least there was a small hint to the game there. Joel returns to the house and asks to see Ellie's arm, which we can see has healed from the second bite, confirming to Joel for the second time that this is real. And with Tess's plan of getting them here to Billstown is now a dud, the show now ties into the game's original trek from back to Tess's death. They are going to travel to Wyoming to find Tommy, as he was a Firefly and will certainly know where the lab is. We also get the proper rendition of Ellie going to mention about Tess again. Remember, this actually happens right back after her death in the game, but the show decided to do two renditions. One at the start of the episode, where Joel was more closed off, then again here to show that he is slowly starting to warm up to Ellie.
Listen, about Tess.
If I'm taking you with me, there's some rules you gotta follow. Rule 1, you don't bring up Tess, ever. Matter of fact, we can just keep our histories to ourselves. Rule 2, you don't tell anyone about your condition. They see that bite mark, they won't think it through, they'll just shoot you. Rule 3, you do what I say when I say it. We clear?
Yes.
Repeat it.
What you say goes.
Okay.
Hey, look, about Tess. I don't even know what
Here's how this thing's gonna play out. You don't bring up Tess. Ever. Matter of fact, we just keep our histories to ourselves. Secondly, don't tell anybody about your condition. They think you're crazy, they'll try to kill you. And lastly, you do what I say when I say it. We clear?
Sure.
Repeat it.
What you say goes.
Good.
And it's perfect, just like the game. In fact, I knew it was coming, and recited it word for word. Yeah, I've played this game too many times. I'm still finding it weird seeing these scenes come to life. The inner nerd in me squealed with excitement. Joel and Ellie now start to scavenge what they can from Billstown, like he offered. Ellie again mentions about having a firearm. I think the show is overdoing it now. That has to be the 5th time now. I think she may have mentioned it twice in the game.
Yeah.
Let me use that. I'm a pretty good shot with that thing.
How about we just leave this kind of stuff to me?
Well, we could both be armed. Cover each other.
I don't think so.
Let's gear up.
What? I need a gun.
No, you don't.
Joel, I can handle myself.
No. Just stay here.
Fine. Just wait around for you two to get me killed.
Oh, shit. Come here, keep your head down. All right, now, I'm gonna jump down there and I'm gonna clear us a path.
What about me?
You stay here.
This is so stupid. We'd have more of a fucking chance if you let me help.
I am. You seem to know your way around a gun. You reckon you can handle that?
Joel obviously says no again, as he wants to protect her himself. I've mentioned this in multiple Last of Us videos. He also wants to shield her from having to pull the trigger herself. This has to be Joel's reasonings. Again, I have gone in depth about this in the past. The radio distress code is mentioned again, arcing back to episode 1. This explains the 80s hits book that Ellie found. Then, Ellie starts collecting toilet roll like it's 2020. Then we see something that we should have seen back in episode 1. We get a glimpse of Ellie's iconic shirt. Then she notices the hot water and says she's going to have a shower, and suggests that Joel should consider having one after. Ellie actually makes Joel smile for the first time, and it's in the best way.
They have hot water. I'm taking a shower. And then you're showering. Seriously.
And finally, there it is, the iconic shirt. Well, the outfit from the game is now complete. Unfortunately, this reveal is killed by the fact that Ellie finds a pistol, just like the one that Joel eventually gives to her in the game. I was not a fan of this approach. I think this was a mistake. I feel when Joel gives Ellie a gun, it shows that she is ready, and Joel knows she can handle herself, and Joel realises he won't always be around to protect her. It's not a trust thing with Joel at all, like I aforementioned. It's really down to Joel wanting to protect her. It was also because she saved his life, and look how that affected her.
I shot the hell out of that guy, huh?
Yeah, you sure did.
I feel sick.
And you just hang back like I told you to.
Well, you're glad I didn't, right?
I'm glad I didn't get my head blown off by a goddamn kid.
You know what? No. How about, hey, Ellie, I know it wasn't easy, but it was either him or me. Thanks for saving my ass. You got anything like that for me, Joel?
We gotta get going.
Lead the way.
In the end though, he realised that 2 guns is better than 1, but I wish the producers took the approach of the game. I'll show the clip to give some context.
Oh, shit. Come here, keep your head down. All right, now, I'm gonna jump down there and I'm gonna clear us a path.
What about me?
You stay here.
This is so stupid. We'd have more of a fucking chance if you let me help.
I am. You seem to know your way around a gun. You reckon you can handle that?
Well, I sort of shot a rifle before, but it was at rats.
Rats?
With BBs.
Well, it's the same basic concept. Lift it up. All right, now, you're going to lean right into that stock, as it is going to kick a hell of a lot more than any BB rifle.
Okay.
Go and pull the bolt back. Grab it right there. Just tug it. Here you go. And as soon as you fire, you're gonna want to get another round in there quick. Listen to me. If I get into trouble down there, you make every shot count. Yeah?
I got this.
All right. And just so we're clear about back there, it was either him or me.
You're welcome.
All right, come on down.
How'd I do?
How about something a little more your size? It's for emergencies only.
Okay.
Now the safety's on. Do you know how to switch it off?
I do.
Okay, you gotta respect it. This is not.
Joel, I'll be careful.
Okay.
Bear in mind throughout the game, Ellie asks for a gun a few times, and see, when she has to use it, she regrets doing it, but she did save Joel's life. Joel thinks back to what Ellie did, and realises that the time is right. It's just much more fitting than what the show does, and even in the next episode, you'll see what a lousy replacement is chosen for this scene. I think that this change was done in the show, because to the audience, it looks like Joel is controlling her, and given what Neil Druckmann's agenda is these days, he wanted Ellie and the show to be stronger and go above Joel's wishes, to prove that she is a strong, independent character. The thing is, Ellie already is. This didn't need to happen like this. Ellie wouldn't think like this anyway. All she wants to do is genuinely help and fight alongside Joel. Anyway, rant over. At least we finally get to see Joel in his correct costume. See, I told you Frank's shirt was like Joel's. To a TV audience, these change of clothes mean nothing. To us gamers, we were probably cheering that they were finally in the right attire. I don't understand why it took this long. Maybe wearing the same clothes for 3 episodes would be a bit too much. So they came up with the full costumes to start with. Joel and Ellie jump in the truck and start their journey to Wyoming. But before they do, seatbelt. Little touches like this I appreciate being put in, because some of us know they will need seatbelts for later. In the game, Ellie somehow knows what they are. So again, I'm glad the show actually remembered the fact that she might not even know what a seatbelt is. Thank goodness they didn't have to do the truck push in Billstown, like the game. I don't think this version of Ellie knows how to pop a clutch. With the seatbelts on and the tape cassette in, they make their way to Jackson. And you're not telling me that view from the bedroom window is a nod to the game's main menu? I love it. Overall, I have to say I was very impressed with this episode. While I got the impression Billstown was going to be vastly different, I got nervous. But I really liked seeing the rise of the town and seeing Bill's life with Frank. Even though writing Bill off was controversial, I do think it was appropriate for this version of Bill. Without Frank, he is nothing, and to be honest, the game shows a result of that too. I love seeing more of Joel and Ellie's travelling to Billstown and seeing their bonds slowly strengthen. There were plenty of nods to the game in this episode, and again I'm all for that. This episode also had the strongest cinematography so far too. There were some really good shots in this episode, and no doubt it will continue to be strong throughout the rest of the season. My only gripe is Ellie getting a gun under her own merit. As you'll see in the next episode, this infects an important story beat in the game. And with that, let's dive into episode 4. At least this episode is under an hour. Hooray for me! I've spent literally 6 hours writing for episode 3 alone. Episode 4, titled Please Hold My Hand, opens with Ellie trying out her new pistol, basically teaching herself how to use it. If the producers went the same way as the game, Joel might have been able to teach her, or at least a crash course, but we'll have to wait and see. It would appear the pair have stopped off to refuel, and not from the pumps of the petrol station, but rather the abandoned cars. Joel had to siphon fuel from them. A fun fact, Bill actually gives Joel some pipe in the game, right before they depart.
Here.
What's this?
You'd be amazed at how many cars still got gas in them.
Appreciate it.
Ellie, as usual, asks how a siphon works. Joel tries to give an explanation, just as Ellie cuts him off and says that he has no idea how it works. This is reminiscent of when they reached the power plant in the game. It is yet another subtle nod.
Whoa, what's that?
Right there's a hydroelectric power plant.
A hydro who?
It uses the river's movement and turns it into electricity.
How does it do that?
Look, I know what it is. I don't know how it does it.
Alright. How are we getting across?
Then, finally out of nowhere, I knew what was coming. The pun book finally makes an appearance. Whenever there were quiet moments in the game, Ellie would bring out the book, and there was even an achievement for hearing all the jokes. I've still never managed to achieve it. And Pedro's Joel, on first encounter, just like Troy Baker's Joel, refuses to entertain the puns. It's across multiple encounters that Joel ends up embracing it. I'm so glad this small irrelevant detail was included. As they get on the road again, we're treated with another iconic cutscene that really gives Ellie's character a chance to shine. The more I saw of Bella's portrayal of Ellie in these scenes, the more I was outstanded at how close they were to Ashley's performance. What I'm going to do is actually play the show's original version, then the game's original scene, to show how close it really is.
Must have been some truck.
Yeah, they used to stick big-ass plows on them and clear the roads for their tanks and such.
I want to see a tank.
You will. Tanks, choppers, all that stuff. Built to fight the wrong enemy. Just scattered around now.
I got something. Here, this make you all nostalgic?
This is actually before my time.
Right.
It's a winner, though.
Got something else. It's light on the reading, but it has some interesting pictures.
Oh, no. Put that back. That's not for kids.
How do you even walk around with that thing?
Please get rid of it.
Hold your horses. I want to see what all the fuss is about. Why are all these pages stuck together? I'm just fucking with you. Bye-bye, dude!
Oh, man.
Hey, what happened to sleeping?
Okay, I know it doesn't look like it, but this here is not a bad read. Only one problem. Right there. To be continued. I hate cliffhangers.
Where did you get that?
Back at Bill's. I mean, all this stuff was just lying there.
What else did you get?
Well, here. This make you all nostalgic?
You know, that is actually before my time. That is a winner, though. Oh, man.
Well, better than nothing. Oh, I'm sure your friend will be missing this tonight.
Mm-hmm.
It's light on the reading, but it's got some interesting photos.
Now, Ellie, that ain't for kids.
Whoa! How the hell would he even walk around with that thing?
Get rid of that.
Well, hold your horses. I want to see what all the fuss is about. Oh, why are these all stuck together? I'm just fucking with you. Bye-bye, dude.
This has to be the most accurate scene yet, and it's just an instant classic. As they carry on with their journey, we see more of post-apocalyptic America, again with some tremendous set pieces. I wish we saw more of this in the game, as in the game, we time jump straight to the outskirts of the city of Pittsburgh. The show decides to actually show the pair travelling, and this was purely to build more character development, and to continue to develop Joel and Ellie's relationship. Instead of travelling right to Pittsburgh non-stop, Joel decides they should park up for the night and camp out in the seclusion of the woods. I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but I really am enjoying these extra moments with Joel and Ellie, because their characters are so accurate so far, it really feels like an extension of the game's universe. I cannot commend these scenes enough. The show has also expanded on the aspects of survival too. We never really saw Joel and Ellie camp out much, or eat any food. By showing these aspects of survival, it really brings to the forefront of what a dangerous journey this is, and the responsibility on Joel's shoulders. Having to protect this girl that reminds him of Sarah, and is also the key to humanity's survival. Think again, this is partly why he didn't want to give her a firearm, as he wants another chance to save his daughter, only in the form of a surrogate one. After dinner, they settle down for the night, noting Joel has his trusty hunting rifle, in which was way overpowered in the original game from 2013. It seems to be fixed in the 2022 remake. Anyway, as they lie down, Ellie brings out the pun book for the second time, in which this time Joel feels comfortable enough to join in. See, I said these original scenes were for character development. The next morning, they set out on the road again. Joel has some coffee in this show's rendition, and I'm pleased for him. Joel always liked his coffee.
Oh, I really miss coffee.
He has to wait all the way to the end of part 2 to get some in the game. Ellie announces her displeasure of the aroma. It's weird for me, I like the smell of coffee, but I can't stand the taste, and I have no idea why that is. As they're on the road, we learn of important information that players of the game had been begging to find out since the game released. How did Joel end up in Boston? And how did he end up separated from Tommy? I know for certain this scene would have had players cheer at the TV. I said to myself, finally, now we know. Players had been begging Naughty Dog to give us a DLC of the 20 years between Outbreak Day and the start of the summer chapter, exploring what Tommy and Joel got up to. We only hear glimpses of what they had to do in between that time. The extra information that the show provides does certainly help fill the void. I appreciated that it was finally expanded upon. We also get the answer of as to why Joel needs to reach him in the show. Joel seems to reckon since Tommy left the Fireflies, he is out in Wyoming surviving alone. Players will know this is far from the truth, but perhaps the producers of the show have other things in mind? Joel also still insists that Ellie is cargo, and he is only doing this for Tess. And that is what we forget in the game, as it isn't really mentioned at this point in the game. But the reality is that Joel knows he is opening up to her, and deep down he can't stand that, because if he lost Ellie, he'd have to go down that dark period again when he lost Sarah, so he keeps trying to remind himself that she is just cargo. We're now at the point where the pair encounter the roadblock. There are a few slight changes here. In the game, they knowingly head into Pittsburgh, as there was no other choice. In the show, for one, they're nowhere near Pittsburgh. The show decided to change to Kansas City instead. But this time, Joel and Ellie didn't want to end up there, and the wrong turning leads them into the city. I think this was a smart change. Looking back at this now, Joel in the game would have never driven into a city. It was certainly out of character. He would have found another way, even if it meant using more fuel. Pedro's Joel had every intention on avoiding the city, as he knows fully well what can be waiting for them there. Now of course, Joel could have turned around, but I guess it would have been a waste of fuel, but it would mean avoiding danger. Talking of a waste, we get the show's rendition of the Hunter ambush scene. Instead of a bus hitting them, in which feels more appropriate here, Joel also orders Ellie to hide, unlike the game. Ellie doesn't even get a chance to. What was a waste in this scene is when Joel is pinned by a single hunter. They didn't have Ellie finish the job after saving Joel. She could have taken him out, like in the hotel in the game. This is a very important scene in the game, for both the character of Joel and Ellie. This show is trying to empathise that no one is evil in this world, but instead just human. You come across many instances like this in the game that gravitates the severity of your actions, and it works very well. I just don't think this is the right scene to show this for me. What was done right in this scene is that Ellie keeps quiet throughout all this. It's not until she hears Joel finishing the job that she sees the true dangers of other people in this world, and it really is you or them. Bella played this scene very well. They didn't have to say a word for the viewers to understand what Ellie is feeling. As soon as Joel catches up to Ellie, she puts her guard up and pretends that nothing happened. In the game, she openly shared her emotions with Joel, but I think both versions work fine here. Joel isn't stupid, and he'll know that this affected her. I was also pissed off that Joel lost his bag and rifle too. That's the first thing I noticed. I thought, is he ever going to retrieve it? I doubt any viewers even noticed it, but players will, as the bag is an essential part of the gameplay, and seeing Joel without his bag is like Ellie without her switchblade. It just doesn't happen, but whatever, I'm just splitting hairs. Again. Of course, now Joel and Ellie must try to escape the city alive, whilst being surrounded by well-equipped hunters. The next scene goes on to actually expand on this group, and attempts to make them feel more grounded, and in a way relatable, but I'm using that word loosely. In the game, all we knew them as was hunters, who, like the name suggests, hunts anyone and loots them of their belongings, then executing them. The show decides to put names of the faces, like Naughty Dog attempted with The Last of Us Part 2. In order to make enemy factions feel more real. Did it work? No, not really. But in a show? To a point, yes it does. The group, in which according to Wikipedia are called a revolutionary group. Bit of a bland name, but never mind. Their leader, Kathleen, portrayed by Melanie Linsky, is an all-original character. She is interrogating people she's holding in detention over the death of her brother, in who Henry killed. Yes, we're given a completely original version as to why the hunters were pursuing Henry and Sam, and I'm all for it. This will probably be more interesting than the hunters just tracking them because they were outsiders in the game. Kathleen interrogates the only doctor they have, and almost kills him, if it wasn't for the truck horn outside distracting her. Her group brings back the body of the boy that Joel killed. In self-defense, by the way. Okay, he was surrendering, but he did attack first. We also get a look at Kathleen's right-hand man, named Perry, portrayed by Jeffrey Pierce. And another fun fact for you TV viewers, Jeffrey portrayed Tommy in the games, across Part 1 and Part 2. He's even using the same accent as he does for Tommy. I think this was done on purpose, to get fans to wonder where they've heard that voice before. I definitely think the accent that Jeffrey uses for Tommy isn't his natural accent, so this has to be done for effect. The group tried to work out as to who did this, and Kathleen naively asks if a doctor can save him. Really? Was that just written into the script? That's not a good way to show off a new character to an audience. Okay, never mind. She asked this because it gave her an excuse to kill the doctor. But what if she gets more wounded returning in this hunt for Sam and Henry, as well as now Joel and Ellie? Now, hear me out on this one. I've seen this episode only twice, and I'm really drawing similarities to the Governor from The Walking Dead in Kathleen. Her character seems to share the same ideologies as him. Now I know you're probably thinking, really? But think about it. The Governor lost someone close to him, his daughter, and threw all his resources at finding Michonne and Rick's group, and he didn't stop till he lost everything, and he kept a level head in the early stages, and with a facade that he was nice and caring, and sometimes even charismatic. And what are we seeing here? Kathleen is giving false hope to the doctor that she will spare his life, then kills him. Then she sends out all her resources to look for one person that killed someone close to her. They are closer in personalities than you might think. Did HBO, Craig Mazin, or even Neil Druckmann look at David Morrissey's portrayal of the Governor as an influence? Maybe. We'll never know for sure, but the resemblance is definitely there. Maybe it's coincidence, or maybe I'm completely wrong, and it's just my opinion. Let me know down in the comments as to how you interpreted this character thus far. We cut back to Joel and Ellie lying low in a building, trying to work out if the search party is for them. This gives Joel and Ellie time to talk about what happened in their previous scene. This is another big change, and goes back to what I mentioned about Pedro's portrayal of Joel being a slightly softer portrayal. In the game, Joel scolds Ellie for shooting the hunter because he knew it would affect her, and the fact that he wanted to do all the protecting, not the latter. But the show decides Joel must take the diplomatic and sympathetic approach. I don't think this is a bad thing, as later on in the game, Joel changes his mind anyway. Maybe they just wanted Joel to be more understanding of her situation and age, rather than have him go off on a tangent. Like I say, it's not a bad rendition. If anything, it just says what he is thinking in the game. He actually apologises that she had to do it. He'd been trying to shield her for so long, and in the end, she found out for herself. This allows Ellie to let out her emotions to Joel for the first time. This scene is still hard hitting, especially with Gustavo's score playing in the background. I think this is why the change was made. It was much more solid than the game's approach. I'll show Joel's gratitude and his form of apology in the game.
I got this.
All right. And just so we're clear about back there, it was either him or me.
You're welcome.
See? In contrast, the show's approach works well in a TV setting. However, I'm still glad that we got to see the crash course training. This tells Ellie that Joel is okay with her having a gun, as long as she's sensible and knows how to handle it. This is a massive turning point in their relationship. Turning back to Kathleen now, Perry reckons he has found something. He has found evidence that Sam and Henry may well still be in the city somewhere. To me, it's not much to go on. They may well have left days ago, or at the very least the day before. Kathleen reckons they have to be close. But again, how could she be sure? This could have been, like I say, at least 24 hours ago. They could be right outside the city by now. I'm going to say it, this is some weak writing. Not saying I'm a wonderful writer, because I know I'm not, but Kathleen could have at least looked at the cans and assumed how long they could have been gone by the condition of the leftovers inside. If it still looked fresh and not mouldy, this would have given her a clue that they are still close. But no, she just blindly assumes that they are still in the city. Perry takes Kathleen further down into the building, where we get our first teaser of the most powerful and infamous infected in the whole franchise, even more so than the clicker, a bloater, in which technically we should have seen in Billstown, but never mind. At least this guarantees us that we will be seeing one at some point, and I couldn't wait. I did have an idea as to where the showrunners might use it, but we'll find out later. Back to Joel and Ellie, they are still finding their way out of the city. They're taking their time about it. It's now dark. They make their way up a building to get a better view of the city, to see what direction would be better for them to head in. On their way up to the staircase, it triggers Ellie to ask, how did Joel know about the ambush? A very important scene from the game, and it is executed perfectly.
Hey, you know that guy who said he was hurt? How did you know it was an ambush?
I've been on both sides. It was a long time ago. We did what we needed to survive.
You and Tess?
And the people we were with. My brother, too.
Did you kill innocent people?
Come on.
How did you know?
Know what?
About the ambush.
I've been on both sides.
Oh. So, you kill a lot of innocent people? I'll take that as a yes.
Take it however you want.
Joel and Ellie decided to set up shop on the 32nd floor, out of the 45. Joel and Ellie have a small moment here, where she helps him up after the hike, similar to when he helped her up after the jump scare at the hotel back in episode 2. We also find out Joel's age too, 56, in which roughly lines up with the game. Not that it matters, we all know he's middle-aged. Notice how in the next scene, Joel leaves out glass shards, so they will hear footsteps. It really shows how experienced he is after living in this world for so long. Of course, Ellie is clueless as to what he is doing. She also questions if he will hear it, in which is a valid question. 20 years of gunshots must take its toll on the hearing. Not to compare to The Walking Dead too much again, but some fans theorised that over time, characters were losing their hearing due to all the gunshots, as walkers were sneaking up on them more easily. It's a valid theory, but that's just a theory. Oh, sorry, not my channel. I could never hold a candle to film theory. It's a great channel. Anyway, back to what we're here for, The Last of Us. As they settle down for the night, Joel asks Ellie a question for the first time. He goes on to ask what happened the first time she had to use a gun. Ellie doesn't want to talk about it, in which Joel respects, and they move on. And then we get the answer I just randomly guessed. Ellie has noticed that Joel doesn't hear well from his right side, indicating that it is from years of shooting. So I guess Pedro's Joel is playing on grounded mode, because his listen mode will be useless. Also, for the first time since they started this journey, the pair actually have a laugh together, with Joel actually smiling and laughing, again cementing their growing bond to the viewer. It always seems to happen in the quietest of moments, in which we're the best in the game, to be fair. It's great to see. Although Joel and Ellie become surrogate father-daughter by the end of the game, we never truly see them have a laugh together. I'm glad the show decided to actually put in original scenes of these quiet moments of the characters having some downtime from the travelling. It is certainly giving more context to their growing bond. Unfortunately for Joel and Ellie, the scene is disturbed by the arrival of Sam and Henry, holding them at gunpoint. Obviously for the characters and viewers, this could be a problem, but for us gamers, we have nothing to worry about, as we know this is a good thing. Ellie was also right. Joel never heard the class. It was a great way to end the episode. The pacing was the best yet in this episode. The show is very good in its pacing overall so far, but this episode had so much packed into it in 45 minutes. It felt like 20. It was also a great introduction to the other threat in this world, humans, and we get to experience Joel and Ellie growing closer and gaining that trust, in which is certainly hard to come by in this world. This episode proves that alone. I can't wait to see what episode 5 has in store, so let's get to it. Episode 5 opens with a recent flashback, showing how Sam and Henry, as well as the Doctor, ended up being hunted by Kathleen's group. We also watch Kathleen's group overthrowing Fedra's Kansas City QZ. It's quite a nasty opener, showing her group massacring soldiers. How this episode was rated 15 I do not know. Maybe the lack of gore scores it that rating, but it's pretty brutal stuff. It would look like the Fedra soldiers here lost control. I did wonder why so many QZs failed. Some may look at Fedra doing a good thing by still taking care of the QZ in terms of defence, even after 20 years after the collapse, like I aforementioned. But maybe the QZ Fedra soldiers here maybe tried to be dictatorial, in which triggered an uprising. Maybe we will find out one day. I know Joel briefly mentioned in the game, in Pittsburgh, that sometimes Fedra would withhold food or distribute it unevenly, in which caused uprisings. But surely not every zone is like that. Boston's QZ is a right mess, but it seems to be coping well. It would have been fending better if it were not for Firefly attacks, in which Fedra fend off by the way, in which it's protecting its residents. Would have been nice if these uprisings were fleshed out a little bit more, to see if they're actually justified or not. Meanwhile all this is going on, Sam and Henry are trying to make their escape. The casting director couldn't have found a more accurate Sam and Henry. Sam is portrayed by Kevin Montreal Woodward, and Henry by Lamar Johnson. The audience, as well as players of the game, see our first major character change in this show. Sam is hearing impaired. Of course this is not a problem. It is Neil Druckmann trying to find ways to be more inclusive to a broader audience. However, I did worry as to how this will affect his relationship with Ellie. Sam's short time in the game really impacted Ellie. They became good friends. So with this change, I wondered how the same level of communication and relationship would be achieved. Only one way to find out. Let's carry on breaking down the episode. In the next scene, Kathleen shows more traits of the governor and almost executes a load of her own people who were informants for Fedra. But then she goes full on end of season 3 governor and goes back on her word and orders Perry and his men to wipe the whole lot out. Then she is throwing more resources into finding just 2 people. Is it all worth it? She is also incredibly patronising too, knowing that no one will try to cross her. I understand she probably has plenty of firepower and ammo stockpiled now after taking down Fedra, but surely with her knowing fully well there is a bloater living more or less right under her HQ, you think she'd want to deal with that first. But no, she's on the path of vengeance, which I do understand. Her brother was killed. But why did Henry do it? Was it in self-defence? I can imagine it more than likely was. Back to Sam and Henry now. We follow them through the city where they take refuge with the Doctor. This explains why he was detained. We're also shown how Sam communicates to people who cannot perform sign language. He has a board with tape on it, in which he has to write on and erase by lifting it up, in which allows him to reuse it over and over. Quite clever to be fair. It's better than relying on dried out old felt tip pens and a whiteboard. I'm glad we're seeing more of Sam and Henry here. Their short time in the game was so impactful, I wish they were around longer. I'm all for seeing more of them in the show, and maybe they might survive in the show, but we'll find out later. After 10 days of lying low, we're up to present day. Sam and Henry notice, even after nearly 2 weeks of lying low, Kathleen is still on their tail, but this is largely due to Joel killing that boy at the start of episode 4. They also witness the ambush of Joel and Ellie. We finally loop back up with Joel and Ellie, being held at gunpoint. It's certainly a different approach from the games. We've been so used to Joel and Ellie bumping into them. It is Sam and Henry who have the upper hand this time. There are no fisticuffs here though. Both parties know they are not a part of Kathleen's group. The tense scene is drawn on for a little too long though. Just like the game though, Joel does not reveal his name. Ellie does that for him. Even though in the next scene, tensions have eased, both parties remain seated apart, and Joel still remains cautious, just as he was in the game, although Ellie forces Joel to say his name in the end. After eating, Joel would rather both parties go their separate ways. Henry states the fact that they have no idea how to get out of the city. If they stick together, he will show them. I guess it's a deal not to be snuffed at, given they are heavily outnumbered. The next morning, Henry actually answers my questions from the beginning of the episode. It would appear the Fedra soldiers at the QZ got what was coming to them. They had been beating and mistreating residents for the past 2 decades. Eventually the residents had had enough. Henry was also an informant for Fedra, another reason why he has to flee from Kathleen's group, because if we remember, the last lot of informants were executed. Joel isn't happy about working with a quote, rat, as he calls him, but I doubt Henry had a choice to become an informant, as well as Joel had no choice but to work with Henry to get out of the city. Henry also reveals that both his and Sam's firearms were unloaded, and he has never taken a human life before. I'm assuming this was to try to reassure Joel a little more. The camera then pans to Sam and Ellie laughing together. They are already getting on, despite the changes to the character in the show. This scene is reminiscent of when the group planned their escape from Pittsburgh, except in the game they were very close to the main gate. Here in the show, they are quite a way away. There is no mention of where Sam and Henry are going after they leave here though. I wish that was kept in from the game, as it caused some almost immediate friction from Henry here, and I would have liked to see that transpired on screen, but it doesn't really matter either way. Their plan to escape is a mix of the bridge out of the city and using the maintenance tunnels, in which actually get used after leaving the city in the game, but it's fine. I get that things just have to be changed and trimmed down to save time. Another big change is with the tunnels, but we know different. There's a bloater down there somewhere. I was looking forward to the horde in the tunnels too. Never mind. I understand the budget won't stretch to having dozens of infected on screen at once. After some minor reluctancy, the journey out of the city begins, starting with the tunnels, and like I've been saying time and time again, the set design is on point. I know what you're thinking, a tunnel is a tunnel, but it's pieces like this. Let's compare that to the game. See, it's spot on. In fact, when they enter, it's more detailed than the game. The living quarters were divided up in the game. The show's approach to have it all in one room makes more sense. You wouldn't want people split up across a tunnel system like that. This is probably the reason as to how it fell in the game in the first place. There's also an Easter egg to the game here too. We see a drawing from Ish. Throughout this area in the game, you can find multiple notes from Ish as to how the settlement was established and as to how it fell. I'll be honest, in all the years I've been playing this game, and over 25 playthroughs, I haven't looked through them all. I will have to find them all on my next playthrough. Another Easter egg is Sam finds one of the Savage Starlight comics, which Ellie is a frequent reader of. Again, in the game, throughout the world, you can find these comics for Ellie, in which if you find them all, leads to an achievement. Again, rather embarrassingly, I've never found them all yet. I've never been a person who looks for collectibles in a game. For me, The Last of Us is all about the narrative and world design. This again brings Sam and Ellie closer, as they now have something in common. Ellie then says the iconic slogan,
"To the edge of the universe and back, endure and survive."
To the edge of the universe and back. Endure and survive.
Excuse me?
Savage Starlight. That comic I've been reading? It's what the hero says after a big battle.
Endure and survive.
Yeah.
Okay.
The next scene shows the group staying there till dark. This scene again does a great job of bringing in more elements from the game. Ellie and Sam play football, or more like penalty shootout. This allows Joel and Henry to have a chat. Joel is very chatty in the show, but I guess he has to be, like I've said. When you have gameplay segments, you don't need dialogue. Joel actually apologises to Henry for calling him a rat, and upon reflection he realises he most likely did it in order to protect Sam. Joel actually empathises with Henry. He thinks it's all a bit much that Kathleen is sending out her entire group over it. Obviously Joel doesn't know the whole story, so Henry spills the beans. He did indeed lie over not taking a human life before. It was in order for Joel to accompany them on the escape out of the city. Turns out Henry had to take out Kathleen's brother on behalf of Fedra, as he was the leader of the rebellion group at the time. In exchange for medication for Sam's illness, he was doing what he had to do in order to look after his brother, the same as what Joel had to do over the years, to protect Tommy. I love how these two characters have really been allowed to expand in the show. It will make what is to come even more impactful, similar to what had to be done with Sarah back in episode 1. After Henry's confession, Joel says nothing, but 100% understands that he did what he had to do. It's a good piece of acting by Pedro, and very similar to how Joel of the games would have reacted. Back to Kathleen now. Her group is still on the hunt, as she chills in some dilapidated child's bedroom. Perhaps it was hers? Bit weird, I must say. Perry comes into the scene and gives Kathleen the bad news. They found nothing yet. It also turns out this was the room she grew up in, as she reminisces about the past with her brother. I don't want to come across as ignorant, as I try to give every character my full attention, even original to the show characters. But I'm going to have to say it. Kathleen is a very boring character. I just can't get interested in her at all. I liked her similarities to the governor at first, but I just find her too patronising and boring. However, I'm not denying Melanie Linsky's acting ability. There isn't a single weak actor in this show. As Kathleen's character began to get emotional, it makes us step back and realise at the end of the day, she did lose her brother, in a movement that sounded like a positive one for the future of the QZ. So she can't understand why he was taken out by Henry. So of course she was going to be out for vengeance. But all the while she lets herself down by getting a dozen of ex-informants executed, and their own doctor, in which he helped begin her life in this world. So when you weigh up what she's done, it can be hard to sympathise for her. The performance makes the viewers split down the middle on how they feel about Kathleen. Back to Joel and co now. They've just made it out of the tunnels. Yes, that whole escape segment was cut out. I was gutted that we won't be seeing the tunnel escape scene from the game. But when we see what's in store towards the end of the episode, that absolutely crushes the original scene from the game. Out on the streets now, they're walking through a suburban area, just like the game, except now it is dark, and with any modern media these days, good luck watching this scene in daylight. Can't see a thing. Even as I'm writing this segment, referring back to the scenes, I really can't see anything on my TV. Yes, it is turned on before you ask. I wish cinematography crews, as well as editing crews, would understand dark scenes are almost impossible to view on reflective displays in daylight. Not everyone wants to view media at the cinema or in a completely dark room. Rant aside, as they're walking, Ellie asks once they're across what Sam and Henry's plan is. Henry says they don't know yet. Ellie says they should come to Wyoming, in which, as you can see, Joel doesn't approve of. At least for now. Ellie reckons she will be able to change his mind. As she is explaining to Henry, they are spotted by a sniper, in which again is in line with the game. But is this sniper a part of Kathleen's group? Or a new faction entirely, as they are technically out of the city by now? In a panic, Henry tries to make a run for it, in which just looked comical to me. Joel follows his video game counterpart and manoeuvres round out of the sniper's field of view to the back of the house in order to flush him out. I definitely get why this scene was chosen to take place in the dark now. It obviously makes it much easier for Joel to avoid the sniper obviously, but it's also a more realistic approach for Joel to be able to successfully dodge the bullets. Joel is met with no resistance on his way to the house either. He does in the game to a certain point, so why is there only this solo sniper? Just a lone survivor perhaps? Maybe he has nothing to do with Kathleen's group. When Joel reaches the sniper's nest, it is not quite the confrontation we remember from the game. In fact, it starts off very calm, and this is only because the shooter is an elderly man, so for some reason Joel is reluctant to use force. Until, despite Joel trying to disarm him diplomatically, the man goes to raise his gun, in which we're met with an audible gunshot. in which we hear from Ellie's perspective, assuming she's thinking the worst. Joel picks up the rifle, then hears radio chatter. It's Kathleen, asking the man who Joel shot if Sam and Henry are there. Joel naturally takes up position, and we get a rendition of a very intense scene in the game, where Joel snipes hunters and takes out their truck that have been harassing them throughout the city. He then tries to hold off an incoming horde of infected. The show takes all of that from the game and cranks it up to 11, and probably blows half the season's budget in this scene. All out carnage ensues. If you wanted a scene to be epic and over-dramatised, it had to be this one. I love the tension as Kathleen's group rolls in. In the nick of time, after Joel clears the rifle jam, he saves Ellie's life. She was moments away from getting run over, in true Last of Us fashion in staying faithful. Once the truck ploughs into the house, it lets out a horde of infected that have spent years underground. They will make an appearance, just not yet. They act as a form of plot armour. Also, to Henry's credit, notice how he risks himself by running out and saving Ellie. This was a similar trait in the game, when he saves Ellie as well as Joel from the water in the game, after jumping from the bridge. As Kathleen's group close in on Henry, Sam and Ellie on foot, Kathleen goes off on a tangent on how they all have to die. Yes, even the kids. Kathleen was at her darkest here, showing nothing will faze her until she has dealt with Henry. She coaxes Henry out in order to allow Sam and Ellie to escape. For some reason they don't run away like Henry asked. And right on cue, as Kathleen draws her firearm from her holster, the infected show up to save the day. Coincidental? Yes. Do I care? No. Because this set piece is simply jaw-dropping. Every Last of Us fan is wetting themselves when they saw this, because they knew it was bloater time, and what a reveal it was. I kid you not, I got utter goosebumps. I never thought I'd see a bloater come to life, and it was worth the supposed 250k spent on the practical, yes, practical costume. The bloater was performed by 7-foot-tall bodybuilder Adam Basil, and what a great job he did. That was some serious boots to fill. Everything in the performance was perfect. The movements were just like the game. His rendition actually looked more scary and intense than the game. I think because of the lack of Molotovs and Bill's nail bombs in the show, makes the bloater more difficult to deal with, and certainly Molotovs are an easy win against bloaters, and bullets require more work. Ask how Perry knows. It made a beeline for Perry after all the bullets he fired. Perry sacrificed himself for Kathleen, and ended up getting a video game death, as you can see. Nice homage paid to the game there. I loved Jeffrey Pierce's cameo. I knew he wouldn't last long, but I loved his time on the show, even though he may have been classed as a villain. What I meant to say, before I got carried away by the reveal of the bloater, was when the infected showed up, of varying types, looks like mostly clickers and runners, it allowed Sam, Henry and Ellie to start to make an escape. Joel manages to provide cover fire, but notice how he's only covering fire for Ellie. Yeah, is he starting to care about her now? Or has it gone a stage further? He is trying to protect the one person in this world he now cares about. Ellie manages to find cover in a car. Then, something truly freaky happens, and which is a first for the entire Last of Us franchise. An infected child makes his way into the car, whilst doing some acrobat stuff. I don't know the correct term, perhaps gymnastics? The clicker child was performed by a contortionist. Unfortunately I cannot find her name, but that would explain the flexibility, and being a contortionist, I was really unnerved by his performance. We've never seen an infected child before in the Last of Us franchise, and she's clearly been like it for a long time, and she's become a clicker. So how come she hasn't aged with the infection stages? You know what? I'm not even going to dive into that. Now before people go to say, technically Sam was an infected child back in the game, but he was just turning at the time we found out, so to me it doesn't really count, as he wasn't fully turned. Ellie manages to get out of the car in the nick of time to avoid the clicker, but is out of the frying pan into the fire. There are still loads of infected around, including the bloater. Ellie notices Sam and Henry are trapped under a car, with 2 clickers trying to get to them. She looks at Joel as if to say, shoot them? But instead he continues to defend Ellie, in which backs up my point just now. He could also be clearing a path so Ellie can get to them, but I'm still sticking with my observation. Ellie manages to save Sam and Henry, and they all go to leave the area, with Joel also leaving his position. Unfortunately, Kathleen stops them in their tracks, but not for long. The clicker child pounces on her, and that allows the whole group to get away. Kathleen got what's coming to her. She wasted all her resources and got so fixated on one person that she lost everyone, and eventually her own life also. Neil Druckmann wanted a violent death through a character that made violent decisions. Where have we seen that before?
Don't come any closer. I mean it. No!
Fucking animal!
Carrie, shut the hell up!
Clear out.
You stupid old man. You don't get to rush this.
But overall, what a scene. People moaned about the lack of infected in recent episodes. Well, you got your fill here, folks, and that's why they held the infected back for this episode. I feel this season was, although on a big budget, I think it ultimately was a tight budget also. Being a first season, TV production companies like to play it safe, but they definitely didn't hold back on this scene. After all that carnage, our group finally gets some downtime in an old hotel. Or is this a motel? I don't understand the difference if I'm honest. We don't have many motels in the UK. I only know of one. Joel is looking visibly knackered as he and Henry have a chat, while Sam and Ellie have already forgotten about the past event, in the other room giggling away. Henry goes on to ask Joel if he thinks Sam at the very least will be okay after that ordeal. Joel just answers, it's easier when you're a kid. But as we know, or TV viewers are about to find out, none of this will matter soon. Joel goes on to formally invite Henry to join them to Wyoming, in which Henry accepts. He then tells Sam that he should sleep, but as soon as the door shuts, he and Ellie continue to read the comic. Sam stops Ellie and asks if she ever gets scared. This scene also happens in the game, and even though there is a verbal communication barrier between the two characters, the scene is just as impactful as the game's original scene. I feel sorry for Sam here. It is clear he is infected, and he wants some sort of comfort from Ellie to say that she is scared of ending up infected too, but obviously because she is immune, it is less of a concern for her. Ellie instead reveals she is afraid of ending up alone, hence why she has gotten closer to Joel. He is all that she has in this world. She goes on to ask Sam what he is afraid of, and of course he is scared about becoming one of, quote, them, and if the person is still trapped inside. This has actually brought up questions in the community as to whether this could be the case with infected. Because technically they are still alive when they are infected, subconsciously the person could still be locked inside, but they have no control over what they are doing. Hence why the runners moan and scream a lot. This could be in response to their helplessness. This is what most players have surmised, but we will never actually know until it's confirmed by Neil Druckmann, in which at the time of writing it still hasn't. The silence between Ellie and Sam as they pass the drawing board over to each other really backs up the scene's atmosphere. In a turn of events, Sam decides to show Ellie his bite wound, in which was a major departure from the game. Sam kept it quiet from everyone. It is clear Sam perhaps trusts Ellie more in the show. Of course, Ellie is shocked that her friend has been bitten. It seems whoever Ellie is around or gets close to seems to get infected. Ellie, in a desperate attempt, tries to save Sam by mixing her blood into his wound. Cordyceps may well get into the bloodstream, but it grows all over the brain, and whatever change has happened to Ellie, it will be going on in her head. not her bloodstream, so I knew this wouldn't work, but it might be enough to convince a TV audience. If it did, please let me know. Players of the game only know it grows all over the brain, due to playing the game multiple times, and by also looking at clickers, obviously. In a heartbreaking final moment, Sam asks if Ellie can stay awake with him, and of course she complies. But when the next scene transitions into morning, oh look, it was a motel, not a radio tower like in the game. Ellie fell asleep, leaving Sam to start to turn alone. If Ellie were to stay awake, maybe she could have prevented it from happening, saving Sam having to face his worst fear, becoming trapped in an uncontrollable body. Sam has his back to Ellie, and for a moment she thinks her plan worked. And course, no, it didn't. Once Sam sees Ellie, he lunges out, pushing Ellie into where Joel and Henry were sleeping, giving them quite the wake-up call. What plays out here is one for one like the game, and is just as hard-hitting. In order to save Ellie, Henry takes out his own brother. Then tragically, himself. An incredible piece of acting from all involved. When you compare this to the game's version, Henry holds back Joel, because even though Henry doesn't want to do it, he knows deep down that it should be him to do it. He has no malice towards Joel, and of course shock has a lot to do with it. The show goes one step further, and shows Joel and Ellie burying the brothers. The game only explores Joel and Ellie talking about it, as Ellie was meant to leave the robot toy on Sam's grave.
That's too small of a grave.
I forgot to leave that stupid robot on his grave. What should I do with it?
Ellie.
What? I want to talk about it.
No.
Why not?
How many times do we need to go over this? Things happen, and we move on.
It's just...
That's enough.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Let's get to Tommy's.
In the game, Sam wanted to keep a toy robot he found, but Henry said no, and stipulated that they only carry the essentials in their rucksacks. A little fact too, Ellie keeps the robot right up to part 2, in which takes place 4 years after part 1's narrative. But there is no robot here in the show. As to why it was left out is unknown, but Sam's writing board became more of a poignant item, so that was left on his grave instead. Joel ends up commandeering Henry's backpack, in which looks like the same one Joel uses in part 2. I swear all of their attire has been handed down at this point. In order for Ellie to cope, as soon as Joel finishes the graves, she asks which way is west, and continues walking on. I think she is also worried that her condition might not be able to help people after all, as her blood didn't save Sam. Clearly showing it has affected her, Joel respects that and gives her space. I'm sure Joel is just as shocked, but Joel has lived in this world much longer and almost just gets used to it. Ellie has been shielded from this world by living in the QZ all her life. Joel has tried to protect her from this, but there's only so much he can do. As he reflects, the camera has a close-up shot of Joel's face, with a shallow depth of field, as we see Ellie walking away. This lets us see the two characters' versions of how they're dealing with the aftermath of this tragic event. And with that, Joel grabs his things and continues on the journey to Wyoming, in which the pair never speak of Sam and Henry ever again, and the episode closes. Such a tragic ending to such a brilliant episode, it again reminding the viewer of what an unforgiving world The Last of Us is. Anyone can die at the drop of a hat. With that being said though, this was another brilliant episode, with great pacing yet again. On a second viewing, I really enjoyed this one. It's right up there for me. Looking towards episode 6, we will hopefully see Joel and Ellie reach Jackson, Wyoming. It would appear episode 6, titled Kin, combines fall and the start of winter from the game in one. Oh, is this how fall, or as we say in England, autumn, looks in Wyoming? Anyway, more to the point, It would appear Joel and Ellie are nearly there, although it's taken them nearly 3 months to get there after the passing of Sam and Henry. This episode opens in a very unique way, entirely original for the show. The episode opens with a man returning home from hunting. As he enters his house, he looks at, and who I assume is his wife, as if to say, "What's wrong?" Then Joel casually enters the scene, holding the man at gunpoint, in which the man asks who he is, in which Joel replies with just someone passing through. He makes the man disarm. The man asks why his wife didn't shoot him. She responds honestly by saying she pretty much couldn't be bothered to reach the gun, and the fact that Joel didn't even harm her. He's even more irritated at the fact she also made him soup. Joel states he just needs to find his brother. There's some funny one-liners between the characters. It's the smoothest and calmest hold-up situation I've ever seen. The couple aren't threatened by Joel and Ellie at all. In fact, I think they like them, and in a way understand why they're cautious. Clearly these two are very isolated. They've been living this way even since before the outbreak, by the sounds of it. I mean, just look when Ellie mentions about the fireflies. It cracks me up. I already love these new characters. The man keeps stipulating about the dangers ahead if they keep heading west, so much that he recommends that they continue east, a subtle hint that they head back to where they came. They are both very honest to the fact if they cross a river, Tommy is more than likely dead if he resides on the other side. There is a group that takes out the living as well as the infected. They say if Tommy is out that way, he is more than likely gone. This seems to unsettle Joel, rightfully so. Ellie is none the wiser, as usual. As they leave, Ellie nicks a rabbit from the couple. Typical Ellie, I love it. Joel asks her to put it back, in which she completely ignores him, as she is more surprised as to how the couple had no idea who the fireflies are. Then, in a first for the series and the character, we see Joel start to have a panic attack. Again, this is an attempt to make his character more human, more relatable. Does it work? Yes. It's nice to actually see him show his vulnerabilities. There were small essences of this in the game, with him having bad dreams and struggling to sleep, clearly showing that Outbreak Day, and of course losing Sarah, has had a detrimental effect on him, hence why he is still wearing his watch. Ellie is seemingly clueless as to what's happening, and is more worried about having to continue the journey alone if Joel dies. Joel just shrugs it off to the cold air, so Ellie marches forward, as if nothing happened. As they continue, we get some more lovely rural shots of Canada, whilst being backed up by Gustavo's musical score. I'm also taking notes of the characters' costumes here. Joel is accurate, except he doesn't wear any gloves, and Ellie's costume is way off. Ellie doesn't wear a single hat throughout the game, nor a black coat. She wears a green one throughout winter. Does it matter? Of course not. I'm just pointing it out. As they're overlooking the river, Joel decides they should camp overnight, then cross in the morning. Ellie agrees and can't wait to eat, and states she should have stolen 2 rabbits. Joel says they can get their own, in which Ellie replies, "Are you going to show me then?" In which is a valid question, to be fair. As they're camping, we're shown something that we often overlook in these post-apocalyptic shows, and that is the decay of footwear. Joel has to put duct tape over his shoes, and then, because of no light pollution, they can see the northern lights, something else we often forget about. This scene is probably so far the closest Joel and Ellie have ever been, and have some really interesting conversations and questions, and to be honest, they should have been brought up in the game. Before they start, Joel even gives Ellie some of his liquor. This is also the first time we've seen Joel consume alcohol in the entire franchise. I was surprised that Ellie actually wanted some, and went all the way and tried it. Ellie asks what they are going to do if the Fireflies are capable of developing a cure. Joel responds with, "We?" as if to say, like you think I'm going to hang around with you after. Ellie says fine. What are you going to do? Joel would like to have some land and a ranch. He would like to be able to raise sheep there. An interesting choice. You think he'd say horses or something, but no, sheep. Now gamers are probably thinking, that's odd. In The Last of Us Part 2, Ellie and Dina end up at a farmhouse where they raise sheep. So this tells me that this conversation has to be canon in the games, even though it didn't happen. This whole scene is for the show, but for Ellie and Dina to live a life just like the way Joel describes here, the conversation must have taken place, and Ellie decides to live this way in his honour, or at the very least she was heavily influenced by the idea and decided to go ahead and do it. Either way, I did find this interesting. Joel flips the question, and finally after 6 episodes she confesses her love for space travel, or at the very least space travel to the moon. One day Ellie would like to be an astronaut. This was always referenced heavily between the two games. Then Ellie asks a serious question. She is unsure if the cure will actually work, as she confesses to Joel that she knew Sam was infected and tried to save him with her blood, but again her blood would have had nothing to do with the cure. It's more the cordyceps that is on her brain, but it was worth a try in order to save him. Notice how when Ellie are talking back and forth in this conversation, he is now glancing down to where his watch is. Ellie is yet again reminding him of Sarah. Ellie is slowly but surely helping him cope with the loss by spending this time with Ellie. He goes on to try to reassure Ellie that it's probably more complicated than just using her blood, in which it will be, and he actually compliments Marlene in a way. I nearly passed out and asked if he was feeling okay. He says she is many things, but she is no fool. If she says they can do it, they can do it. Oh Joel, little do you know, mate. The conversation then draws to a close, as Joel takes both watches overnight and tries to keep Ellie in good spirits, and tells her to dream about sheep ranches on the moon. He is now trying to openly engage with her, and these new original scenes with this new dialogue of the pair engaging is so nice to see. I think this was definitely a wise move on the producer's part. It is now morning, and Joel fell asleep, so Ellie took it upon herself to take watch. Joel goes to scold Ellie over not waking him up. He wants to do the night watching so he can protect Ellie. Again, this goes back to this being a personal mission for Joel. This is his own redemption for not being able to protect Sarah 20 years ago, because for the first time since this journey began, he says he is responsible for her. Ellie is no longer cargo to Joel now, but someone he deems close. He's in a way trying to avenge Sarah as well as himself, if that makes sense. Once Ellie says she did everything as he told her, he backs down and praises her instead. I mean, she did listen to him and followed his instructions, and she does know how to use a firearm now. She's not silly, she's past the stage of taking chances, but Joel does insist she wakes him up next time. They continue on their journey and reach the so-called River of Death. I didn't understand why Joel fired that shot either. To see if there was infected on the other side? Who knows? They cautiously cross the bridge into the unknown, although to be fair, most of this journey has been into the unknown anyway, so crossing a river shouldn't faze them. And it doesn't, because moments later we get the show's take on Ellie trying to learn how to whistle, and it's everything you would expect from the game. A small moment to chuckle at. Ellie just being, well, Ellie. Mischievous.
I'm learning how to whistle.
You don't know how to whistle?
Does it sound like I know how to whistle?
No.
Seriously though, how the fuck do you do that?
Talent.
Whatever.
Are you all right?
I'm trying to learn how to whistle.
You don't know how to whistle.
Well, does it sound like I know how to whistle?
Bella is nailing this role, but like I said, I will go through the main cast performances at the end. Then immediately we get this scene from the game 2, which happens right before accidentally meeting Tommy. I'm just still not used to seeing these scenes along with its dialogue coming to life. Now as for how they meet Tommy, is a little bit different to the game and is more subtle to the conditions, if I'm honest. Literally the minute Ellie mentions to Joel if this is the River of Death, at least 7 people on horseback approach them. No, it's not the Magnificent Seven before you say. Now of course, we know these folks are from Jackson. They always go out on horseback, and I'm assuming that the couple back in the house at the start of the episode were referring to Tommy's group, The people they were killing were probably bandits, as that was a big issue Tommy was facing in and around the power plant. So they get surrounded at gunpoint, in which I can understand. They don't know who they are, but you can clearly see they aren't bad people and that they are from a larger group or community, as they're all dressed too well. They're more worried about them being infected, and they bring out a new method of detecting infection, a sniffer dog. Of course, the tension is now raised to 11. Ellie, of course, is technically infected, so let's see how this goes. It's Joel's turn first, and obviously he passes. Of course then, it is Ellie's turn. As the dog is cautiously approaching Ellie, of course this is done for effect. You can see by Joel's face, he's trying to come up with ways on how to quickly get out of this situation, but he knows he has completely no control over this situation. But turns out it is quite the opposite. The dog is quite fond of Ellie. Joel gives a look of like, what the just happened? Does this confirm that Ellie is not only infected but a carrier? Who knows, because she tested positive on Fedra's test devices. You know what, I can't even get into it. We might just find out at some point. It's not all that important, this was purely just to build tension in the scene. The minute Joel says he is looking for his brother, one of the women in the group approaches him and asks for his name, in which Joel complies. He only does this as he knows he is close to Jackson. He must have been trying to work out where they were from while they were being held. In the next scene, they're all heading back to our first look at Jackson. It looks much bigger than it does in the games. The exterior walls are looking very accurate though. As the gates open, we get our first look inside, and it looks exactly like the Jackson we see in part 2. We only saw the outside of Jackson in part 1. It's funny though, on a side note here, Marlene and the Fireflies are so desperate to return the world to what it was, hence why they're always picking fights with Fedra in order to flush them out. And look how far they've got. Their numbers are dwindling. The only shot they have is to get this cure out of Ellie. That's why Marlene was so desperate to get her across the country to get it done. Meanwhile, you got Tommy, who started off in the early days of the outbreak doing unspeakable things to survive, to then joining the Fireflies, then leaving and building this place. Yes, he may well not have done it single-handedly, but we know from the game that he and his wife run things here. He is doing what the Fireflies could never achieve. It just makes me laugh. He's certainly come out on top. Joel and Ellie are also in awe too. Joel hasn't seen anything like this in 20 years, but Ellie is a bit more used to it. But it's a damn sight better than the QZ. Also, who gave them horses to get back on? Because I didn't see any spare horses when Joel and Ellie were detained. We also never find out how Ellie learned to ride. We did in the game.
Can I?
Yeah, of course. He likes when you pet his ears. You ever ride one?
I actually have.
When have you ridden a horse?
Winston, this soldier back in the zone, he gave me lessons.
You know, if you want, we can take him riding later.
That'd be awesome.
The show missed an opportunity there. Now somehow, out of all of the people in the town milling about and working, and the fact that he hasn't seen him for admittedly an unspecified amount of time, Joel spots Tommy, out of all of the people there. But look at Tommy now. He's looking much more like his video game counterpart, just minus the blonde-ish hair. The two reunify, sharing an emotional hug, in which was definitely planned and performed better than the game. Sorry, but it is. I like the reunion in the game, but this is just better. Tommy, rightfully confused, asks what the hell he is doing here, and Joel replies, being just as confused, he was there to save him, as this is what we learned right back in episode 1. So how did Joel get misinformed that Tommy was in trouble? I don't think it is even explained. So really, they could have cut all that out from the early episodes and continued to Tommy's like in the game, in order to find out where the lab is. I think this whole scenario was just put in as a plot device in order to move the narrative forward. The next scene opens with a very familiar sight. This is an Easter egg to a room that is used in part 2. Tommy sits down with Joel and Ellie, as well as the woman who asked for Joel's name. This is Maria, Tommy's wife, portrayed by Rutina Wesley. Joel and Ellie again are in a scene that is designed to make you chuckle. They are both scoffing down dinner, in which Joel realises it is not the best table manners and apologises, until Ellie says,
Thank you, ma'am. It's been a while since we've had a proper meal.
Actually, I don't think I've ever had a proper meal. This is fucking amazing.
Sorry. Ellie, let's mind our manners.
And then he has to remind her about her manners. This even makes Tommy smile. I think Tommy can already see the bond Joel and Ellie have got, even though Tommy has no idea why she is with him yet. Then, in another Easter egg to part 2, Ellie yells at a girl looking over at her. Now it's quite obvious this could be a younger Dina, or perhaps Kat, in who is only really mentioned in passing in part 2, but I'd imagine this has to be our first look at Dina. I do like how the show has combined small elements from part 2 into the show here. After all, they would have to, as like I aforementioned, we never went into Jackson in part 1, so some influence had to be drawn up from somewhere. But this is okay. Regardless of how I feel about part 2, I enjoyed spending time in Jackson, although that time was limited. Ellie is certainly pushing her luck with Maria, and is almost hostile. I thought this came out of the blue. She suddenly bites at Maria and Tommy for being held at gunpoint. Now yes, of course, she didn't like it. I mean, who would? But when the dog took a shine to her, and she rode into Jackson, she didn't seem too fussed. If the scene was extended past when Joel says his name to Maria, and they drop their guns, that's when Ellie could have announced her displeasure, in which of course would have made this scene more coherent. Her outburst was completely out of the blue, and makes Joel look bad. They are completely transparent with them both. They can never be too careful, and I was correct. The bodies they leave around by the river are from those who have tried to take them on, more than likely bandits. Meanwhile, while Ellie is going off on one, Joel is getting a feeling that Maria doesn't entirely trust him, by the looks he's been getting, and I noticed this too. Look at when she first approached him, and look at when he was first greeting Tommy. Joel says to Maria he really appreciates the hospitality, but wishes to speak to family privately, so meaning he wants a quiet word with his brother. Tommy then drops the bombshell that Maria is actually family now, and of course that now makes Joel Maria's brother-in-law. Well, at least she didn't try to shoot him like in the game. Ellie has the best reaction as always.
Oh shit! Congrats.
Joel is certainly taken back by the news, and is trying to process it. Ellie instead makes him congratulate them. Ellie is making Joel look incredibly awkward in front of these two leaders of the town. It's not a great first impression. It's a good job they're brothers. Tommy comes up with a quick diversion, a guided tour. It is revealed to us that the town was only set up 7 years ago, and it sounds like a part of it was already a gated community, and they expanded over the years. That sounds very similar to Alexandria, doesn't it? Sorry, another Walking Dead reference, I know. Tommy and Maria openly admit they still have to deal with hunters and bandits, but can usually fend them off. And as for infected, being out in the middle of nowhere, there's never normally that many to deal with. Tommy goes on to say to Joel he still has his original rifle from before Outbreak Day, and has managed to upgrade it. Tommy was always in love with his rifle. Ellie asks if she can be taught how to use it, in which Joel shuts it down straight away, but we all know she uses it eventually. It would seem they have everything here, from a school to a jail, not that they've ever had to use it. Joel has also figured out that they get power from the dam. It's a hydroelectric one. They state they managed to get it working a few years ago. This is where we actually reunite with Tommy in the game. He and Maria were out there to do repairs. Eventually this allowed the town to even have functioning sewage systems, as well as heating and obviously lighting. It's all so much for Joel and Ellie to take in. We then cut to where they keep their animals, mostly sheep and horses. Naturally, this reminds Ellie to mock Joel in reference to their conversation the night before. There is also a reference to how the leadership is run within the community. There is a council, but they also live like communists, meaning everyone is on the same playing field. I guess it would work in a place like this. Otherwise, like the QZ, they would have a division on classes, like Fedra versus the people. So I sort of get this in a way, although leaders of the council can be democratically elected, so there's that. We then get another reference to part 2. Ellie meets Shimmer for the first time, the horse that helped her and Dina travel to Seattle. Maria then tells Tommy to help Joel and Ellie get settled into houses. Tommy says one of the houses has been untouched before Outbreak Day and the heating still works, but they could do worse, and Ellie says they have been, in which Joel says they've been doing fine. This was a quick attempt to save face in front of Tommy. Joel can't deny he and Ellie have had their moments on this journey thus far. He is almost insulted at what Ellie said. Joel is certainly an experienced survivor in this world, but like I say, they've certainly hit some stumbling blocks along the way. It is here where we see Ellie expose her emotions in front of Joel, her fear of being without him, showing us that Joel has had an impact on Ellie too. She wants to always be by his side. He is the only person she now trusts in this world. She didn't want to go alone with Maria just to get food, while Joel and Tommy go for a catch-up. Just like the game, Joel reassures her that it will be fine. She is safe here. Now the scene with Joel and Tommy in the game takes place like this, and it is a very intense scene that ramps up throughout its duration.
It's quite the crew you got here.
Yeah, they're good men. This place gives them a second chance. Gives us all a second chance. So why'd you leave Boston?
I've been on quite the adventure, little brother.
I reckon it's got something to do with that girl.
It's got everything to do with that little girl.
Well, go on then.
She's immune.
Immune to what?
Oh, come on. I know, I've seen her breathe enough spores to take down a dozen men. And nothing. Now, I wouldn't have believed it neither. But I can show you.
All right. I'll bite. Why bring her here?
I was supposed to deliver to the Fireflies. The way I figure they're your boys. You finish the job, you collect the whole damn payment.
I haven't seen a Firefly in years.
You know where they are. Now, I'm not asking for much, Tommy. I just want some simple gear, enough to set me on my way.
What makes you think I'd do this for you?
This isn't for me, Tommy. This is for your damn cause.
My cause is my family now. You ain't talking about some walk in the park here.
Jesus, boy. Have Maria get some of your born-again friends to do it.
They got families, too.
Tommy, I need this.
You want some gear? Sure. But I ain't taking that girl off your hands.
This is how you gonna repay me, huh?
Repay you?
For all those goddamn years I took care of us.
Took care? That's what you call it? I got nothing but nightmares from those years.
You survived because of me.
It wasn't worth it?
I bring you the cure from mankind, and you want to play the pissy little brother.
We ain't back in Boston. You lay your hands on me again, it won't end well for you.
The hell is that?
We're under attack. You still remember how to kill, right?
Yeah.
Whereas the show takes it into this direction. The scene starts off well, with the brothers comparing how they've both aged, like when they first reunite in the game. Joel never thought he'd be able to sit behind a bar again. Tommy appreciates that Joel still cares about him, coming all this way, thinking he had to be saved. The two go on to say about some more plans that are coming to the town, and Joel praises the setup that has been achieved. Tommy unknowingly asks about Tess, in which here was a big change to Joel's character. In this rendition of this scene, Joel is actually closed off to Tommy and lies, telling him that Tess is doing well. And come to think of it, he never asks about Tess in the game, so did they actually ever know each other in the game? I guess we'll never know. Of course, then naturally, he asks about Ellie, in which again, Joel holds back the truth. Whereas in the game, he spills the beans on her condition. He makes up a story in which sounds compelling enough, until Tommy asks, are you going to do it out of kindness? Till Joel explains there is a payment, in which then Tommy buys the story. Joel asks if he knows where the Fireflies might be, in which Tommy does, the University of Eastern Colorado. See, this conversation happens after this scene in the game, so I wondered if Ellie's AWOL scene might be cut from the show. It is here Joel starts to let his emotions get the better of him. He starts to pressure Tommy into accompanying him to take Ellie there so the job can be completed. In the game, as you saw, Joel actually wants to wash his hands of Ellie entirely. Is this out of spite? No. After all the close calls, Joel no longer feels he can protect Ellie. He is fearful of losing her, hence why he wants some backup here in the show. Of course, Tommy has to decline. Joel thinks it's because of his past. He thinks that Maria is holding Tommy back, but this is not the case. Tommy is soon to be a father. A big diversion from the games, but it makes entire sense when you look at what they've built. This place looks entirely stable enough to raise a child. Joel of course is shocked, and again lets his emotions get the better of him, and he doesn't even congratulate his brother, coming across as bitter. And I have to say it makes Joel look like an arse in this scene, as it did in the game. Of course we know that his emotional state isn't that of malice or jealousy, it's fear. And again I must stipulate, it's the fear of losing Ellie. And what Tommy says to him sort of says it all. He's coming across as very bitter in Tommy's perspective. But once Joel leaves the scene, Tommy works it out. In a way, Joel is literally pleading for help. Tommy knows Ellie clearly is reminding Joel of Sarah, and of course they both remember that fateful night 20 years ago. He knows Joel is feeling like he cannot protect her. He knows he is fearful of a repeat of what happened back then. So Tommy mulls it over as we transition to Joel outside, in which he has another panic attack and sees someone who looks very close to Sarah, and perhaps sees what could have been if he managed to keep her alive. She could be here with him now in Jackson, with perhaps even her own children. Even though he is now seemingly closer than ever to Ellie, he is still struggling with the demise of Sarah, and that obviously goes without saying. The scene ends and we then catch up with Ellie in her house, and when I saw the bedroom, I probably knew the game's most iconic scene will take place here. Just look at it. It looks just like that room, doesn't it? We also get our first look at Ellie's coat that she wears in the fall and winter chapters. She finds a note to meet Maria, who only lives across the road. Also, this whole scene, as well as some that have taken place in Jackson, are entirely new for the show, but I believe these work out better than them just taking place at the power plant. Ellie enters Maria and Tommy's house to find no one there. She has a little nose around, as we would all expect Ellie to do, and above the fireplace she notices a chalkboard with two names, both with a date of birth and a date of death. The names were Kevin and Sarah. Now I would assume Kevin could be a child Maria lost. He was only 3 years old and died 2 days into the outbreak, and of course Sarah goes without saying, Tommy's niece. It would appear Sarah was 14 when she died, the same age as Ellie, so no wonder why Joel feels the way he feels. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Sarah in the game was 12 when she died. Obviously Sarah's age has been matched with Ellie's here for emotional effect. Maria finally enters the scene and gives Ellie a new winter coat, then offers to trim her hair. Maria really seems to be going above and beyond for Ellie here. Not saying it's a bad thing, but Maria really has seemed to take a shine to her. Rutina Wesley's portrayal of Maria is pretty much a refresh of the character, because to be honest she is much less of a stern leader, like in the games, and because also Maria barely has any screen time across both games, Rutina really had to take the character and make it into her own, and I think she is doing a good job so far. As she is cutting Ellie's hair, it gives both characters to get to know each other. Of course the ultimate plan was for Maria to almost test the waters with Ellie and try to find out more about Joel from her, just to extract information really, and that is exactly what we see. But before that, we find out a little more about Maria's past. She used to be an assistant district attorney, showing why she has experience in leading I suppose. She then reveals that she always enjoyed hairdressing, because it was something she used to do when she was a mother. Maria proactively goes on to say that she saw Ellie looking at the memorial, in which Ellie apologises for what happened to her children. Maria says it's okay, but Kevin was only hers, whilst dropping the bombshell on Ellie that Sarah was Joel's daughter. Ellie is clearly shocked that perhaps he didn't tell her, but it now makes sense to Ellie as to why he was like he was in the early scenes of them travelling together. Maria realises she may have said too much, but then gets into what she really had Ellie over for, to question her as to why she is with Joel, just like I mentioned she would do, but it backfires slightly, as Ellie puts her in her place. Tommy has done unspeakable things in the past too. Yes, he may well have been following Joel's lead, but Tommy has a brain in his head. He can make his own decisions, and he did, by leaving Joel for the Fireflies, and then leaving the Fireflies also. Ellie is right for defending Joel. Again, this shows she is beginning to care for him also. Maria doesn't trust Joel, but like Ellie said, Tommy did the exact same things as Joel. Ultimately though, I think Maria's intentions are to protect Ellie. She's trying to warn Ellie not to trust Joel, but Maria doesn't realise that they've spent months gaining each other's trust, as they've crossed halfway across the country, and trust is definitely hard to come by in this world, and I get that, but I entirely understand Ellie is like, who the fuck are you to tell me? In this scene, if anything, Ellie knows Joel certainly better than Maria, and this is a bit of a stretch, but probably better than Tommy too. At this point, they've spent so many years apart. This scene was very well done, and could actually back up the reason why Ellie went AWOL in the game, as before that, her and Maria went off to get food off camera, and in this time, she learned of Sarah, and Maria might well have told Ellie to be careful how much trust she puts in Joel, putting words into her head. And then of course Ellie learns of Joel trying to pass her off to Tommy, in which leads her to flee to the ranch house. But the show has a different way of portraying this. After this scene, we see the kids of Jackson watching films, in which is another reference to a piece of dialogue in the game.
There she is. Kids will be watching movies tonight.
We then cut to Joel trying to fix his boots in the town's workshop. Looks like he's unsuccessful. Tommy finds him there, and this allows them to have another conversation, bearing in mind this is still the same day of their last heated discussion. Tommy gives Joel some new boots, and he apologises for what he said. He understands that deep down, of course Joel is happy for him, but it's hard for Joel, given that, obviously, he lost his daughter. Joel doesn't even entertain his apology, and instead asks about more details about this journey to Colorado, in a way saying he forgives Tommy, but he is more interested in this journey. Joel doesn't do well with giving or receiving apologies. Then, Joel is finally honest with his brother. He tells him that Ellie is immune. Of course he can't prove it, like seeing her breathe spores, because it was someone's great idea to remove them in the show, so Tommy just has to take his brother's statement at face value. However, Tommy wants to hear it from the beginning, in which Joel starts to tell the journey, whilst even confessing Tess's death. Where the story really gets interesting for me is when Joel says his outright fear over protecting Ellie for the first time in the franchise. In the game, it's always there. Eagle-eyed players can work it out by the way Joel behaves, and like I aforementioned, I've mentioned it in countless critiques, but to see Joel actually admit it here was very emotional, and I think it finally had to be done. This is the first time we've seen Joel like this, showing his true emotions since the passing of Sarah 20 years ago. This works out easily as well as the game, to convince Tommy to take Ellie the rest of the way to finish the journey. Again, Joel has slowly realised through this journey that he does not have the physical or mental strength to protect this girl he has grown fond of. He does not want a repeat of 20 years ago. All along, Joel was pleading to Tommy to take on this journey, for his and her sake. This is such an underrated and carefully crafted scene, backed up by a very convincing performance by Pedro. This scene was definitely his time to shine. This is what I was going on about way back into the video, that Pedro's portrayal of Joel is even more grounded than that of Troy Baker's portrayal, as there is more time here in the show to have these vulnerable moments. Joel only had his moments in the game right at the start. In a video game setting, Joel Miller is still the most grounded and realistic video game character I have ever experienced. But with a game, there is no time to have moments like this, and the show almost shows up the game on how restricted the characters are now compared to the show. It's a strange thing to think about, because the game to me is resting on perfect, but the show is taking the character development that much further, because it can. After Tommy listens to Joel's very emotional plea, he agrees to take her on the journey at dawn. I don't think any of us realised what a broken man Joel is under the surface. Again, there are glimpses of it throughout the game, but it is covered by epic gameplay and Troy Baker's performance. Hands down, that was the best scene of the show for me so far. We've never seen Joel like that before. Joel makes his way home now and sees Ellie, in which we see the most iconic scene from the game come to life. If this was a test for Bella and Pedro, it is this scene. This will show if they both truly understand these characters or not. This also confirms that Ellie going AWOL is scrapped in the show, and I think that was a wise choice. So let's see the scene, play from the game first, then the show.
Is this really all they had to worry about? Boys, movies, deciding which shirt goes with which skirt. It's bizarre.
Get up. We're leaving.
And if I say no?
Do you even realize what your life means? Huh? Running off like that, putting yourself at risk? It's pretty goddamn stupid.
Well, I guess we're both disappointed with each other then.
What do you want from me?
Admit that you wanted to get rid of me the whole time.
Tommy knows this area
Oh,
better
fuck
than...
that.
Well, I'm sorry. I trust him better than I trust myself.
Stop with the bullshit. What are you so afraid of? That I'm gonna end up like Sam? I can't get infected. I can take care of myself.
How many close calls have we had?
Well, we seem to be doing all right so far.
And now you'll be doing even better with Tommy.
Not her, you know.
What?
Maria told me about Sarah.
Ellie?
And...
You are treading on some mighty thin ice here.
I'm sorry about your daughter, Joel, but I have lost people too.
You have no idea what loss is.
Everyone I have cared for has either died or left me. Everyone fucking except for you. So don't tell me that I would be safer with someone else, because the truth is I would just be more scared.
You're right. You're not my daughter. And I sure as hell ain't your dad. And we are going our separate ways.
Get it together. We're not alone.
I got two walking in.
There's more inside already.
Is this really all they had to worry about? Boys, movies, deciding which shirt goes with which skirt. It's bizarre.
Listen,
Why are you here?
I came here to talk to you.
No, why are you still here? If you're gonna ditch me, ditch me.
What exactly did you hear?
I have to leave her, you have to take her. You know, I stood up for you today because I thought...
I made this decision for your own good. You'll be way better off with Tommy. He knows the area better than I do.
Do you give a shit about me or not?
Of course I do.
Then what are you so afraid of? I'm not her, you know. Maria told me about Sarah and...
No. Don't say another word.
I'm sorry about your daughter, Joel. But I have lost people too.
You have no idea what loss is.
Everybody I have cared for has either died or left me. Everybody fucking except for you! So don't tell me that I'd be safe with somebody else, because the truth is, I would just be more scared.
You're right. You're not my daughter. And I sure as hell ain't your dad. Now come dawn, we're going our separate ways.
Now if that isn't 100% accurate, then I don't know what is. There are added dialogue that is related to past scenes, and it had to be, as it builds the atmosphere to the scene. I do feel for Ellie in this scene, because evidently, when Joel was pleading to Tommy, Ellie was actually walking past outside, and only heard the part when Joel wants Tommy to finish the journey. But of course Ellie doesn't know why. That's when she goes to say to him, "I thought you cared about me," but she stops. If only Joel was as transparent to Ellie as he was to Tommy, she might have understood better. But instead Joel puts a wall up and tries to be heartless, back to his way of coping again. But it only makes Ellie more distant. She ultimately understands that he has drawn similarities between her and Sarah, but equally she doesn't think it's fair that he went about it this way. Who can really blame Ellie? Obviously mentioning Sarah to Joel might not have been the best idea, but Joel has unintentionally hurt Ellie here. Overall, it's another brilliantly put together scene. We get 2 gut-punching scenes in a row. I'm not sure if all viewers can handle that. For me, someone that is passionate about this franchise, or at the very least the first game, this was a struggle. After Joel exits the scene, leaving poor Ellie broken, Joel sits and reflects on the time he had with Sarah. Also, in case some of you might have noticed, there is no photo of Joel and Sarah in the show. That was pretty important for Joel and Ellie. Tommy first tries to give it to Joel, but he declines. Ellie steals it and gives it to Joel much later in the narrative, in where he finally takes it, showing he is now at peace with it all. Then in part 2, he displays it in his house. It's very important for the narrative, but for some reason it has been cut out entirely. Joel's reminiscing about Sarah has made him think about what he said to Ellie. Now morning in the next scene, Ellie is all packed up ready to head out with Tommy. Notice how there is no Maria disagreeing with the decision? This appeared to be cut too. Or does she not know? Anyway, Joel is nowhere to be seen until they get to the stables. Joel is already at a horse, loaded ready to go. Is Joel leaving Jackson? You'd be correct. Is he leaving alone? No. He has had a change of heart and realises that he simply cannot live without Ellie, and she ultimately feels the same. They've been through too much to separate now. Just look at Ellie's reaction. She immediately forgives him, and this again shows how much trust she has in him. This is the turning point for these characters. Joel takes her on as his own now, and Ellie certainly looks to him as a father figure. And I firmly believe Ellie started feeling this way much before Joel did. Joel is also doing this for his brother. Could you imagine if Tommy actually went through with it and died without seeing his child? There's no way Joel would be able to live with that. Joel and Tommy share a hug, and Tommy says there is always a place there for them. So once this is over, at least they'll both have a place to stay. Tommy even loans Joel his cherished rifle, then steals Joel's line from the game. You can't do that.
Adios, big brother.
Adios, little brother.
And with that, Joel and Ellie continue their journey to Colorado. Before they continue too far, Joel must try to make amends with Ellie. To start, he teaches her how to shoot the rifle, as she asked right back to when they entered Jackson. This also nods to some promotional concept art that was circulating around the game's release. There is a picture of Joel teaching Ellie how to shoot. Just some useless information. Both characters are now beginning to bring light to this dark narrative. Normally the narrative is heavily reliant on Ellie for this, but Joel does pitch in where he can. Also, look at this cinematography as they continue on their journey. Canada is truly breathtaking. As they're travelling, Ellie begins to ask more questions about the old world and how Joel felt about it, and as to what he did. He answers much more openly now that he has embraced taking Ellie on as his own. Joel even has a joke that everyone loved contractors. Of course she won't know that, as he grins to himself. Again, it's the small moments that shine the most in the game, and here in the show. As they get closer to Colorado, they end up talking about sports, in which they normally discuss as they get to the university in the game. But here it is the approach to the city. Ellie is confused as to what Tommy was worried about. They've apparently had an easy 5 days to get this far, to the interstate. Joel says there's still time to find out. After a transition, they make it to the University of Eastern Colorado, but like the game, it is eerily quiet. Again, apart from the small traces of snow, this set design is very accurate. I've always loved this part of the game. Joel goes on to tell Ellie what people used to do here, and the dialogue is just right out of the game. He also changes his mind on what he wants to do once the world gets reset. He admits to Ellie that he always wanted to be a singer when he was a child. Of course Ellie cannot believe it, and naturally asks Joel to sing for her, in which he declines. Thank you for giving us these pieces of dialogue, HBO. They don't mean a lot, but to the players, it means everything. Then we see our first batch of monkeys, as well as Firefly logos, conveying that they must be close. But still, whilst nearing the entrance, it's still too quiet. Joel and Ellie begin to get suspicious. With both their firearms drawn, they enter, to find the place looking pretty abandoned to me. They find a packing list at the entrance with the location of Salt Lake City on it. It would appear the Fireflies have moved there now, in which is still quite a trek. They hear noise upstairs and decide to investigate. Upon inspection, it was just more monkeys, along with more in-game dialogue. Joel then finds more concrete proof as to where they have moved. A map. They have indeed moved to St. Mary's Hospital in Salt Lake City. This plays out slightly differently to the game. The pair find out where the Fireflies have moved through a voice recorder that was left. Then they are ambushed by a group of hunters, except this time Joel spots the group first, so they make their escape before they get a chance to get in. They make a run for the horse and Joel gets attacked. This is in replacement of what happens in the game, where Joel falls a few stories down and gets impaled on some rebar. Even in the game setting, that was slightly far-fetched, so the producers decided to go for a more grounded approach, and I think this worked just as well, as we don't actually see Joel get wounded here until the fight is over. Notice how well Joel dealt with that attacker though, showing he can still put up a fight against younger enemies. He was just putting himself down. He did all that whilst being injured too. Of course, this now causes a problem for the pair. They try to escape just as the rest of the group are running towards them. Ellie manages to keep them back by firing a few rounds at them. Further down the road now, Joel isn't looking so good and passes out and falls off the horse, leaving Ellie helpless in not knowing how to deal with his wound. And come worst case now, she's going to have to carry on without him. She is scared of losing him. Is this the end for Joel Miller? We don't find out, as that is where the episode ends, on our first cliffhanger, I believe. There was a lot to unpack in this episode. I think this could be the longest yet. Each episode seems to ramp up more than the last one, but this episode is right up there for me. Can episode 7 match this episode's intensity and character developments? Let's find out. Episode 7, evidently titled Left Behind, clearly opens in the height of winter, in which now obviously leads us into the show's adaptation of the winter chapter from the game. The camera is panning across an abandoned housing estate, in which again looks very much like the estate we explore in the game. The camera then follows a blood trail to a house. Is it Joel's? As like the game, Callus is in the garage. Joel and Ellie are nowhere to be seen. No, I'm joking. It's just like the game, where they're hid up in the house's cellar. This scene can't be taking place not much longer than the last scene at the end of episode 6, as Ellie is frantically trying to sort out Joel's wound. We don't actually see any of this from the game, and with Joel actually telling her to leave him behind. We see glimpses of Ellie trying to find supplies and survive on her own without Joel throughout some DLC called Left Behind for the game. It was a side story that explored what Ellie got up to when Joel was out of action, and it showed the events of Ellie getting infected. And spoiler alert, this episode is a rendition of that, hence the episode's title. But before I dive into that, let's get back to this current scene. The scene is set up to make it look like after Joel tells Ellie to leave him, she covers him over and goes to head out of the house, making the viewers think that she really is going to leave him. And I think that Joel is thinking she is listening to him, but in reality Ellie has other plans. She is going out to search for medical supplies to get his wound sorted. It is here where Ellie pauses by the cellar door and reminisces about what happened to her and her friend Riley. This is where the show starts its rendition on the Left Behind DLC for the game. Now I want to be 100% transparent here. I've only played Left Behind once, purely because I just preferred the main game's narrative more, but it's still a great little expansion that's only a few hours long. And now with part 1 being remade for PlayStation 5 and PC, it is already included with the main game, as it was for the remastered version for PlayStation 4 in 2014. So I'm going to be a bit rusty on the events that took place in the game, as compared to whatever changes that are made in the show. But thankfully, I do have some old archived footage from circa 2015 that I can look back on. I would say this episode is 90% accurate to the game's DLC. However, I would say its approach to its rendition of this journey improves on the game, cutting out segments that cuts down on the runtime. There is nothing shown here with Ellie taking care of Joel, for example, having to go through the shopping centre. The show purely focuses on Ellie reflecting on her past with her friend Riley, reminding her why she is on this journey in the first place. And of course it gives a chance for the show to show the viewer as to how Ellie ended up infected and how they are going to present it. The show decides to open the Left Behind scenes with Ellie at the military preparatory school, in which we never really saw in the game. However, we do learn about its existence.
I stayed at a place like this, back in the Boston QZ.
Military preparatory school.
Yeah, nice way of saying orphanage. I wonder what happened to all these kids.
Well, this place has been out for a good stretch. They ain't kids no more.
Meaning they're either hunters trying to kill us, or they're dead.
Or they got away.
But you don't believe that.
I believe in getting out of this city. Come on.
So it would appear the show wants to explore this further, and I'm all for it. Ellie called it a fancy name for an orphanage, but it would appear this could be some sort of training program for future Fedra soldiers. Perhaps Fedra chose orphans. I digress on that for now. Another useless piece of information here too. This is also the first time we've ever seen Ellie use her Walkman in a part 1 setting in the game's universe. We only see it in Ellie's backpack. We never actually see Ellie use it until part 2 in a flashback sequence. Again, I did say this was useless information. Then we're reminded of what teenage life can be like. Another cadet, student, resident, not sure what to call her, takes Ellie's headset and tells her to pick up the pace. This one moment again reminds us that life in the QZ really wasn't what it cracked up to be. Of course, rightfully so, after being provoked, Ellie lashes out, in which she finds herself in the captain of the zone's office. It sounds like this isn't her first time being here. She is clearly struggling that her friend often left her, in which the girl provoking Ellie said to her. The captain gives a lecture about if you go down this path, you'll be a low-level troop, a low-life drunk, etc. But if she knuckles down, she can have a position and an office like him one day. We've seen these lectures to protagonists before in various forms of media over the years, and it's a little cliche and tiring, but I'm not completely mad about it. he's just trying to give life advice. Ellie retrieves her Walkman and settles down into her room for the night. This is where the story begins in the game, except Ellie is already asleep, but it is good to see the no pun intended books and the Savage Starlight comics again. And without sounding like a broken record, just to touch on the set design again, it's extremely close to the game, except the room had bunk beds, not separate single ones. But all the posters on the wall, the cassette tapes, the switchblade on the bedside cabinet, is all very much Ellie. You can instantly tell that this is her space. As she falls asleep, just like the game, Riley enters the scene through a window and jump scares Ellie. Really not a good idea when over half the population have turned into man-eating mushrooms. But she does it anyway, and Ellie responds as you would expect. First impressions of Riley? Pretty damn accurate. She's portrayed by Storm Reid. I'm glad they managed to find an actress that is similar age to Bella Ramsey. Riley sort of apologises for her apparent joke, then asks Ellie what she has been up to. Ellie is not too happy with that question, given the fact that she has been missing for 3 weeks. Ellie was trying to mourn her loss. Someone being gone for that long in this world, you have no other choice than to think that they are dead, and given they're best friends, that must have really been hard on Ellie. Ellie rightfully so demands answers. Riley tries to stall by asking about Ellie's black eye, but Ellie still insists on some answers, so Riley owns up. She joined the Fireflies. As you do. Ellie doesn't believe it until Riley shows her that she is now in possession of a firearm. Riley moves the scene on by inviting Ellie to join her to a location where they can, quote, have the best time of their lives. Ellie at first declines in protest, but Riley eventually talks her round. Of course, we all know they're heading to the off-limits City Mall, in which featured heavily in the DLC. After sneaking through a back alley after Riley's life lecture to Ellie, they make it to the first building that leads to the mall with ease. There's plenty of jokes involving Fireflies too, with mostly Ellie ribbing Riley over joining. I don't remember Ellie going off that much about it in the game. I'm already thinking these jokes have gone on a little too long. This made me laugh more than it should have though.
Oh shit. Is he dead?
Yeah.
Is this the big surprise?
No.
That is just typical Ellie right there. For some reason they decided to look at the body. Did it not dawn on them that he might be infected? Never mind. At least they found some booze. Now from what I remember, there comes a point in the DLC that Riley comes across the alcohol in the mall, in which we're clearly not there yet. So this is a slight change. Another subtle change is after they witnessed the body fall through the floor, they decided to try the alcohol. In the game, the player can decide whether Ellie drinks or not, but knowing what we know about Ellie, of course she is going to try it. It's one of the few times we are allowed to make a choice in this linear game design. I can only think of one other time we're allowed to make a choice, and that is whether to put down the trapped smuggler or escapee of the QZ back in the early stages of summer in the main game's story.
I should be able to fit through here. Oh, shit!
You okay?
Yeah. Damn ceiling's falling apart. Be careful. This way. Easy. Jesus! Watch it, watch it.
Help me. My mask broke. Don't leave me to turn. Please.
What do you want to do? Poor bastard.
Anyway, digressing from that, the pair talk about if that was their first time seeing a body, in which it wasn't for Riley, in which Ellie awkwardly forgot. Ellie holds a firearm for the first time. Then Ellie asks, why did Riley sign up for the Fireflies in the first place? In which again, correct me if I'm wrong, this was never asked in the game. But I understand these questions have to be asked in a television format. I'm finding these additions to the original scripts very interesting. It's expanding how these characters are structured and what their opinions are, like as to how Riley joined the Firefly militia by simply sneaking out of school and being noticed by Marlene. And with Riley not being a fan of Fedra, It was an easy decision for her to make, as to where Ellie is more in defence of Fedra. After this good chunk of dialogue, they push onto the mall, again with an impressive set piece of the rooftops that mirror the game very well. I also think this segment features some new original music too. After some more bickering about fireflies / Fedra, they finally make it to the mall, and Ellie is not pleased about it, saying that it is sealed off for a reason. It is rumoured that it may or may not be holding a batch of infected inside. Riley does state a fair point. If it was that bad, it would have been sealed off completely. But it's not, as they enter through a hole in the roof. Ellie didn't take much persuading. I personally still wouldn't have chanced it, but it wouldn't be The Last of Us if they didn't go in. It is here where we get our first look at the show's imagining of the mall, and it's spot on. The unveiling actually hits harder than you would think. This is technically the first time Ellie has seen lighting with colours, obviously other than white, so this would seem like quite a surprise, and would also look like a pretty atmosphere to the character. It's probably also the most colours we see as the viewers in this show too. It's foreshadowing some lighter hearted scenes that are to follow. This was the vibe I was getting when I watched this back for this video, and I do believe this was done on purpose by the writers. So let's cue the 80s soundtrack and do it. I love that Dawn of the Wolf poster too, another great nod to the game. They were everywhere. And the back in 5 minutes sign. That made me chuckle. It's the mild, edgy humour that us Brits love. I am a bit gutted that Brickmaster, and as well as the Halloween shop, at least for the moment, was cut from the show. Those moments from the game were the most memorable for me when I first played the DLC. Instead, we're shown the carousel, in which is still an iconic area from this DLC. It is where Ellie receives the no pun intended Volume 2 book from Riley. Well, in the game they do, but it appears to be cut here. They also decide to drink more of the alcohol, in which doesn't happen in the game. Ellie seems to zone out during this sequence, and I'm not entirely sure why. Perhaps the booze is kicking in? She's brought back when the carousel stops, in which we are given the reason as to why Ellie zoned out. She's still thinking as to why did Riley leave to join the Fireflies, but deep down, as we know, she doesn't want Riley to leave again and end up alone. Riley spills the truth and they reconcile. I'm really not doing the scene justice. It's better to experience it firsthand, but I'm trying the best I can. But the most important as well as most memorable scene is of course the arcades, which has some more airtime here in the show, and I'm all for it. Starting with the photo booth scene was perfect. Brings back nostalgia to the players who experienced it a decade ago now. Well, 8 years for me, but we won't talk about that. It has made me think though, what happened to those photos? Ellie doesn't seem to have them with her in the main narrative, and obviously they never received the photos in the game due to the machine breaking down. Getting to the arcades now though, again we can see Ellie is memorised by all the colours and arcades at her disposal. It hits home to the viewer of what devastation the cordyceps has caused to the younger generation. It's impacting them heavily. In reality, they should be enjoying themselves on these arcades with other people, but instead they are contained inside walls and turned into soldiers. A harsh reality, no doubt, and I think this scene is trying to convey that, especially with Gustavo's touching score playing in the background. Now the big change from the game is that, well, all the stuff in here works. As compared to the game, none of it did. Riley helps Ellie imagine the game that she chooses, but here they can try out Mortal Kombat. I just love how they know how all this works. Because they are born into this world, they won't know a lot about the old one, unless things like arcades have been described to them by people who remember the old world. But it just feels a little overlooked. It would be like me giving a teenager with no knowledge of physical home media a VHS or even a DVD, and they know exactly what it does and how it works. It just wouldn't happen. But I am happy to overlook it. The producers know we're not silly. We can assume that these places have been described to them before. While they are having the time of their lives, the camera starts to pan away, in which I knew something bad had to be lurking in the next frame. And sure enough, it's some evil dolls. Just joking. It's only what looks like to be a stalker, so not a big problem or anything. And of course, the next frame is of Ellie and Riley making a load of noise. Ellie soon realises that she better get back, but I do feel that this was a ploy to get away from Riley, in a nice way. Because remember, Ellie thinks that she won't be seeing her again, so she's trying to cut it short, to prolong the pain of not seeing her best friend again. Riley convinces her to stay, by saying she has a gift for her, in which leads them to the next segment of the mall. Riley gifts Ellie the Volume 2 pun book, in which makes her stay. I do wonder though why the writers prolonged it, and didn't put this segment in with the carousel scene. There must have been a reason for it. Either way, it is what it is. The pair go on giggling back and forth, whilst reading the puns, until the mood is soured by Ellie's discovery of Riley's homemade explosives. This definitely wasn't in the game. This is about to get dark. I clearly understand Ellie's frustrations and disappointment. Riley then confesses that she is indeed leaving, and tried to get Ellie to go with her, in which Marlene said no. I find it interesting that Ellie said,
But Marlene said no.
Who the fuck is Marlene?
Marlene is the lady that helped me get... It doesn't matter.
I believe I touched on this in the pilot episode, but why doesn't Ellie know Marlene? In the game it was quite clear that Ellie knew her. She knew that she was her guardian of sorts. I really don't know what this change warrants. It seems like a really odd choice to me. But getting back on track, Ellie probably wishes that she left when she did now. This is not the news that she wanted to hear. This whole night was Riley's way of saying goodbye, but it is Ellie who says goodbye and storms off, whilst making more noise in the process. But she has a change of heart and goes back. She is her best friend after all. On her return, she can hear screams. Ellie follows them, and turns out it's just a Halloween prop. Yes, the showrunners decided to mix the clothing shop sequence and the Halloween shop into one scene. I guess this works. But there's no water pistol fight though, and that did disappoint me somewhat. But then again, to be fair, where would they get the water from? I can't imagine this mall still has running water, so I guess this was removed in order to keep things grounded. The two hash it out and all is forgiven. Finally, another homage to the game appears. The Halloween masks. They decide to put on music and party. Little do they know what is waiting for them down the corridor. Again, this is pretty much pulled straight from the game. Kudos to the cinematography team. They must have studied the game very closely, as the shots are literally one for one. Ellie stops dancing and asks Riley not to leave, in which she complies, and in the heat of the moment, Ellie shows her emotions that she has been hiding the whole episode. It's definitely there, you just have to watch her body language. Now, just as the game, the scene is interrupted by the arrival of the infected. Now, the game has a horde come after the pair, in which the player has to evade. The show decides to focus on a single stalker, in which I think was smart. It again brings home the reality of how dangerous the infected are. And bear in mind, this has to be the pair's first encounter with them. Riley fires a few rounds, in which slows the infected for now. The pair take their leave, but the infected soon catches up, knocking them to the floor, in which sends the firearm flying. Ellie is quite brave, and gets a few good jabs in with the switchblade. It was a good idea that the attack was staged in this one room too, rather than having them run through the whole mall. It just shows again what one infected can do, especially against the inexperienced. But eventually the pair overcome it, but it comes at a cost. The pair have both been bitten. Ramsey's reaction to Ellie's bite was incredible. It was just as Ashley Johnson's original performance. The scene closes in silence, with the two stood apart crying. Surprisingly, we put on a mini cliffhanger, and we put back to Joel lying on the ground, and Ellie still at the door ready to leave, as Joel asked. But after having a moment to reflect on what happened to her and Riley, she decides to turn around and help Joel. This is a similar position Ellie is in to Joel. Spoilers, she couldn't save Riley, but she can save Joel, and vice versa for Joel. He couldn't save Sarah, but he could save Ellie. I think this moment could have been missed by many. It comes across to me like that, but I could be entirely wrong. The next scene cuts to Ellie breaking the place. Again, just like the game, and it's entirely justified. I do love Riley's response to the outburst.
There's more stuff over there you can break.
The pair try to work out what to do next. They have some tough decisions to make that they thought they might not ever have to make. They either take the easy way or the poetic way and lose their minds together. Great acting from both actors here in this scene too. The scene, as well as the rendition of the DLC, closes there and heads back to Ellie frantically searching for supplies, in which she finds some thread and a needle and stitches Joel's wound, in which will lead to a full recovery. Ellie saves Joel, and we need to remember that moving forward. And that closes episode 7. I think this episode paid fair respects to Left Behind, and the showrunners definitely made the right choice by cutting out Ellie searching for supplies in the mall. It solely focuses on her time with Riley, and how her death impacted her, and how it shaped her into the character we now love and respect. This episode is definitely an underrated one. We will now be moving on to episode 8, the second to last episode of the season. This will be a spicy one, packed with loads of scenes to break down. So let's get to it. Here we go. Episode 8, titled When We Were in Need, is clearly going to focus on the winter chapter from the game. This is arguably the darkest chapter in the whole game. This is going to be interesting to see what the showrunners do with this one, because arguably these last 2 episodes are big ones for Joel and Ellie. Let's do it. The first scene opens to a wide shot of a very snowy mountainous range. It is unknown where winter takes place in the game, and it is the same here with the show, not that it really matters. As the scene progresses, we see more glimpses of what I will call David's town, and again, it's looking good so far. Voicing over the scenes is someone reciting phrases from the Bible. Interesting. Religion is hardly mentioned in part 1, so who could this be talking? Now of course, as the camera positions change, we see the character reading to a room full of people. I knew this had to be the show's version of David, and the fact that the trailer spoiled it for me. Now the reason I knew it was David was the room looks eerily similar to the restaurant where Ellie and David fight in the game, and also the fact he mentioned to Ellie that he did have a larger group to look after when they first meet by the deer. Now of course the David that is being presented to us here, portrayed by Scott Shepherd, looks nothing like his video game counterpart, whom was originally portrayed by Naughty Dog veteran Nolan North. When we look at David from the game, he looks downright creepy, and dodgy for a lack of a better word, whereas David here in the show, he kind of looks normal. And clearly being a religious man in this rendition of the character, it makes him come across as a normal and perhaps even caring man. And I believe that's why this change was made, because when he more than likely starts causing atrocities later on into the episode, it will come across as more of a shock to the viewers. I don't think there's an over-reliance on the shock factor, but it's more of a statement as to how people in this world can have false facades and turn in the blink of an eye. But getting back on track, it would appear that one of David's people have recently lost a family member. Now again, oddly, David seems very caring to his people, and they seem to look up to him as their leader and the voice of reason. We never saw any of David's group at his main camp. We only saw his henchmen, or goons might be the more appropriate word for them. So to see him like this, it's very different. Perhaps he was like this in the game too, as he did start off being very friendly and calm to Ellie too, when they first met. However, the first crack is beginning to show. Turns out this girl lost her father, and asks if she can at least bury him. David glances to his right-hand man, James. James in the show is portrayed by the man himself, the one and only Troy Baker, and in case you've been living under a rock, he gave the performance of a lifetime portraying Joel in the games. I knew the show would give him a cameo role somewhere. Ashley Johnson has to show up at some point too. Now after David glances at James, he nervously glances at the floor, in which David then tells the girl the ground is too hard and his body will have to be laid to rest in the spring. But where do you think the body is? See, only players of the game will know where the body is, and I tell you now, it's not good. Not even sure if I can say on YouTube. All I can say is that the body has entered into the food chain. This is one of David's many dark secrets. But let's see what this episode actually explores. Let's see how brave the writers want to be, while still trying to maintain that rated 15 status. The next scene outside actually confirms that they are running low on food. There also seems to be growing questions about David's leadership, as he himself asks James if he still believes in him, in which James replies with yes. But it didn't sound too convincing. James did sometimes question David's decisions at the start of winter in the game. So far this tallies up. Again, I am really enjoying these glimpses into how these people lived in their communities. All this is never added in the game due to obviously needing the player to have that controller moving. You can't have long cutscenes like this. Unless you want to play something from Quantic Dream, then that is understandable. The scene ends there, and we check back on Ellie and Joel. It looks like his wound is starting to heal well, but he's still pretty much out of it. Ellie is still stepping up to the task of looking after him, and she sets off on a hunting mission. This is actually where the chapter starts in the game. Only difference, Ellie was on horseback and has a bow and arrow, or a hat. Some very minor changes, but I get it. In the real world, if you're in snow-capped mountains, you're going to want to wear a woolly hat. The showrunners have axed Ellie hunting the rabbit and gone straight for the deer or buck. A good time-saving choice. I think that makes total sense. It wouldn't add anything by keeping it in from the game, and the fact that she stole a rabbit back in episode 6, so there's no point in repeating themselves. Ellie manages to hit the animal and pursues it deeper into the forest, but unfortunately David and James have found it first. But Ellie is there too, and straight away bravely confronts the pair. This scene is frame by frame just like the game, with some slight dialogue changes, like most of these scenes so far. It's definitely handy that Druckmann was on board with this show, as no one else could have gotten these scenes right. Scenes like this are existentially important. Just like the game, James is set off to get some antibiotics, and Ellie and David take shelter in a building near the mining town. Just look at this room though, it's one for one. If there was one episode that had to be right, as I've said many times now, but it was definitely winter. If there is any segment that shows the brutality of The Last of Us, it's this chapter. The conversation here is just like the game. David asks for Ellie's name, and she doesn't give it, because remember, Joel never gives out his name, and Ellie has learnt that. The dialogue is also extended into as how David became his settlement's leader. It wasn't by choice, and he was indeed a preacher. I'm getting Far Cry 5 vibes here. That's a game I would love to critique one day. Let me know if it's something you'd like to see, because after this video, we're more or less out of Last of Us content for a good while. Unless I critique The Last of Us Part 2, which, let me know if you want me to. We're even treated to glimpses of David's past too. He was a teacher before everything collapsed, and has actually become a preacher after the impending doom. We also learn that he was in a QZ up to at least 2017. This all seems so interesting to me, as we literally knew nothing about David in the game. It all worked well. We all knew that he couldn't be trusted, and he was downright crazy. Scott also delivers David's classic line to perfection.
Well, your luck had to run out sooner or later.
Luck? There's no such thing as luck. No, I believe everything happens for a reason. It does. It does. I can prove it to you.
Okay.
We didn't expect this winter to be so cruel. Nothing will grow. The game's been hard to find. So I sent 4 of our people to a nearby town to scavenge what they could. And only 3 of them came back. And the one that didn't was a father. He had a daughter just like you. And her dad was taken from her. Turns out he was murdered by this crazy man. And get this. That crazy man was traveling with a little girl. You see? Everything happens for a reason. James, lower the gun.
Well, you handled yourself pretty nice back there. Whew. I'd say we make a pretty good team.
We got lucky.
Lucky? No. No such thing as luck. Now, you see, I believe that everything happens for a reason.
Sure.
I do. And I can prove it to you. Now, this winter, that's been especially cruel. A few weeks back, I sent a group of men out to a nearby town to look for food. Only a few came back. They said that the others had been slaughtered by a crazy man. And get this, he's a crazy man traveling with a little girl. You see, everything happens for a reason. Don't get upset. It's not your fault. I'm just a kid. James, lower the gun.
He then spills the beans. It was his men whom Joel and Ellie killed right back at the university in Colorado. It's delivered in such a calm manner. Scott must have studied Nolan's performance. I was seriously impressed when I first watched this scene. So some viewers might think now, okay, well David clearly wants revenge for Joel and Ellie killing that girl's father. It makes Joel and Ellie look like the villains in David's and James's eyes. But the truth is, in the world of The Last of Us, no one is the villain. Look at the last episode of Season 6 and the first episode of Season 7 in AMC's The Walking Dead. I know I compare these worlds a lot, but they're not far off of each other when you think about it. Rick and his group wiped out an entire outpost's worth of Negan's men. It was an unprovoked attack. Yes, Negan's men were taking half of the hilltop supplies, but that was the deal that Gregory set up. Then Rick comes along and massacres them. Negan eventually reels Rick in and kills two of his own, in which viewers saw Negan as the villain. But either way, no one is the villain in those actions that took place. Both parties thought they were doing what was right. Rick was avenging Hilltop's supplies, and Negan was avenging his men that were slaughtered. It's a very similar situation that we're seeing here, at least at face value. We're about to dive deeper as the episode rolls on. James enters the scene with his firearm raised at Ellie. David asks him to lower it and let Ellie leave with the medicine. Again, just like the source material, but it's a very intense scene nonetheless. In fact, I felt most of these live action renditions of these scenes hit harder, much harder. But I do wish Ellie said no thanks when David says he can protect her, because that is just a classic thing Ellie would say. But it seems to be cut here. James is a bit confused as to why she was let go, but by the look on David's face, it's quite obvious it was part of the plan. Meanwhile, Ellie manages to make it back to Joel and give him the medicine that he so desperately needs. She manages to administer it to him and finally gets to settle down for the night. In a sweet moment, she cuddles up next to him, like a concerned daughter would. As I've aforementioned, Joel and Ellie do view each other as surrogate father-daughter at this point, especially if Joel makes it through this. Also notice how there was no infected ambush at the mining town? I thought this was a good idea for it to be cut, as it adds nothing to the story that's being told. And being that cold, I doubt infected could survive in those temperatures, because remember, infected in this game are not undead. They are alive and just infected, hence the name. I've often questioned this decision in the games, having infected out in random snowy towns, and even out in storms. There's no way they would survive. Infected can't put on a coat and gloves to keep warm. They would definitely die from hypothermia, or any cold weather related deaths. I know, I really put my tinfoil hat on for this one, don't I? Meanwhile, back at David's residence, we're seeing people begin to be served some ominous looking meat. But oh yeah, Ellie left the buck with David and James. But wait, the buck comes into shot with David and James after that ominous meat has been served. Oh dear, you get what I'm hinting at? I think you do. There was a reason why that girl couldn't lay her dad's body to rest. David also announces to his people that he and the group will search for Ellie and Joel, and at the very least kill Joel for what he did. But little do they know what David has done to the man that fell victim to Joel. The daughter of the man killed says Ellie should be held accountable too, but David decides to slap her for some reason. But worst of all, they all start eating the food, even the girl herself. A truly horrifying moment, something that I thought I'd never see in The Last of Us. I was saying, no, don't eat it. Someone tell her. You're not telling me that none of David's crew knew about this other than James and the kitchen workers. I know people got to eat, but there has to be another way. Try eating snow or something. Meanwhile, the next morning, Ellie is still administering medicine to Joel. Looks like he's got a way to go yet. This feels more dragged out than the game so far. However, it does feel more grounded. Joel recovered far too quickly in the game. I also could be wrong too, but I think the music playing here is from part 2 as well, so that's not right. Although, again, I did love part 2's soundtrack. About the only thing I did like from that game. Ellie heads out again to get some water for Callus, and then just proceeds to stand in the street until some crows catch her attention, which in a way was smart. I wouldn't have thought that a group of people would have sent them flying, but Ellie was right to be concerned, as it's David's capture party. It's definitely feeling more like Far Cry 5 now. David's plan is still to kill Joel, but spare Ellie. Again, James is starting to question his decision making, and to be honest, James is right. Why take Ellie back? It's just another person to find resources for. If they're so adamant that she wasn't involved, just cut her loose. James also throws it back at David too.
We bring that girl back with us. She's just another mouth to feed.
If we leave her out here, she'll die.
Yeah, maybe that's God's will.
Ellie wastes no time in attempting to lure the group away from Joel. As with the game, she tries to escape on horseback. David definitely has less henchmen than in the game, and of course the number in the game has to be bolstered, as we have to engage them, otherwise the gameplay would get stale if you only had to take on 5 men. I understand why the show has scaled it back, because if he had a whole army, it would look pretty far-fetched. Ellie gets the response she wanted, as David and his group start to pursue her, but James manages to stop her by neutralising Callus. The scene certainly wasn't dragged out like the game, that's for sure. By having endless henchmen grab onto the horse, that was so irritating. Now surprisingly, James and a few of the men surround Ellie, and one of them says to James, quote, "Do it." So James draws back the bolt on his rifle and aims at Ellie, but he is stopped by a shot in the air by David. This caught me off guard. Literally minutes ago, he was saying that David should simply cut her loose. Now he's up for killing her? But then again, he did raise his gun at her when he came back with the medicine in a previous scene, as he was angry that she was partly responsible for the death of the father of that girl, in which they all, shall I say, lived off of. So James was happy to do that, but also wanted to avenge his death. I don't think James knows what he wants to do at this point, but clearly he knows David won't be happy with him attempting that. David captures Ellie and demands that his men go door to door to find Joel. Meanwhile, we're here following one of the group's members into one of the houses. A close-up shot has given me time to touch on the costumes. Again, it's following the game very closely. This group is definitely on its last legs. All their clothes are filthy. They all look underweight and downright filthy. It's some great attention to detail. I do find it a little coincidental that the one group member managed to guess the right house straight away. That's a bit too coincidental for me, but I understand that it was done for improved pacing. Joel hears the footsteps above him and finally does something for the first time in nearly 3 episodes. That medicine worked fast, as it did in the game. I know people always mention that about the game, how quickly Joel recovers, but it's a game. We couldn't leave him there for 5 hours, could we? At least the developers made an effort to have him hobble about for a while, and I don't doubt the same trait will be used here. And yes, it has. Joel strikes the aggressor from the shadows, but it certainly knocks the wind out of him. The scene closes there, and then opens with the one I was most eager to see. So far, I am enjoying the episode, and so far it's everything I expected, apart from the fact it is hitting harder due to being live action. But this scene here with Ellie being held by David is one of the most chilling scenes in all of The Last of Us. Just look at the set design. We all knew what scene was coming. Even the gate is identical. It was everything I expected. In fact, it exceeded my expectations, and the showrunners, writers or directors grabbed that dial and cranked it to 11. This is also Scott Shepherd's shining moment. This is his chance to show what a monster David can be, and to prove he can own the character, and show what he is really capable of. The scene is divided up, so we will see that in a moment. Meanwhile, Joel thinks it's open season, and hunts down the remainders of the group, till we're treated to a rendition of a scene that shows what Joel is truly capable of. Something that he used to do back in the early days of the outbreak, when he and Tommy were surviving together. Just like the game, it also shows how far Joel will go for Ellie, and vice versa. Ellie put herself on the line to attempt to draw the group away from Joel, conveying how much love these two characters have for each other, without sometimes even knowing or showing it. As usual, this scene is what you would expect. What more can I say? It's badass Joel in action. What more is there to like than that? And Pedro nails it. In fact, I might show a comparison.
What the?
You wait here. Now, the girl. Is she alive?
What girl? I don't know no girl. Fuck!
Focus right here, right here. I'll pop your goddamn knee off. The girl.
She's alive. She's David's newest pet.
Where?
In the town. In the town.
Now you're gonna mark it on the map. And it better be the same exact spot your buddy points to. Mark it.
It's right there. You can verify it. Go ask him. Go on. I tell you, I ain't lying. I ain't.
Fuck you, man. He told you what you wanted. I ain't telling you shit.
That's all right. I believe him.
No, wait!
Heading back to Ellie now, she's trying to find weaknesses in the perimeter, but her attention is drawn away as she spots something that has clearly spooked her, but we're not shown it right away, in which was a smart choice, because maybe some viewers haven't worked it out yet, and this to me is a good use of the shock factor. David enters the scene with some food for Ellie. He wonders why she is so spooked, until he looks back and sees a human ear on the ground. This was an excellent use of the shock factor for the viewers that might not have worked it out sooner. It's a subtle but sharp reality check of how far people would go in this world to survive. This easily blows the game's reveal out of the water, as the game made it almost too obvious too quickly. Look at what I mean. This scene is very chilling and portrayed very well by both actors, especially Ramsey's reaction to what Ellie just saw. Ashley Johnson's version is almost very subdued in comparison, but I suppose Ashley wanted Ellie to tread carefully in case she ends up with the same fate. The scene does expand on a mental game of cat and mouse between the two characters, and it builds the atmosphere perfectly as David starts to show his true intentions for Ellie. It is a shocking and downright creepy turn. It's hard to watch in the game, and it's hard to watch here, and whoever rearranged this shot, whether it was Druckmann or not, did an incredible job of recreating that awful dread when we see his full intentions. But Ellie manages to cut that tension by pretending to play along in a chance to an attempt an escape. Again, it's frame by frame accurate, except David uses a very strong expletive instead of saying,
"You stupid little girl. You are making it very difficult to keep you alive. What am I supposed to tell the others now?"
Either phrase could have been used, I guess. Just caught me off guard to hear a word that strong being used in a rated 15 TV show, as that particular word is considered the strongest and or worst expletive to be used here in the UK at least. Notice as well, at the end of the scene, the camera focuses on Ellie's face, as she tried to most likely process what she's just done. She's now having to weigh up her fate. This is something we never saw in the game, and I'm glad it's been included here. She knows no one is coming to save her. Joel is continuing his search for Ellie as he starts to head towards the main town. Upon entering a building with bloodstains leading up to the front door, he enters, as maybe he thought it could be another possible lead to Ellie. Upon entering, he finds his biggest lead yet, her backpack, in yet another nod to the game. Joel makes another discovery. He finds the body of Callus, then, even more shockingly, the remains of some human bodies, in which are being kept for you know what. We then switch back to Ellie being apprehended by David and James. Ellie manages to land a bite on David. Now, that would mean he is now technically infected. Well, unfortunately, no. Ellie cannot infect other humans. Remember, Ellie has bitten Abby in part 2, and she is, unfortunately, still alive. Ellie's partner, Dina, has kissed and gotten intimate with Ellie, and she isn't infected either. So somehow Ellie can't infect third parties, at least in the video game universe. Will the show change that? Maybe, but I doubt it. But getting back to the scene, the pair pin Ellie to the table, ready to fulfill David's promise of cutting her up into tiny pieces. Ellie thinks quickly again, and tricks them into thinking she's infected, and reminds David that he is now too. But obviously we know this isn't the case. David doesn't buy it, but James certainly does. But before we know it, Ellie takes her chances and grabs the cleaver and finishes off James. Again, this is frame by frame like the source material. I got no complaints, as I felt this worked well first time around. What the show does do is again save on time. Instead of Ellie escaping the kitchen into the main town, then ending up at the restaurant, the show combines both into one room, in which I 100% agree with. I actually wish this was done in the game too. Navigating Ellie through the town with only a switchblade was arguably one of the hardest parts in the game, even more than the hospital tunnel. Now this scene of David and Ellie's final showdown is one for one. But what this scene has over the original scene is again the benefit of being live action. Don't get me wrong, the game still does a great job of capturing the audience's emotions, especially after the recent remake, but there is something about a live action performance here that captures the fear and desperation Ellie endures. And remember too, this is Ellie's first time in having to deal with antagonists in this world, without having Joel by her side. She has somewhat been shielded by the horrors of this world, and in a way it's taken her by surprise, but by no means is she incompetent. She's done bloody well in my opinion. I have touched on this in my critique of Ellie's character in the video, The Betrayal of Ellie. Go have a look if you want. It's a good 2 hours though. I literally look through the entire character's journey across both games. The scene is TV production at its finest. The cinematography, the set piece and all the dialogue is where it needed to be. Like I mentioned, eagle-eyed players would have known this room as soon as we saw it in the opening minutes of the episode. Again, this is a very tense moment of the game and it is beautifully and faithfully recreated here. David has no machete in this scene, but he instead uses the cleaver that is still lodged in James, in which was a more grounded choice, at least I think so. Suddenly giving David a machete here wouldn't have made sense, unless it was mounted above the fireplace or something, but I feel this choice did make sense. It still makes David a viable threat. Now we know this scene thankfully ends in Ellie getting her vengeance, but it comes at a cost. It completely traumatises her. Look how when she's finished, the out of focus areas distort, showing Ellie's frame of mind, completely fogged with trauma, fear and rage. So much so that she lashes out at Joel in the process. And again, that scene still brings a tear to my eye. Even after 25 playthroughs, the show hit me just as hard. When Joel catches up to her, it is slightly different in the game. Joel makes it inside the building, but this takes place outside, in which makes more sense. The building was burning down. Being full of smoke, you wouldn't want to be in there too long. And given that Ellie has just had a traumatic experience, it's obvious she's going to want to get out of there as soon as possible. The way Pascal and Ramsey looked at each other was spot on. It was literally father-daughter. Their bond is now cemented after what Joel calls her.
Okay. It's okay, baby girl. I got you. I got you.
The pair leave the area and continue their journey to Salt Lake City, and the episode ends there, on arguably the darkest episode in the season, in which I knew it would be. Those last 10 minutes really hit hard. Even now it's hard to write about. I've had to take multiple breaks, as this episode really immersed me. We're now moving on to the final episode, and arguably, if any episode had to be right, it had to be the finale episode. I know I've said that a lot, but it really matters in this one. So let's do it. So this is it, the finale episode, rightfully titled Look for the Light. A fitting name for the finale, you might agree. The episode opens with a woman running through the woods, so when I heard the running sounds, it sounded just like Ellie from the games. And that's because it is. This woman is portrayed by Ashley Johnson. It would seem her character is pregnant. Could she be portraying Anna by any chance? Ellie's mother? Maybe. Before I go any further, Ellie's mum is never seen in the games. We only hear about her from Marlene towards the end of the game, and I believe there may have been some Dark Horse comics exploring Anna's journey, or it might have been Ellie actually. I unfortunately never got a chance to read them. Either way, I'm very interested to see what is going to be presented to the audience here. It would appear that Anna is running from someone, or something. Definitely sounds like infected. She ends up trying to hide in a farmhouse that looks very similar to the farmhouse that Ellie and Dina reside in towards the end of part 2. As she enters, she says, "It's me." So perhaps she has been residing here with the group, or Ellie's father. But according to the lore surrounding The Last of Us, Ellie's father passed long before Ellie's birth. Anna makes her way upstairs, just as her waters start to break. Good timing, right? She tries to push, but she can hear the infected has managed to break in. Anna pulls out Ellie's switchblade. Wait, the switchblade? It's finally been confirmed as to where it came from. It's a trademark weapon of choice for Ellie in the games, and we never knew where it actually came from until now. It's little added on details like this that I adore. As the infected is pounding on the door, Anna is desperately trying to push before the seemingly inevitable. Unfortunately, she is unsuccessful as the infected charges in and attacks Anna on sight. She does manage to successfully put down the infected as well as give birth to the child without even knowing it. Impressive. Unfortunately though, before she can celebrate, she notices a bite on her leg. This all but finally confirms after 10 years as to how Ellie is immune. She was still connected to her mother when she was bit, but Ellie wasn't bit, so something has changed and has made her a carrier of sorts. Look, I'm not going to go into scientifics. I'll leave that to Luke Stevens and film theorists on that one. They've done some great videos diving into the science behind Ellie's immunity. If you've got your own theories though, let me know in the comments. I would love to hear them. Now, even though we don't know this is Ellie yet, being born, it is quite obvious that it is. In the game we never learn as to how Ellie's mother died. All we know from Marlene, whom was friends with Anna by the way, we only learn that she passed from childbirth. As Anna tries to savour this moment with her daughter, she takes this time to name her Ellie. Funny, isn't it really? As an avid player, I just saw Ellie give birth to Ellie. Weird. The scene ends there, as the opening credits roll, and the next scene opens with the group of 3 approaching the house that Anna might or might not still be in, as now it's dark. It's clear that some time has passed. Now, I'm not a betting man, but I would have to guess that one of the people in this group has to be Marlene, and we are also presented as to how Marlene took on Ellie and made the promise to Anna to look after her. And as I just said, one of them is indeed Marlene. Must have been nice for Ashley Johnson and Merle Dandridge to work together again after so long. I believe the motion capture work went on throughout 2011 when The Last of Us was in development, and a good 9 years since the One Night Live, so it's been a while. Marlene and her group enter the house and slowly search it until they find Anna still cradling Ellie in her arms. Again, I must add, this whole chapter here is completely brand new. This is definitely for the players though. It's answering so many long unanswered questions in one hit. As Marlene enters, Anna has her switchblade up to her neck. She clearly knows time is running out, and it's to, how can I say, take herself out of doing any harm to Ellie before she turns. So in a way, it is lucky that Marlene turned up when she did, as Ellie could have been there on her own for who knows how long, and could have ended up passing too, from lack of nutrition that a newborn requires. Or worse. Now of course, Marlene is hesitant to take Ellie off of her, due to Anna's condition. She tried to sugarcoat it by saying she cut the cord before she was bit, but Marlene has none of it. Anna pleads that Marlene takes her back to the Boston QZ and almost gives her the switchblade as a keepsake. It's a very sad moment for Anna as well as Ellie, again bringing to the forefront the harshness of this world. We literally ended episode 8 on a sombre note, and now we're opening 9 on an equally sombre note. Give us some time for a breather, HBO. Jeez. Marlene still says she can't take Ellie. Anna reminds her that they've been friends their whole lives, and demands her to take Ellie and then put her down. Marlene for the first time ever actually shows emotion and does as Anna asks, but she cannot bring herself to put down her childhood friend. But after the guttural cries from Anna, Marlene steps up and sadly does what has to be done. Another bitter scene for audiences to endure. What a well crafted all original scene. It ends there and opens up with a close up shot of Ellie, clearly still affected by the traumatic events from winter. We are now heading into the spring chapter from the game, in which is the final chapter in the game also. Their costumes gave that away too. Ellie is still so zoned out that she doesn't hear Joel at first calling her. After that opening, I I've got a feeling this episode is going to be a good one. Now some of my regular viewers will be thinking, here we go again. But notice the contrast already between Joel and Ellie. They've switched places. Joel is now seemingly outgoing and almost has an enthusiastic tone in his voice, whereas Ellie is now quite reserved. I've come up with my own summary as to what's going on here. So starting with Joel, he's obviously glad he's still alive, thanks to Ellie, and the fact that he is now alive, he feels given they're so close to the hospital, he can simply get Ellie to the Fireflies, they can draw some of her blood, make a cure, then he can take her back to Tommy's, and continue to live a long and happy life with his now surrogate daughter, and try to get some closure for the grief he has been experiencing over the last 20 years. But equally, Joel can probably guess exactly what Ellie went through, and he could be trying to keep her upbeat for her sake also. Maybe they've even spoke about what happened, but we never really find out in the game. I think it's best being left that way. Whereas Ellie has been exposed to what this world can be like. It's probably making her question the point in actually getting this cure developed, just to save people like David and his group. She is having second thoughts and losing hope, as in this world, the bad, sadly, outweigh the good. And I honestly believe that she is mulling this over. I think also by potentially feeling like this, she feels she is letting down the people she has come to know and lost in this journey. Riley, Tess, Sam and Henry, as well as maybe even her own mother. But I doubt Ellie even knows how she passed. As they move on, I take a moment to look at the set design. Obviously we have a narrower field of view compared to the game here. But everything from the signposts, to the vegetation growing all over the road, to the placement of the motorhome that Joel can enter and loot supplies from, in the show he's already searched it by the time he called Ellie. The game is reversed, but it still gives him reason to mention to Ellie about teaching her to play guitar. Of course again, Joel is trying to subtly comfort her, as he knows she is still affected by the events of the previous episode. As they head into the city, Joel goes to explain a way to move through this area, before Ellie butts in with the answer anyway, in which makes Joel respond with some light-hearted sarcasm. It's good to have Joel and Ellie back again, after what seemed like so long. This area they are going through is slightly different than the game. They normally go through an abandoned bus station, but here they're cutting through a skyscraper, an unfinished one at that. I'm guessing this was done for pacing reasons. I am extremely thankful though that the showrunners remembered to include the moment when Joel has to ask Ellie twice for helping him with the ladder. Again, this is a nod for the players of the game. Throughout the chapters, there's many moments when Joel and Ellie have to retrieve ladders as a team. So getting this one down is like any other, but Joel having to ask twice isn't right. This is not normal for Ellie, again cementing that the ordeal with David has taken a toll on her, and again the fact that she is probably thinking there is nothing left of this world to save now. I'd like to play both renditions of this moment for context.
Everything all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You just kind of seem extra quiet today.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's not. It's fine. Well, we could use that ladder. Here we go. Ellie? Ellie?
What?
The ladder. Come on.
Right.
Joel knows what's going through her mind, but always asks if she's okay anyway. I suppose not wanting to draw any attention to it, in case it makes her any worse. Then of course, literally in a split second, the mood changes, Ellie drops the ladder and runs off. Joel, immediately worried, wonders what on earth is going on and rushes up as quickly as he can. Ellie is rushing Joel to catch up. Players who experience this game for the first time, as well as viewers of the show, are wondering what is going on too. What has Ellie spotted? It can't be infected, as she sure as hell wouldn't run towards them. It can't be people, as she again wouldn't run towards them, or keep her voice at a constant raised volume. So what could it be? And Joel is thinking the same. Here it is. Cue the tissues. It's that scene. The draft scene. Perfectly recreated, even with a real draft. It's everything I imagined it to be. And this one moment has more meaning than you might think. Again, sorry to my regular viewers, but I have to explain what I think this scene is meant to tell us. So I think we all noticed. Look how Ellie's mood changed. In that one moment, she forgot all about what happened those few months back in winter. The draft, I think, is there to remind Ellie that life does go on in this world, that there is still good out there that are worth saving. If this cure could save 100 good people, then it's better than leaving those 100 in a world with no hope. This moment also signals the end of their journey is near, that it wasn't all for nothing what Ellie has had to endure and witness. Whatever comes next, it will be worth it in the end. Joel also notices the difference in her. He watches over her like a proud parent. This is probably the first time she has smiled in months. Joel and Ellie follow the draft till we're greeted with the overlook, in which the pair take some time to reflect on the journey and how far they've come. But now the tables have turned again. Ellie is now feeling hopeful, but Joel is having doubts, more or less stating what I've just aforementioned, that there is a whole lot of bad out there. He knows in reality, humanity is not worth saving. Some people are too far gone to be saved, and David was an example of that. He'd rather just be done with it all and head back to Tommy's, but after coming this far, they might as well see what it's all about. But Ellie feels a sense of responsibility to do this to avenge the ones she's lost. After, she will follow Joel wherever he wants to go, even to the moon apparently. That's a little ambitious, Ellie, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. She is right though, they have come this far. If they left now, certainly Tess, Sam and Henry's deaths would be for nothing, so they decide to push on. The show decides to cut Joel saying,
"Once we're done, we'll go wherever you want. Okay?"
Well, I ain't leaving without you. So let's go wrap this up.
Not sure why, it always went well with the end of Ellie's sentence. The pair eventually end up in the triage, in which again leads to Joel and Ellie to have some very deep conversations, showing how far their bond has grown. What particularly stuck out to me was Joel admitting that the person who shot at him and missed was Joel himself. Again, these sort of moments were shielded from the players of the game. These parts of Joel's emotions weren't explored, and to be fair, there wasn't a lot of time to do so. It's little pieces of information like this that really go out to develop and ground the character. I thought Joel from the source material was a very humanistic character, where we felt every weight of his choices, but the show takes that, and like I aforementioned many times, turns it up to 11, but without completely overdoing it. Now here are some major changes to this section. Obviously with the shooting story. Now Joel does tell Ellie he ended up in one of these triages in the game after losing Sarah. Ellie tries to sympathise and apologises to Joel, and before exiting the area, Ellie gives Joel the picture of him and Sarah, in which Tommy tried to give Joel right back at the dam in the Fall chapter. Ellie stole it from Maria, who showed it to her. Joel finally accepts the picture, showing that Joel is now at some kind of peace now. The show completely erases that the picture ever exists, and decides to do it via dialogue, as Joel tries to explain how he never managed to take his life. He cuts off, and goes to more or less say that Ellie saved him. She has made him come to terms with the loss of Sarah, as Ellie has given him a second chance of being a father, and help him undo what he couldn't manage 20 years ago. Before he can explain, and maybe even thank her, she cuts him off, and gets what he is trying to say. Now, I'm not against this change, it works well enough, but I wish the photo exchange was kept in. I think it would resonate with the audience more, and would make this added dialogue more worthwhile. It does fall a bit flat with Ellie cutting him off like that. I wish Joel could have been able to finish his sentence, then have Ellie give him the photo, but the showrunners must have had their reasons. Their last exchange at the end of the conversation does hit well enough though. The writers managed to get the reaction they needed from the audience, showing both characters are on the same page now. They've both sympathised with each other. They decide to move on from the area, and Joel actually proactively wants to hear some puns, for the first time ever in the series. It's a lovely ending and enlightening moment after that heart-to-heart, but unfortunately the moment is spoiled by a Firefly ambush. Yes, we're already at that part. Normally in the game the pair have to go right through the hospital tunnel, but for pacing reasons this was cut, and I understand that, and I doubt the budget allowed for that many infected because they used that in episode 5. So yeah. So from here on out I will be getting on my high horse here, as this could have been changed from the game, but it seems to be the same. So Joel and Ellie have just been ambushed by the Fireflies. We've all just seen that. Remember, at some point they must have been expecting Ellie to be delivered to the hospital. Okay, admittedly they were probably expecting the group of Fireflies that were at the Capitol building, but Marlene must have caught wind about that group being wiped out. So if she had half a brain in her head, she would let her teams know that Joel and Tess might have been delivering her, as she did know they were a capable pair, hence why she asked them in the first place. So there was no need for an ambush like that, and especially knocking Joel out like that. This could have easily been changed, but it has been left the same for some reason. So I would assume the Fireflies are going to be very incompetent here in the show too, but let's find out. Joel wakes up to find himself in the hospital, with Marlene there to greet him, and yep, it's the same. Marlene's men didn't know who they were. Oh really? So Marlene didn't give them the very least a description of what Ellie looked like. Straight away Joel is concerned as to where Ellie is, and rightfully so. Marlene stalls the question to ask one of her own. How did they make it all that way? Marlene herself lost half her crew getting there. Well, if they don't even know who Ellie is, then I'm not surprised. Literally this scene is one for one with the game, and some might say this is a good thing, but personally for me, this is the one scene I wish was changed. It just makes no sense. I've ranted about this scene in my video, Did Joel Deserve Better? And it frustrates me so much, and I've got to have a moan about it here again it would seem. Marlene actually praises Joel for getting her there, which is a small change. Joel doesn't really care for the small talk and just wants to see Ellie. Marlene spills the beans. She's being prepped for surgery, and to give credit, I'm glad there was some sort of dear explanation as to how Ellie is immune, something I actually missed out on first viewing. She also says they're sure they can reverse engineer it and create a cure. Joel realises that obviously cordyceps grows over the brain, in which means she wouldn't survive it. Marlene goes to walk away, but Joel rightfully so gets agitated. Marlene gives some story about she knows what he's going through, and she's known her since birth. But Marlene saw Joel's first impression of Ellie, and it wasn't a good one, so she can't really know what he's feeling, as she doesn't know what he's going through. And also remember, Marlene's acted throughout this whole series like she doesn't even know Ellie. Maybe that was her coping mechanism. Marlene decides to have Joel be escorted off the property. She gives him Ellie's switchblade as a memoir, and that's it. He won't be seeing Ellie again. Now before I move on, let's look at the moral choices here, because it will reflect on Joel's actions in a few minutes. So, some context again. In the game, when Joel and Ellie are captured by the Fireflies, upon arrival to the hospital, Ellie is actually deceased, but she is revived with CPR, as she technically drowned. After reviving her, they immediately prepped her for a fatal surgery that she gave no consent for. Now, as we saw back in the draft overlook, Ellie clearly expects to live on after giving this cure. So, who's to say if she was given the choice and had it explained to her, who's to say that she would want to go through with it? She might well do, to honour the people she deemed close, but at least give her the choice. This is why I wasn't completely against Joel's actions at the hospital in the game, because the Fireflies were so incompetent, and who's to say the cure would even work? And given the Firefly numbers are dwindling, who's to say they would be able to distribute it, and would they even want to? Or would they charge a high trade price for it? All these questions are left unexplored. It's much more than this supposed evil and devastating action caused by Joel. Now the show has made in what I believe to be, a purposeful change in order to make Joel seem like a morally ambiguous character. When Ellie was brought into the hospital, she was conscious. So, does that mean she has consented to the fatal surgery this time? Or has she been lied to into believing she will wake up after? That we will never know, but it has clearly been designed to make Joel look like a monster. So when his ultimate demise comes up in Season 2, it will look more justified, because as we know, it was a complete dumpster fire in Part 2. Right, now with all that out of the way, let's see what Papa Joel does now. As Joel is being escorted out, he knows that a world without Ellie is not a world for him worth living. Ellie is his world now. He already knows the Fireflies are not to be trusted. Look at what they did to the QZ right back in episode 1. So without hesitation, Joel decides to save Ellie from the Fireflies. This scene is incredibly well produced, but paired with the music and slow montage of Fireflies being massacred, it does portray his decision as an evil one. At the end of the day, the Last of Us finale is left up to your own interpretation, and this is just mine, but this is how I felt when watching this scene. When you play this segment, there is no music, until you grab Ellie. When you are gunning down Fireflies, there is no music that attempts you to sway your decision, but the show is definitely trying to sway the audience's minds here. It's almost like, oh no, look at what this evil thing Joel is doing. Again, this is how it came across to me. It's the only red flag in this show to me so far, so that's not bad going, but for the most part it is still extremely faithful to the game. Just remember, again, as I keep saying, Joel couldn't save Sarah, and he's only just made peace with it. Last thing he wants to do now is lose his surrogate one. He can save Ellie, so he will, but it is much more than just a potential selfish action. Like I aforementioned, he's also getting her away from the utterly useless Fireflies. He finally makes it. The corridor is how you would expect. Long. To make you anxious as all hell. Like I was on my first playthrough. And I'm experiencing it here when I watched this for the first time. Joel enters the theatre, and there she is. Thankfully, it looks like he isn't too late, but the surgeon tries to stop him, in which he wasn't very successful. A fun fact for you, one of the nurses in this scene was portrayed by Laura Bailey, whom portrayed the news reporter in the prologue in the game and portrayed Abby Anderson in Part 2. In the game, you can choose to take out the nurses too, but Joel in reality has no reason to, so he doesn't, probably because they were unarmed and surrendered. Joel picks up Ellie and makes his escape, very easily this time. In the game you have to run to the elevator, whilst dodging Firefly bullets. That's right, the Fireflies in the game shoot at Joel whilst carrying Ellie, the supposed cure for mankind. I did say they were incompetent. It's funny that it was decided to cut that from this episode. The show definitely paints the Fireflies in a better light in the show, at least in this segment anyway. As Joel leaves the elevator, he is confronted by Marlene, in which again plays out like the game. I'm glad this scene was left alone. I do laugh every time though that Marlene tells Joel about him making choices for her. But did he? No. Of course, Joel knows Ellie would have wanted to give the cure by any means, but not to a militia like the Fireflies. Ellie couldn't stand them. She ranted onto Riley for nearly an hour about it in episode 7. People tend to forget this. Ultimately, the Fireflies are not good people. But I guess, like I aforementioned, that is the whole premise of this franchise, that is seriously expanded upon for no reason in the game's sequel. The scene cuts to Joel driving away, giving us the impression that Joel decided to leave her behind. But that would be pointless, as the supposed one and only doctor that could perform that surgery is now deceased. So even from day one, I thought this misleading cliffhanger wasn't needed. But as usual, I wasn't completely against it, because at the same time it does actually work well, because again it leads back to show that Joel actually does away with Marlene and makes his escape with Ellie. Of course, the biggest shock is that lie. Now to me, I'm glad this was left alone. However, Neil Druckmann has shot himself in the foot with this one, so hear me out on this. Ellie's mother was bitten just before Ellie was born. Now in the 20 years of the world being like this, you're not telling me there has been similar instances of this. So technically now, there could be some truth in Joel's lie. There could be more people out there like Ellie. Maybe not dozens, but perhaps a few. So, yeah, maybe not the best choice there, Neil, or whoever approved it. They maybe shouldn't have gone so in depth on showing how Ellie became immune. If they wanted Joel's lie to have some weight to it. I do think his lie was a way to protect her though. Again, I touched on it in the video, Did Joel Deserve Better? He knew Ellie had much more life in her, and wanted to save her from the utterly useless Fireflies that had reducing numbers from all the clashes with Fedra. And if they developed a cure, would it even be guaranteed to work? Would it even be effective enough? And would the Fireflies even distribute it out? But with dwindling numbers, I doubt it. These questions were always overlooked in the game's early days, and I think it will be overlooked here by a TV audience too. Of course, Joel knows that Ellie knows he's lying, but they can't live without each other at this point. So Ellie says nothing as Joel continues their drive back to Jackson. We get some lovely scenic shots of the drive, but the wrong music is played here. Again, the music being used here, as nice as it is from part 2, and it should stay there. That is a much darker narrative, and the music suits that, like I've aforementioned back in episode 3, I believe. I'm being incredibly nitpicky, I know, but that's how much I do value this game and the franchise as a whole. The next scene triggers the final moment of the series. Ellie is looking at her scar, as Joel tries to look at the broken down car. They then continue on foot to Jackson. They've still got a little way to go, but they're close. Ellie again has gone back to her quiet self, as she tries to process the fact that she will never pay respect to the people she lost before and during this journey. Joel goes on to tell Ellie about the hikes he used to take with Sarah. Again, he's back to being very enthusiastic, as he knows he can now relive that dream of being a father again, with no one left alive that's going to come and look for Ellie. I just realised too that Ellie has the wrong clothing on, but I just realised that all of her stuff, or her clothing at least, was left behind at the hospital, so I'll cut the show some slack here. Shame she lost her bag though, as it stays with her right into part 2, or at least for the flashbacks. After Joel talks about Sarah and the comparisons between the two girls, we finally make it to that hilltop. It's nearly time to close off this episode. Again, this final scene is so important to get right, and it was, and it hits easily as hard as the game. There was no Joel touching the watch this time round though. I wish that was kept in. Of course, Joel lies to Ellie again, in fear of losing her, and Ellie goes along with it, in fear of losing Joel. And the episode closes with that.
Okay.
And that, my viewers, is The Last of Us Season 1. I made it, somehow. Before we close out, I would like to have some closing thoughts, and then I am finally done, I promise. So, let's do that now. Firstly, I'd like to start my closing thoughts on the performances delivered by the main cast. I might have given some of my thoughts away, as I was moving through the episodes. I'm going to move down the main cast list in no particular order, but it would be reasonable to start with Pedro Pascal's version of Joel. Now I'm going to be honest, I didn't know who Pedro Pascal was before I saw him in this show. When I saw he was announced as Joel, I thought, okay, who's this then? But because I didn't know him, I had no judgment on whether he would be right for the role or not. I think I only saw him in Equalizer 2, on the lead up to the show. I thought his acting abilities were decent enough in that film, so I just waited till the show came on and prayed that he gets it right. I personally always thought someone like Hugh Jackman would have been cast, as he looks very similar to the video game counterpart in the film Logan. I also wondered if Josh Brolin would have been approached for the role, as Troy Baker in the past has expressed his desire for the actor to take on the role of Joel if ever a film or TV adaptation was considered. But HBO went with an actor they trust, who has apparently appeared in Game of Thrones. I've never seen it. I know. I live under a rock. But when I write these critiques, I don't have time for much else. I'm also a little ashamed to admit, I was one of those fans that thought a certain actor just had to look like the character from the source material. And when I saw Pedro announced, I thought, huh? He doesn't really look like Joel. But when I saw that opening scene with him at home with Sarah, and in the main narrative with the appropriate outfits, I couldn't see anything but Joel. His performance as Joel was spot on. I know he did consult Troy Baker on the character, and he certainly did Troy's original performance justice. However, Pedro had the responsibility of bringing out further emotions from this character. Pedro uses a lot of body language to convey Joel's emotions too. Only a few actors have the ability to do that. Pedro's shining moment had to be when he was spilling the truth to Tommy. Pedro handled Joel's open emotions incredibly well. The only thing that Pedro had against him with his performance, and this is definitely a nitpick from me, but I felt he didn't have that grit in his voice that Troy's version did. But then Troy's Joel didn't have to show the same range of emotions that Pedro's did. So in a way, I think the aggression in the voice was toned down, as Pedro's Joel was much more vulnerable in areas, like with the anxiety and or panic attacks, in which were well performed by the way. Overall, I think Pedro did a fantastic job as Joel. He nailed every recreated scene, and let the character, as well as his talent, shine in the all original scenes for the show. I cannot now think of anyone else to play this character. Pedro truly understood this character and put everything into it to get it right. I will now be trying to spend more time watching films or shows that he has starred in now. He is a very underrated actor. With Bella Ramsey, I had no idea who they were either. I again saw that they were in Game of Thrones, but that's all I knew. There was a massive controversy regarding them not looking like Ellie from the games, but again, because I've never heard of this actor before, I wanted to give them a chance, and with them being a fellow Brit, I just have to support them, don't I? Their best moment for me was those final moments in the standoff with David. I never thought I'd see someone be able to match the intensity of the original performance from Ashley Johnson. Similar to Pedro, Ramsey took the source material and kept it in line with the character, but they made Ellie their own and was a natural in the role. And dare I say, it gave Ashley Johnson's portrayal a run for its money. And I wouldn't mind betting Ashley would agree. Ramsey surmised some of the players' negative expectations and stole the show with their performance. And the final confrontation with David was a performance of a lifetime. I'm gutted that apparently Ramsey hasn't been cast again for season 2. I know Ellie in part 2 is much older in the game, but you're not telling me that the costume and makeup departments could make Ramsey appear older? Anna Torv's portrayal of Tess was one for one like the original performance. She did the character justice, that's for sure. On a side note too, I understand why Tess's character model was changed in part 1's remake. As like I aforementioned way back in episode 1, it would look like Joel and Tess are an item now, judging by the show's changes. So that's why the character model had to be changed. What I have heard from some players is that Anna Torv's performance wasn't very captivating. I found this surprising. I think the performance delivered was very true to the character, and for the time that the character is on screen, It will always be hard for an actor to get an audience invested in them, especially if probably over half the audience knows how the character's fate is going to end. And that is probably why some of the gaming audience struggle to find the character captivating and engaging. But if they kept an open mind, they might have thought different. Because what if Tess lived? You know how shows sometimes keep characters alive long past their comic or games counterparts' fate? Nick Offerman's portrayal of Bill was certainly a unique take due to the nature of the altered episode. However, there were certainly elements of the Bill we know from the game, and the elements that were seen were carried off very well by Offerman. What he should especially be commended on is bringing out the emotional side of the character. The original performance by William Earl Brown had to have Bill hide his emotions when Joel was present, but with Joel not being present in practically the whole episode, it allowed Offerman to explore these range of emotions Bill experiences throughout the episode. Sam and Henry were again just like their video game counterparts. Lamar Johnson and Kevin Montreal Woodward did a brilliant job with the time they had. I'm still unsure about the changes made with Sam. It didn't affect his relationship with Ellie, but I feel the writing board didn't have the same sentimental value as the robot toy from the game. Still unsure as to why this was cut. I could go on for another couple of hours going on about the main and side cast members. Ultimately, for the first time in a TV show, there wasn't one bad performance in this show. Each and every actor did a brilliant job. Even the cameo appearances from Troy Baker, who stuck out the most for me with his portrayal of James. Who would have thought a disposable and forgettable character in the game would have some layers of depth in the show, so far as to sometimes question David's decisions. I loved Jeffrey Pierce's role as Perry, and I was caught off guard by Ashley Johnson's phenomenal cameo of Ellie's mother, Anna. I love that these actors of the games were given the chance to play these characters in this world and experience what it is like to be on the other end of Joel and Ellie's journey. I loved every single moment. The one performance from a side character in this show that I was impressed with the most had to be Scott Shepherd's portrayal of David. He took Nolan North's original performance and cranked it, but also kept it grounded, and it was a performance again of a lifetime for this actor. I've never felt that uncomfortable watching TV before. Whenever he was on screen, I was dreading what he would do next. Now I want to quickly cover the cinematography, and of course the world and set designs. The cinematography is very good in The Last of Us. I don't claim to be an expert on it, but when shots can be set up one for one from the game, that means the job has been done well in my opinion. Some shots that stuck out for me the most was towards the final minutes of episode 5, where Joel and Ellie leave Jackson on horseback. And of course these cinematic shots can't be achieved without the backup of a well thought out and designed setting. I mentioned it way too often throughout this video, but I've never seen anything like what HBO have been able to pull off here in terms of its world and set design. Each setting from Boston to Billstown and Jackson felt incredibly authentic. Never seen anything so accurate to a video game before. As a player, I recognised every single area. Of course, some can't be one for one, and I get that. But, of course, I'm going to be nitpicky. I wasn't going to nitpick the amount of practical sets and effects used though. HBO have this gift of being able to blend practical sets into a blue or green screen in the background to fill the void. However, it's done in a way to keep the scenes grounded, in which is extremely important in The Last of Us. I know CGI has to be used somewhere at some point, like the hordes rushing out of the sewers in episode 4, and the producers could have easily gone this direction with all of the infected, but they kept it practical and earned my respect. It keeps the viewer engaged, and again makes the infected more grounded and equally more horrifying for the viewer. And they will also appreciate the effects. Like the bloater for example in episode 4. That suit was 100% practical and had a real actor inside of it. It reportedly cost $250,000. No doubt CGI could have done this for less, but they stuck with the practical suit and I think it more than paid off. Now talking of the infected, I want to run through some of the minor complaints I had. and some that the community had, and most of the player audience criticised the lack of infected. There was definitely more infected in the first half of the season. Was it done to retain a frequent audience? Most probably. But was a lack of infected a problem? For me, no. The Last of Us is purely about Joel and Ellie, and there are also moments in the game where there are limited infected or none at all, but this was always going to be subject to opinion. I knew the change to Bill's town, as well as Bill's character arc, would be a tricky one for all of the community to agree on, but it's pretty obvious that this episode was a bottle episode. I still welcome the changes made. I think the episode worked out well and really expanded on this character. I do wish there was some more nods to the actual gameplay from the game, like even the shift doors for example. Would have been nice to see Joel just open one door and have him teach Ellie, as she always wanted Joel to teach her throughout the game, although shift doors weren't really a thing in part 2, so perhaps this is why it wasn't explored in the show. I'd have also liked the bow and arrow to make an appearance too. It was a common weapon used when stealthing, and became a staple for Ellie in the winter. There was a lack of crafting too, and not many examples of scavenging for supplies. My only genuine dislikes in this show was the over-dramatic outbreak scene in episode 1, where planes were falling out of the sky. We all know if something like this happened in reality, all flights would immediately be grounded, and I still can't stand Marlene's monologue to Joel in the hospital in episode 9, and in the same episode I detested the slow motion montage of Joel massacring the fireflies, in which to me was presented to the audience in a way that made to look like Joel was the villain. Don't get me wrong, Joel is far from perfect, but when in reality there is much more to it than that. The fireflies are hardly angels too, and that has to be remembered. However, my positive feelings for the show overwhelmingly outweigh the negative. The show came to light with its expansions on the original scenes and dialogue from the game, such as simple things as to whether Joel and Tess were romantically involved or not, and major answers as to how Ellie became immune. And technically all these answers are canon to The Last of Us lore, as Neil Druckmann was on board throughout the whole production on this show, and it shows. Love or hate the decisions this man has made in recent years with part 2, he's still one hell of a director. This is his creation, and no one knows it better. That goes without saying. Now, do I have a favourite and least favourite episode? Surprisingly no. Some episodes I did enjoy more than others, but I would have to say the most memorable is episode 5 or 9. Purely because I wanted to see if the finale could peak as well as the game, and it bloody well did. That final scene had me tear up, just like the original performance did. HBO really have done something special here. If this aired up against The Walking Dead back in 2010, I think The Last of Us would have been a close rival, but obviously the game wasn't even a thing back then. The whole team who produced and starred in this show should be proud. It respectfully paid homage to the masterpiece of a game that released over 10 years ago. It's the best live-action rendition of a video game I've ever seen. For television audiences to rave about it, without even knowing of the game's existence, you know they've done something right. As a fan of the game who has played through it over 25 times and written hours worth of content about its characters and narrative, I can honestly say HBO's The Last of Us Season 1 is like nothing I've seen before. I don't think anyone else could have matched that same experience of the game. People will be talking about HBO's The Last of Us for a long time. So there you have it. We're finally at the end of my critique, review and rundown of HBO's The Last of Us Season 1. This was easily my longest and most difficult project yet. I can talk about the video games all day long with no sense of pressure, but when it came to critiquing this show, it felt like a massive undertaking. I think it was because I knew there was a lot to explore and I didn't want to miss anything. I really hope this video was worth the wait. I've been looking forward to get it done for what feels like a year. Like always, I thank you all so much for your support. Maybe we'll cut down on the runtime in the next critique. Thank you all so much for watching.